All right, everybody, we're going to get the live stream started momentarily. All right, welcome to live stream, streaming live on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. We'll see how it holds up this week. I think I got the technical issues resolved, so make sure to let me know how the stream is on whichever platform you're watching, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. So if you're joining us for the first time, my name is Jared. I'm with ScamAware 101, and our mission is to spread awareness of common scams that target individuals like you and your loved ones. Hey Dave, welcome to the chat. Good to see you as always. Thank you for joining. Got some new content that we're going to go over this week. I have some new slides that I got done and ready to go over, so I'm looking forward to your feedback. We're going to get started at about 5:50 in about 5 minutes. Give everybody a chance to join and all that fun stuff. But yeah, we do these live streams every week as part of our ways to spread awareness about scams. And on this live stream, we cover about 20 different types of common scams that target individuals. We go over red flags to help you identify and avoid becoming a victim of a scam. And we show you real examples of scams, like examples of email scams. We play recordings of phone call scams, show you some text message screenshots, and some snail mail scams even. Because the scammers still use letters in the traditional post office. So lots of good stuff coming up with this live stream. We usually go for 3 or 4 hours. So we'll see how we do tonight, and we'll see how the attendance is. Again, say hi in the chat, hit that thumbs up, give us a like. We'll get started in a couple minutes here. But let's see if we could get some more viewers in here by hitting that thumbs up and commenting and sharing. Now again, we'll get started in 4 minutes here. It's a great time to share this live stream if you're around Facebook or Instagram. Make sure you give it a like and reshare it. Even if someone joins late, we have tons of useful information that they should be aware of regarding scams. Turning my lid around, it was the wrong way. I'm caffeinated for everybody tonight, drinking out of the ScamAware 101 travel mug, which you can find in our YouTube store, along with some coffee mugs and some other cool merchandise. So check that out in our YouTube store and help support the mission over here and spreading awareness of scams. We also release videos. A lot of scams we're going to talk about tonight. We have videos on our YouTube channel, so you can check them out afterwards. You can share those with a loved one too. Yeah, because awareness is key. It's really key, and the only way you can prevent becoming a victim. You know, once money is transferred, it's too late. Once you recognize a scam after it's already been sent to the scammer, it's very rare to recover those funds. So it's important to recognize these scams, be aware of common scams, and stop them before they even start. You know, and that's our mission over here. Strictly spread awareness. And we're going to show you so many examples. By the end of this live stream, you're going to be able to recognize email scams and phone call scams. You'll understand why I get so many text messages, because that's a common scam. The wrong number text messages. But make sure to follow us on your favorite social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, YouTube. You can join our free mailing list. Definitely join our free mailing list, because it gives us a way to reach you if something happens to our social media profiles. But join the mailing list at scamaware101.com on our website. Let's go to scamaware101.com and hit join mailing list. It's free to join. Unsubscribe at any time, and we'll send you some useful scam awareness tips, some reminders about when we're going live, things like that. We won't abuse the privilege, I promise. We'll get started in about 2 minutes here. And again, our mission here is to spread awareness of common scams. If you want help and donate financially, we'll gladly take some tips. If you want to hit the super thanks on YouTube, that's enabled. Or you could go to scamaware101.com/donate. Do that by scanning the QR code on your screen, or just going directly to scamaware101.com/donate. We appreciate any financial help. We'll put it towards spreading awareness of these scams, advertising the live stream, things like that. Getting started in 1 minute here. Again, say hi in the chat. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Give us a like. All the likes we get, the subscribers, followers, it all helps. We need to get our follower count up on Facebook, so if you're not a follower yet, hit that follow button. share it with friends, get some friends to follow. We need to get our Facebook follows up. So we're on Instagram too. So hit that heart and say hi in the chat if you're watching. I'm mainly monitoring the YouTube chats right now though. So hop over to the YouTube channel and I'll answer any questions you put in there. And I'm more likely to see your comments if you're over at the YouTube channel. So again, thanks for joining. We're going to get started shortly. All right, 5:50. That's 5 minutes. Okay, let's get started. Welcome, everybody. In case you just joined in, my name's Jared. I'm with ScamAware 101. And our mission is to spread awareness of common scams that target individuals just like you and your loved ones. These scammers are ruthless when it comes to targeting individuals. They don't just steal $100, right? They want to clear out their victims' entire bank accounts, their entire life savings, their retirement fund. It's really brutal. They ruin lives by the amount of money that they steal. They're extremely greedy, and they're not guided by any kind of morals or ethics, right? So they don't care if they're clear out a retired senior citizen's entire life savings and retirement funds, right? They don't care if they clear out your cryptocurrency funds, because believe it or not, a lot of people think that it's just older individuals that fall for scams, but that's not true. The latest FTC report that was released earlier this year, they released statistics about scams and fraud. It said that even though seniors lost more money than anybody else, it was actually middle-aged folks that fell for the most scams. They just didn't have as much money to lose. But middle-aged folks, they fall for it too. It's not just the older people. So, don't get cocky. That's what the scammers want. They want you to get cocky, and that's when they get you. All right, so, but that's why we're here. That's why we do this live stream. We do it every week, every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern time. And we go for about 3 hours, 4 hours sometimes, maybe more, depending how caffeinated and wired I get. And, but in this live stream, you should be able to spot red flags, identify scams, and you might be surprised of some of the things that we show you this evening. So with that said, I'm going to get started with a new presentation I have for this week. Some new slides to go over. Just making sure you guys can see on the screen here. All right, cool. All right, so let's go over some scam awareness fundamentals. I have a webinar coming up soon too where I'm going to cover this. But basically, as far as scam awareness fundamentals go, it's important to recognize the scam entry points, right? We're going to show you red flags later on this live stream that identify scammers. Once you're already talking to them, or if you get tricked into a phone call, we'll show you how to identify the scammer and the red flags in those situations. But starting off with, we want you to avoid the situation altogether of interacting with this scammer, right? When you get an email scam or a phone call scam, the goal is for you to recognize right away that's a scam. You don't want to recognize later on after you've already sent money to the scammer. So the sooner you recognize a scam, the better it is. All right, the better off you are and the less risk there is. So I want to start with some basic scam awareness fundamentals. And we're basically going to go over different types of scam entry points. Basically how scams get initiated by a scammer and the ways they reach out to you. So we'll start off with email and phishing scams, right? We all get email and phishing scams. So fraudulent emails sent by cybercriminals to trick recipients into giving away money, personal information, or account access. The scammers often impersonate a trusted person, company, or authority. Right? We all get emails that impersonate our bank, Coinbase. We'll get emails that impersonate Netflix, the Geek Squad email that's going around right now, the fake Geek Squad email, Netflix billing email. Right? There's so many fraudulent emails and phishing emails that these cyber criminals send. And their goals could be all different. Each email could have a different goal. Like I said, some might be trying to access your money. Some might be trying to gain personal information. Some might be trying to get into an account that you have. Right? So the goal might be different, but they're trying to reach you and scam you through these email scams. And that's commonly known as phishing as well. Right? So that's one method. And each of these methods that I'm just summarizing right now, we're going to talk about them in much more detail. So stay tuned and stick around here and let me know in the chat too. I want to hear what you think and get your opinions in the chat, share your stories, And let me know you're watching. All right. But the second entry point, common entry point for scammers, is phone call and voice scams. Sometimes they call it vishing with a V instead of a P. Right? Instead of phishing, it's a V. A little corny, but anyway. Yeah, phone call and voice scams. It's when unsolicited phone calls or voicemails where scammers impersonate trusted people or organizations. The scammer pressures or tricks victims into giving money, personal details, or access to accounts. Right? So scammers, they'll send you emails that impersonate other organizations. They'll give you phone calls and they'll leave you voicemails impersonating other organizations. There really is no limit to who they'll impersonate and what they'll do to try and get your money. All right. But another way, which has become much, much more common over the years, is text message scams. Right? These scammers will try to reach you and initiate a conversation through a text message. That's when a fraudulent text message designed to trick recipients into clicking malicious links, sharing personal information, or sending money, often posing as a trusted person or company. And we're going to show you a lot of examples this evening of text message scams. You know, one of the most common ones right now are those fake road toll scams that say you have to pay a road toll or you have a traffic ticket. So that's an extremely common text message scam that's circulating right now. And we'll show you some examples of that too in a little bit. You know, another way that these scammers get to you is through internet and online scams. And what I mean by that is fake virus alerts, harmful ads, and fraudulent websites designed to trick visitors into sharing personal or financial information, making payments, or downloading malicious software. All right? And we're going to show you examples of that too later on in the live stream. These fake virus alerts that pop up. You know, they're meant to scare you into clicking them or calling a number for support, but they actually connect you to a scammer. All right? So we're going to show you a bunch of examples of that. And it's also good to keep in mind, you know, harmful ads, sponsored search engine results. You know, these scammers, they purchase those ads. So all important to be aware of, and all things we're going to continue discussing as we go through these fundamentals. Snail mail scams. That's another point of entry that scammers use. Believe it or not, they're still using snail mail scams. You know, they didn't go anywhere. What do you think they did before the internet existed? Right? They still send out letters. They still send out postcards trying to scam you. And this evening, we're going to show you a couple examples of those too. Well, basically, fraudulent letters sent through a postal service that deceive recipients into sending money, sharing personal details, or responding to false offers, prizes, or threats. All right. And then another way, the sixth way that we have listed here, that scammers commonly initiate a scam, is through QR code scams. Right? Scanning a QR code, otherwise known as quishing, which sounds a little ridiculous to me, but that's what they call it. Right? And that's when the criminals use fake or altered QR codes to trick people into visiting malicious websites, downloading harmful apps, or revealing personal and financial information. Right? You have to be careful scanning these QR codes now. You can't just scan any old QR code you come across in the public. It's the same thing as clicking on a website link, right? Where you can't just blindly trust clicking on links, scanning QR codes. So those are 6 common entry points that scammers use to initiate a scam. You know, there's others. Sometimes they'll use third-party chat apps to reach you and things like that. But for the most part, these 6 ways are the most common ways that we get targeted throughout the day by scammers, right? And some scams that we're going to talk about this evening, they use multiple variations of these methods. They'll send you a text message, then they'll give you a call, and then they'll send an email. You know, they don't try one. They're persistent. If you take away anything from this live stream and the things we're going to talk about tonight, I hope it's that you realize scammers are persistent. So, important to be aware of that. I know what's funny too is I just received a text message that's impersonating Coinbase. All right, and it says that that a request to reset my password was made. All right, but that's a scam. Too bad that didn't happen a couple hours earlier. I would have saved a screenshot and used that as another example for this live stream. But anyway, lots of good stuff we're going to cover here. And for next 20 minutes or so, we're going to talk about the different types of scams you're going to encounter in these different entry points in various ways. Because again, what's important is the goal is for you to recognize these scams immediately. Like as soon as you get that email, you want to be able to be like, oh, I know what that is. That's a fake order scam. Or as soon as you get that voicemail, you're like, oh, I know what that is. That's a tax forgiveness scam. Or you get that text message, and you're like, oh, I know what that is. That's a fake toll scam. Right? The idea is you want to recognize these before clicking on any links, calling anybody, sending any information. or money to anybody, right? And that's what scam awareness is all about. Being aware of these things. It's basically the old saying: an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? You spend a little time on awareness, watching these live streams like these, and watching videos on YouTube, and being aware of the scams out there, right? The amount of time you spend doing that is so much less than the time you would spend trying to repair getting scammed. Damage done to your credit, identity stolen, accounts put under your name, money taken and unretrievable, unrecoverable, scary stuff. Right, so it's critical to know. It's important to know. And again, if you're just joining us, let me know in the chat. Share your stories. It's all about community and spreading the word about these scams too. So make sure to share this live stream, invite some friends, hit that thumbs up. Go share our other videos on the YouTube channel. We need subscribers, likes, and follows to help spread awareness so our content gets shown more. So help us out by hitting like, subscribe, and follow on various social media. Let's go to the next slide here. So we talked about the 6 different ways, 6 common ways that scammers, initiate the scam. And the first one was emails. All right, email scams and phishing. So let's talk a little bit about that. And we also did a video as well that has 20 different examples of phishing emails to be aware of. We have that video on our YouTube channel, so go check that out. It's broken down into 4 parts. I think it's like 5-minute, 6-minute videos each. Hey, Side Glass, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the live stream. Good to see you. It's great. We see some people joining, some people saying hi. Let me know how you heard about us and how you found us too, and make sure to share your stories. So, the first entry point we mentioned was email scams and phishing, and that might be one of the ones that people are most familiar with. We're so used to getting these scam emails, right? But what's important is to recognize how far these scammers will go. Right? How far they'll be willing to impersonate, who they'll be willing to impersonate. There really is no limit. And some examples of the different organizations and companies and people that these email scammers impersonate, right? When they send these fake emails to you, they'll impersonate banks, credit unions, financial institutions, right? I just got a text message from one impersonating Coinbase. That's a financial institution. That's a crypto exchange. Right? They're going to impersonate internet and cable providers. They send out emails all the time saying that there's a billing issue with your cable bill. I see examples of that, of people reporting that to me regularly. Right? They'll impersonate your utility company, your electricity and water. They'll make threats saying that your utilities are going to get cut off because you have a bill due or a payment failed. Right? So they'll impersonate government agencies, tax scams, IRS scams, Social Security. They'll impersonate Social Security, say there's something wrong with one of your accounts. They'll impersonate the IRS and threaten you, say that you have to pay back taxes. Right? They have no fear of these scammers. They'll impersonate government agencies. They don't care. They'll impersonate delivery services like USPS, FedEx, UPS. Right? They'll impersonate job recruiters and employment firms. That's just a quick list off the top of my head about common email scams. There's no limit to who these scammers will impersonate. So if you ever get an email, don't ever think like, oh, a scammer wouldn't impersonate that person, or a scammer wouldn't go as far as to impersonate the IRS, or a scammer wouldn't impersonate my bank account. There really is no limit to how far these scammers will go to impersonate and get your money. And you'll be surprised how good they are at it as well. All right, and all those examples I gave, we're going to show you a lot of actual examples later on in this live stream. So make sure to stick around and make sure to share and get some more people in here. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Let's get the likes up. All right, so let's keep talking about email scams though. Did you know that scammers use automation to send millions of scam emails per day? Right? Think about how many scam emails you get a day and then multiply that times all the people in the world that have email. There's millions of scam emails being sent by these scammers. It's because they have the technology and they're able to automate it. There isn't somebody sitting there just clicking send a million times. They have software, they load a list, they buy a list on the dark web that has your information, and they click start. Right? So they use the latest technology, they use the latest automation, and they're sending out millions of scam emails per day. So just when you get cocky, suddenly they're going to start sending you those emails because it's a numbers game. Did you also know that they could change the email from address to look like somebody else? It's called email spoofing. You receive an email, the from address will look like it's actually from your internet company, your cable provider, right? But it's a trick. scammers can manipulate the from address of emails. So that's important to recognize. Just because your email address might look like it's from who it's impersonating, that doesn't mean it is. So I need to be aware of that. You can't trust the from address in emails. A lot of times, scammers will include fake support phone numbers that actually call the scammer back, right? So they send you these fake emails and they say there's a problem with your Coinbase account and to call this number, right? And the victim thinks that they're calling a support number, but they're actually calling a scammer. So we see that a lot in email scams, text message scams. It's very common with these fake order scams. They trick a victim into thinking an order was placed and they call this number to dispute it. All right, but that's a scam. And we're going to be talking about that one in a little bit too. I have examples of that to share this evening. Also, AI, right? Scammers are getting more advanced. They're getting better. They're using AI to create more convincing emails and scam narratives. AI's going to be a problem, and scammers are already embracing it to a much more scary level too. They've been creating emails and scam narratives for a while with AI. Now they're cloning voices and they're using face clone software. It's crazy. They're always up to date. They're always using the latest software, and it's important to be aware that these emails now, they might look very convincing. I mean, they're just generating them with AI. They use AI. So no matter how convincing an email might look, even if it's identical to the way the legit email looks. I've seen people send over Xfinity phishing emails to me, and they're identical to the real Xfinity emails. Other than you check where the links go and where the phone number goes, but other than that, they look identical. So you can't think that, hey, it's okay to trust this email just because it looks like it's from who it says it is and the email says it is. You still have to remain suspicious. So common scams that start with emails, to start with an email or a phishing email, or suspicious activity scams, impersonating the bank or credit card. You'll get an email saying that there's suspicious activity under one of your accounts, and they try to trick you into clicking a link, right? It takes you to a fake website, impersonating your bank, credit card, company. Very common. And that's how they steal your banking information or your logins. Fake order scams, we're going to be talking about those in a little bit. But that's when you get an email saying an order was placed. Right? There was no order, but the email says to call a number to dispute it. Right? The number connects you to a scammer. So you need to watch out for that. Renewal scams and payment due scams. You'll get these emails. They'll just say, hey, there's been a billing problem, or there's a renewal due, or your payment failed. Click here to fix. It's a scam. They're trying to steal your billing information, your service logins, things like that. Right? Fake product offers and links to fake retail websites. Right? You get these emails that say free gift card. They look like they're from a retailer you use, or to say, get free earbuds. Just pay for shipping. Right? But it's a scam. And they're trying to get you an email, but you click those links, you'll be taken to a fake retail website. Right? So you need to be aware of that. There's so many scams that could get initiated through emails, starting with emails. Fake refund scams, tax forgiveness scams, right? We mentioned they impersonate government agencies. They impersonate the IRS every year. I'm still getting tax forgiveness phone calls, scams. I still get them, people reporting to them and happening to me, right? But they also do those scams in emails, right? They send out emails. They have no problem impersonating government agencies. Later on, we're going to share an example of a email that impersonates Social Security, right? And it claims, click here to download a statement, but it's fake. It's a scam. Right, some more email scams that you can run across, right? Prize winner scams, fake giveaway scams, lottery scams. You get these emails from scammers. You want a prize? Click here. Or free giveaway. Click here to get your free giveaway. Or you won the lottery, right? But it's all scams. Scams everywhere, especially when it comes to email. And technology companies try to filter them out. There's email filtering companies and there's email settings to try and increase your filters, but they clearly don't work 100%. Employment scams, right? Emails that impersonate job recruiters, employment firms, fake job offers. All very common email scams. And that's just to name a few. So when it comes to emails, there's some dangerous actions to avoid. Right? When it comes to these email scams. And this is your first chance to actively shut down the scam. Right? You want to recognize it's a scam, And you don't want to click on any email links, right? These are dangerous actions to avoid. Clicking email links will open harmful websites, right? So don't click email links, right? Calling phone numbers that are in the email, right? They might be fake phone numbers that actually call the scammer. So you don't want to trust links that are in email. You don't want to trust phone numbers that are in email, right? Opening email attachments. It'll install malware on the device. If you get an unsolicited email, and it's got an attachment, but don't open that attachment. It's going to be a scam. It's going to be a virus. All right. And scanning QR codes. We're going to talk more about QR codes in a little bit. But what scammers do is they'll send emails and have a QR code attached, like an image of a QR code attached, and they use that to bypass the email filters. Right. So be aware of email scams. Know that you're constantly under attack through email. It's one of the main entry points for new scams. Right. Don't trust links. Don't trust phone numbers. Look, when it comes to email links, you don't have to click them. 99% of the time, you don't have to click those links. If you get an email from your phone company, for example, that says your cell phone's bill is due, right? You don't have to click the link that says pay bill. Just go to the website directly, right, and pay it that way. You don't have to click any link. You know what the website is, right? So just go log into your account and pay it. Don't go clicking on a link, right? And then if it's a scam, if you go to log into your account, you'll see, I don't have a balance still, right? But if you click that link, you're going to get taken to a dangerous website. It's going to look legit, and you can lose your money. All right, so don't click email links. It's a very dangerous action. If you could avoid clicking it, avoid clicking it. Right? Calling the phone numbers again. You get these emails. They say a purchase was placed, or there's been a charge to your account, and they call this phone number, right? But that's a scam, right? You call that number. A lot of times, it's a fake number it'll call a scammer, right? So if you think that this email is legit, saying to call this number, go look up the real phone number of whoever they're claiming to be, right? If you get an email from Xfinity saying to call this phone number, don't call the phone number in the email. Go look at your actual bill and call the number on your bill, or go to the actual Xfinity website and look up the phone number. But don't just trust the phone number that's listed in an email, right? Because it's extremely common now, and you'll see that in a lot of examples that we share. Scammers are tricking the victims into calling them. And email attachments dangerous, and scanning QR codes. Like I said, scanning QR codes, they'll bring you to a harmful website, and that's what these scammers do. They include those in the emails as well. So anyway, that's just one of the scam entry points to be aware of. Right? Email scams, phishing scams. It's just part of the scam awareness fundamentals. Right? You gotta stay alert when you're checking email, and be aware of these email scams. How we doing out there? Let me know you're watching. Hit that thumbs up. Give us a like. Say hi in the chat. We're streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Let me check on Instagram and Facebook and see how we're looking, actually. Yeah, we're still live and streaming on Instagram. I see Art in the chat. Good to see Art there. Hopefully still there. And then let's see Facebook. Streaming live on Facebook. That still looks good. I don't know if anybody's watching or if there's any, I don't see any comments, but say hi. Let me know you're watching. Hit that thumbs up. We're going to keep on going here. Again, I'm monitoring the YouTube chat, so that's the one that I'm mainly answering and replying to. Hey, is that Kat in the YouTube chat? Good to see you, Kat. Welcome to the live stream. Getting some people tonight. Excellent. We picked a good night to join. We're going over so much scam awareness stuff. So we're going to be going for a few hours. So make sure to hit that like button. Let some friends know. So right now we're talking about common scam entry points. Oh yeah, and by the way, for anybody that just joined us, check out our website, scamaware101.com. Join our free email list, right? Scamaware.com. Hit join mailing list. Like, subscribe, follow. We need all the followers and likes we could get. We're trying to put something good out here. We're just trying to spread awareness of scams so you can protect yourself, protect your loved ones. And we need your help to spread awareness. Hit that like button, and if anybody wants to help out financially, hit that super thanks on YouTube, or go to scamaware101.com/donate. But anyway, I'm going to keep on dropping some knowledge here. So the next entry point we're going to talk about, common entry point, are phone calls. Phone scams and voice scams. All right. Scammers are constantly trying to target new victims over the phone. And again, another example of how there's no limit to who they'll impersonate. Right? They'll impersonate law enforcement. They'll say they're from the sheriff's office. They'll say they're your bank. They're with your credit union, financial institutions, They'll say they're with your utility company, electricity and water, you have a bill to pay. They're with your internet or cable provider. They'll impersonate your doctor's office, Medicare, insurance, right? Because that's a whole nother batch of scams, healthcare scams and Medicare scams, right? IRS, Social Security, because we mentioned that when we were talking about the emails, but they impersonate that over the phone too. IRS, Social Security scams. In fact, Social Security, they've been warning about these phone call scams for a while now. And we're going to talk about those a little later too. And then, look, these scammers will call you, and this is the audacity, right? These scammers they will impersonate your friends and family members, and you'll believe it. You'll believe it because they're good. They know what they're doing, right? So it's extremely important to be aware of these scammers targeting you on the phone. And again, to them, it's a numbers game, right? They're going to dial number after number after number. Eventually, they're going to get you. Eventually, they're going to get your phone number and hit you, all right? Look, when it comes to these phone scammers, right, they know how to manipulate the caller ID to show a different name and number. Now, that's important. If you take anything away from this live stream this evening, that's something that you didn't know. If you didn't know that scammers could change what the caller ID shows. They can make it show your bank. They can make it show the sheriff's office, right? So you can't trust caller ID as a way to verify who you're talking to. Scammers actually take advantage of this. When they call you and impersonate law enforcement, they'll show the local sheriff's number on your caller ID. So it's even more convincing. But you can't trust that. Right? So that's important to be aware of and know. And again, these scammers are automating hundreds of thousands of robocalls each day. Right? They just have recordings that just call a number, play recording, call a number, play recording. Right? And then they're using AI to create realistic sounding voices and voicemails. I don't know if you've noticed, but over the past year, these robocalls and these voicemails and these scam phone calls are sounding more and more realistic, more personalized, more friendly, right? Because they're using AI now. They use AI to generate the scripts. They use AI to generate the voices and the voicemails. So it's important to be aware of this and alert. Right? The scammers are adapting, right? So we have to make sure that we adapt and that we always stay up to date with what the scammers are doing. And that's why we do this live stream and the other things we do here over at Scamware 101, right? Because it's all about spreading awareness. Hey, Kat, let's see. Is there any way to get your money back after you get scammed? Kat, unfortunately, in most cases, it's rare, right? It depends what kind of scam, right? If you use your credit card, let's say if you purchase something with your credit card, like from a fake website, in that case, you might be able to have your credit card company, you could dispute the charge. But in the case where you've actually withdrew money from your bank account, if you purchased gift cards and sent gift cards to a scammer, if you purchased cryptocurrency or deposited money into Bitcoin ATM, if you did all these unusual forms of payment that the scammers use and request, they've told victims to purchase gold and silver, right? And they've send couriers over to pick up cash. So like in situations like that, very rarely are you able to retrieve the funds. In most cases, because the scammers know that by using these methods, you're not going to be able to get those funds back. So unfortunately, to answer your question, is there any way to get your money back after you get scammed? In most cases, no. Sometimes, rarely, sometimes under right circumstances, yes, but unfortunately, in most cases, no. The police can't do anything about it. A lot of these scammers and they're criminal organizations. They're criminal organizations. They're overseas. We can't reach them. Right. So, and we're going to talk about that more later on in the live stream as well. But good question. And it's even more a reason why awareness is so important. You need to be able to recognize these scams before you send money to these scammers. Because once you send money, it's too late. Right. So that's the key. Recognizing these scams as soon as possible. Not engaging with the scammer and stopping it before it starts. And in fact, good tip, Dave. That's right. Kat's in the other chat room, but Kat in the other live stream room, Dave also mentioned, watch out for scammers telling you they can recover money for you, right? Because that's actually a follow-up scam. That's known as a recovery scam. Because what happens is if somebody gets scammed, a lot of times they're put onto a suckers list. And then what happens is scammers use that list and they try to scam you again. They call you and they say, hey, we're with the company, or we were referred to by by so and so, to reach out to and offer help, but they're trying to scam you out of even more money. So be aware of recovery scams. If you're going to work with somebody, only work with directly with your bank, directly with your credit card provider, directly with police, right? But these recovery services, they're I don't want to say all, but I want to say 99.99999% are scams. So be aware of that too. But great question, Kat, and thank you, Dave, for mentioning those recovery scams. They're all important stuff to be aware of. And continuing with these phone call scams, because we're talking about common entry points for scams, how the scams get started, right? You have these arrest warrant scams and jury duty scams. We mentioned how they impersonate law enforcement, the scammers call, right? And in the case of arrest warrant scams, they'll call their victims. They'll say, there's arrest warrant that's going to be issued. You missed jury duty, right? And then the caller ID will show the local sheriff's department, right? So they threaten the victim with arrest. Pay immediately and you can get rid of it. That's what they'll say. So suspicious activity scams. They'll call you over the phone. They'll impersonate your bank and they'll say there's suspicious activity on your account. Right? Your caller ID will even show the bank's phone number. So you think you're talking to the bank, but you can't trust that. Unfortunately, you have to hang up these phone calls. Even if you think it's a legit phone call, tell the person that, confirm where they say they're from and tell them you'll call them back. Right? If they're claiming to be from your bank, say, okay, thanks, hang up. And then call your bank directly. Look up your phone number, look at the back of your debit card and call the bank directly. You can't trust unsolicited phone calls, with what the caller ID says. More phone scams, renewal scams, payment due scams, right? They'll call you, they'll say that there's a renewal or a payment that failed. Fake order notification scams. We're going to be talking about that scam later on to live stream, but they'll call you, they say an order was placed, right? And you'll say, I didn't place an order. And they'll say, okay, well, let me help you with that. And then they proceed with their scam. Healthcare, Medicare scams. That's an important one to be aware of, especially for the older folks out there. Medicare scams. These scammers are calling victims and trying to get their Medicare numbers and their information. Because once they have that, they can file false claims, and it's a big business for criminals. So watch out for healthcare and Medicare scams. Don't give that type of information out to any unsolicited phone calls. They impersonate your doctor's office. They'll impersonate your doctor's office. They'll show a number of your doctor's office on the caller ID. And they'll call you and say, hey, we need your Medicare number. Right, and even in that case, you say, okay, no, hang up. Call your doctor's office directly. Fake refund scams, tax forgiveness scams. Like I said, they impersonate the IRS. They impersonate Social Security. And they'll call you over the phone. Lots of warnings about phone calls impersonating the IRS, Social Security. And then you have grandparent scams. I'm going to show you guys a fascinating video later of a grandparent scam actually in action. And you can see how someone could fall for one of these grandparent scams that impersonate a loved one. You'll think to yourself, how could I would never fall for somebody that's pretending to be my daughter or my granddaughter. But once I show you this video, you might change your mind. So lots of good stuff coming up. But that's a list of types of phone call scams. It's certainly not all of them, but it's a lot of the common ones that are circulating right now and to be aware of. That's how these scammers get you. They'll call you directly and they'll tell you a story. They'll claim to be someone they're not. Your caller ID will make it look like it actually is them. So you need to be aware that they can do this and what they're capable of. Dangerous actions to avoid when it comes to phone call scams. Look, answering unsolicited calls from unknown numbers or unknown contacts, right? If you're getting these phone calls, you don't know who the person is calling. You don't recognize the number. You don't have it stored as a contact, right? There's no reason to answer it. If it's important, they'll leave a voicemail. They'll send you a text, right? Most of the time, they hang up. They don't do anything, right? Other times, you'll check your voicemail. It's a robocall. So there's no reason to pick up. That's the first line of defense is there's no reason to even answer. Next, dangerous action to avoid is returning the unsolicited phone calls and voicemails. Okay. Like we mentioned earlier with emails, the scammers will give you a fake phone number to call. You'll think you're calling some kind of tech support company or your bank, but you're actually calling a scammer. Same thing works with phone call scams. They'll leave these voicemails. They'll leave these voicemails saying, hi, I'm with your bank. Call me back at this number. Or hi, I'm with your internet provider. Call me back at this number. Right? But if you call back that number, it's actually a scammer that's going to impersonate, these places. So don't even return the call. Don't go calling back the number that they left. right? If anything, if they claim they're with your internet company, then look at a bill and call your internet company directly. But there's no reason to even return the call to whoever this person is, especially if you don't know them, right? You want to avoid all interaction with scammers as much as possible. Providing personal or financial details to the caller. Look, if you get roped onto a phone call with one of these scammers, don't provide any personal information, any financial details. A lot of times in these health care scams or Medicare scams, they call you and they open up with, "Hi, I'm with your insurance company," or "I'm with Medicare. Could you confirm your birth date?" But that's a scam. Don't just give your birth date to somebody that's calling up and asking you that as a first question, right? They'll be very convincing. They'll make it sound, well, that makes sense. They're just trying to secure my information. No, they wouldn't be calling you and asking you to provide your birth date. So that's part of a scam. So be careful not to provide personal information to these callers. If they're saying that there's a billing issue or a payment issue, don't provide billing information to them, right? If anything, say, "Hey, thanks for letting me know," hang up the phone, and then you can log into your account and check your billing information, right? If you're concerned that it's real. But there's no reason to engage with these callers or replying to emails or calling people phone calls back, right? And then definitely don't give a caller access to your computer or device, right? These scammers, they'll call you up. They'll impersonate Microsoft or Apple. They'll say, "Hey, there was the virus detected on your computer," and they'll offer to connect to your computer. Or they'll say, "Oh, your antivirus is expiring," and they'll offer to connect to your computer, right? But it's a scam. We're going to talk about that more later when we talk about some common red flags to be aware of. All right. So anyway, be aware of all that. And again, I'm hitting you all with a lot of information tonight, but we're going to be streaming for a while, and we're going to break this down even more in a little bit. So all good stuff, important to be aware of. And everything I'm talking about is active and relevant now. The next entry point we're going to talk about is text message scams. All right, but before we get into that, if you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. Hit that thumbs up. Give us a like. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more awareness we can spread of these scams. And you can help by clicking that like button, subscribing, and following us on social media. All right, if you're watching on Facebook, hit that thumbs up button. Let me know you're watching. Say hi in the comments and the chat. Right, I see the viewer count going up there, so I see people watching. So very good. Hit like, follow. We need the followers on Facebook. So Instagram, good seeing you. And it looks like I fixed those technical issues that we're having to live stream the past 2 weeks. So far, so good. Excellent. But again, just the main chat we're monitoring is the YouTube chats. So ask your questions in there, and I'll respond to you here on the live stream. Also, make sure to check out our website, scamaware101.com. You can join the free mailing list. We'll send you scam awareness tips, reminders about when we're going live. When we upload new videos or new content, we'll send an email to let you know. It's the best way to stay in touch and keep in contact. These days you never know if suddenly your Facebook page or Instagram page is going to get turned off for no reason. So make sure to join the email list. This way we don't disappear off the face of the planet if social media goes away. And also, feel free to donate a few bucks. Hit that super thanks button on YouTube. Right? Every dollar helps. You go to scamaware101.com/donate. We also have Scamaware 101 merchandise. Right? Check out our merchandise shop, YouTube store. We have the link on our website too at the bottom to our merchandise shop. You get some travel mugs, some coffee mugs. We have some mouse pads with the logo on it here. The idea with the merchandise and the items that I picked is I picked all things that you would keep in front of you, like on your desk. You have the mouse pad, you have your coffee mug, some stickers, so you can place them wherever you want. But the idea is, you're sitting there working, and suddenly you get a call out of the blue, and you're about ready to give away your credit card number, and you look at your coffee mug, and you realize, oh wait, scamware. That's right, this is a scam. Right? Just a constant reminder, to be alert. So those are the type of items we picked. You get them in our YouTube store, merchandise shop, and they're a little overpriced, but they go towards supporting the mission. That's why they're overpriced. So show some support, buy some merchandise. Yeah, great gifts too to give to that friend or family member that keeps getting scammed all the time. So let's talk about text message scams, because that's a extremely common entry point for scams over the past couple of years. And basically, these text message scams, they'll impersonate almost anybody the email scams we mentioned would, including banks, credit unions, financial institutions, your utility company, electricity, water, your internet and cable providers. These scammers, they'll send text messages that impersonate the Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Transportation, government agencies. They'll send text messages claiming to be the IRS, Social Security. Right? They'll send you text messages claiming to be delivery services like USPS, FedEx, UPS. They'll claim that they're job recruiters or they're calling from an employment recruitment firm. Right? All common scams that we see in text messages. And really, it's any type of scam you could think of that you would get through an email, you could pretty much get through a text message, and vice versa. Any scam you could get through a text message, there's probably an email version floating around as well. So it's important to always be alert, whether it's a text message, an email, a phone call. These scammers utilize all these methods of communication to target and find new victims. All right. Did you know the scammers, again, they can manipulate the caller ID to show a different name or number. So you'll get this text message and it'll appear to be from somebody else. Right? And I'll have the link, but the link will take you to a fake website. These scammers, they can send out millions of scam text messages every day. We'll share an article with you a little later about this one criminal organization that was infiltrated, and they were one of these text message scammers. And one of the things that they discovered when they infiltrated them was they had software and bots that were sending out hundreds of thousands of text messages every day. And that was just one group. So it's safe to say that scammers, out of all the scammers and criminal organizations out there, they're sending millions of scam text messages every day. That's why we get so many of them. These text message scammers, they include links to harmful websites. Steal your personal information, your financial details. They look real. They'll impersonate legit organizations, but they're scams, and any information you provide will get stolen. It's no big deal for scammers to set up these websites. And also, these text message scammers, they're using AI. Just like all the other scams out there, they're using AI to create realistic and convincing text messages. So we used to be able to count on grammar mistakes and spelling mistakes and things like that. But now because of AI, they're much more convincing and much more realistic. So be aware that these scammers, they're going to target you with text messages. Now let me know in the chat if you've received any of these scammer text messages. And we got a lot of examples we're going to share as we proceed with the live stream. So yeah, I see some chat going on here. Let's see, grandparent fails when you don't have kids and just play alone. Most of them are scamming from prison. Interesting. Scammers block your number so you can't call back unless you have another phone. Interesting. And when scammers do this, they get some sort of access from breached info and are testing them out to see if it's legit. Yeah, that's a good point there. And one of the scams we're going to be talking about in a little bit are wrong number scams, which is actually a text message scam. And what they're doing is they're just sending random text messages out trying to see if someone will reply. Right? And once somebody replies, they know, okay, this person's actively reading text messages. They'll answer, and they're likely to fall. We'll send them more scams. So yeah, they're phishing, right? Text message phishing, phone number phishing. All good stuff. Thanks for sharing. Side glass. Yeah, and continuing speaking about these common text message scams. Look, a lot of them are similar to email and phone call scams, but you get the suspicious activity alerts. A text message impersonating your bank or credit card, claims there's been suspicious activity, but it's a scam. Get the fake order notifications. You get a text message that says you made a purchase in your Apple account. It's a scam. We'll actually share an example of that one a little later. You'll get fake products offers, sent to you, texted to your phone with links. Click here for a special offer. Right, but they take you to fake retail websites. Renewal scams, payment due scams. Right, you'll get a text message saying that a payment failed or your billing needs to be updated. But if you click a link, it takes you to a fake website. Right? They got the fake refund scams and tax forgiveness scams. I'm going to show you some examples of that a little later. You get a text message saying you're a prize winner or you want a giveaway or a lottery scam. Right? All common. They're using text messages now. And then there's employment scams and the fake job offers. Those have been picking up a lot recently, and we'll share some more examples of those too. But you get these job offers texted to you and offering you these great rates and amazing hours, and then they're like, call us back on WhatsApp. But it's a scam, and they're all common text message scams. A point to be aware of. And look, when it comes to text messages, there's a lot of dangerous actions that you need to avoid. right? Like we mentioned, and Side Glass said over in the chat, replying to the text messages, they just result in more scams. You're letting the scammer know that you're there, you're active, and you're reading his scams. Right? And then there's the clicking on links. You don't want to click on links sent to you in a text message. Right? You want to avoid clicking links at all costs, whether it's an email link, a text message link. Right? They'll open harmful websites, fake websites, or websites that download viruses on your device. You don't want to call the phone number that these text messages say to call. Right? That's a very common trick that they use. They send you a text message saying an order was placed, and you could call to dispute it. Right? But it's a fake number. If you call that number, you're actually going to be connected to a scammer. They'll impersonate tech support. But so yeah, you don't want to call phone numbers that get provided. And there's no reason to. Just go. If this scammer's impersonating Amazon and says call this number, don't call that number. Go to Amazon directly. And check your account or look up the real number on Amazon. But don't blindly trust contact information that gets included in these text messages and emails. Yeah. And then there's opening attachments. Right, we mentioned the email attachments that you should never open unsolicited chat attachments. They can infect with the virus. It's the same thing with text messages. People are scammers are text messaging attachments and files. Right, so you don't want to open any attachments to get text message you either. And then scanning QR codes. These scammers they're sending text messages and attachments of QR codes, right, to bypass filters. Right, so they send these QR codes hoping you'll scan them and access a harmful website. And we're going to talk more about QR codes in a little bit. But, all important to be aware of these common text messages, scams, and realize, who these scammers are impersonating. They'll impersonate anybody from government agencies, to all sorts of service providers, banks and credit unions. They call, they email, they text. Awareness is super important, because we're targeted by them all day long. And we got 3 more different types of common entry points to go through. I was going to try to keep it within 30 minutes, but it looks like that didn't happen. The next entry point we're going to talk to, and by the way, if you're just joining, say hi, hit that thumbs up, give us a like, say hi in the chats, let us know you're watching. Next, we're just going over some scam awareness fundamentals, kicking off the weekly live stream. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and join our free mailing list. We do this live stream every week, and the goal is to spread awareness. We're just trying to spread awareness of common scams so you can protect yourself and protect your loved ones from becoming a victim of these scammers. So let me know you're watching. Say hi in the chat. Hit that thumbs up. Hit the react buttons on whatever platform you're watching on, whether it's hit the heart on Instagram or the like on Facebook or the hearts over here on YouTube. We appreciate it all. But the next common entry point for scammers that we're going to talk about are online and internet scams. And what I mean by that are, let me tell you what I mean by that. Customer service and tech support impersonations. Right? These scammers, they'll impersonate tech support and customer service. You'll see a virus pop up on your device. It'll say you're infected or there's a problem, and to call customer service or tech support. Right? But it's a scam. The scammers, they're going to impersonate tech support and customer service, right? But it's a trick, right? They're going to impersonate popular brands and retail outlets, right? They'll put up fake websites. Again, we're talking about online and internet scams here and infiltrating it that way. They're going to put up fake websites, impersonating popular brands, offering free products or unbeatable deals on products. They're going to impersonate famous celebrities and online influencers, mainly on social media. Right, they're creating all fake profiles, impersonating celebrities, dating profiles. Right, these scammers, they're on dating websites, impersonating people looking for love. Right, but it's a scam. You have to be careful. And we're going to talk more about that a little later too. They impersonate software companies. Again, we're talking about like online scams, websites, things like that, ads, sponsored listings. Right, they lead to scams that impersonate software companies like Microsoft and Apple. Antivirus software companies like McAfee and Norton. One of the examples we're going to talk about are tech support scams. I'm going to show you a lot of examples of fake virus pop-ups this evening too. So those are all things that are all people and organizations that these online scams will impersonate. Right, and I'm referring to different types of. We already talked about email scams, so yeah, that's online or whatever, what I mean. But right now I'm talking about like website scams, social media scams. Fake retail websites, fake dating profiles on dating websites. Right? They're all impersonation scams, where they're targeting you, online and through the internet, other than, using an email. Let's see, the side glass is saying, lesson to learn is when scammers have heavy, thick accents with broken English and very bad grammar, a big time scam. Yeah, you know what? That used to be more reliable because almost every scammer, that was a big tip, right? But now, like we mentioned a little earlier, thanks to AI, it's a lot less common. You still get the scammers with the accent, but because of AI, there's these robocalls now, voicemails, impersonations, voice changers. It's pretty wild what they're doing with AI. And in a matter of time, I think that I already read about some technology that where it can actually remove or convert your voice in real time, the accent. Like you could add an accent or remove an accent. So I've heard about software that's already out there and starting to get developed too. So it's only a matter of time until scammers start implementing it. But yeah, if they do have an heavy accent, it is a good indicator. It could be a scam, but can't rely on it as much anymore. Also, as far as these online scams, internet scams, did you know they create fake websites to steal personal and financial information, and they create them fast and easy, right? These scammers in seconds, minutes, they could put up a fake website. They already have the templates done. They have the hosting ready to go. These scammers know that their websites are going to be constantly taken down, right? So it's a cat and mouse game. So they know they need to have a whole bunch of websites ready to go. They use multiple websites. One gets taken down, it's no big deal. They just redirect everybody to a new website, or they know they have the other websites running. It's no big deal for scammers to do that. It's extremely cheap to buy website names, and they already have the websites built and ready to go. They just keep reusing the same websites. So, if you ever wonder, like, hey, would a scammer really go this far to impersonate the Department of Motor Vehicles? Would they really go this far to impersonate my bank? Yeah, they would. They already got a website. They already copied their website and have it ready to, ready to scam you with. So, important to realize that websites are easily built and updated and sent out by scammers. Scammers do screw up. When I get a scam call, I could hear scammers talking and scamming in the background. Yeah, that's funny. I think, Dave, you mentioned that too before, I think, on a previous live stream, how you're able to hear these scammers in the background too, scamming other people. It's kind of funny. Yep. It's the phone call scams, yep. With these online scams, they trick victims into calling fake support phone numbers or fake customer service phone numbers. And that's a tricky one because the victim has their guard down because they're the one calling the scammer. They think they're calling tech support. So their guard is completely down. You want to access my computer? Sure, you're tech support. But they're not. They're a scam. Right? They use the fake virus alerts and pop-ups offering free tech support. Again, we're going to talk about that a little bit. Then there's buy search results on Google to promote fake websites. You can't rely on the sponsored listings and search results, the paid results on Google, because scammers purchase those listings just as much as legit places do. So, be aware of the search results and sponsored listings on Google. You always make sure that the website is really the real website. Check the website address after you go to the address. Make sure the address matches what it's supposed to be. Be aware of that. Just because something's on Google or an ad doesn't make it trustworthy. Same thing with ads on social media. These scammers, they purchase ads on social media to reach new victims. They put an ad up saying, get these earbuds, just pay shipping. And then you click the ad, it takes you to the fake website. Because scammers, they purchase ads all the time. So you need to be aware of that when it comes to online scams, internet scams. Some common online and internet scams they'll run into are customer support scams and tech support scams. All right, the scammer impersonates support and says, "Hey, let me help you with that issue with an order, or let me help you with that virus pop-up you have." All right, but it's a scam. They're just trying to get onto your device, access your personal information. Right, you'll see prize winner, giveaway, lottery scams online. You'll get pop-ups saying, "Congratulations, you win," or or a scam that says, "Click here for free lottery," things like that. Fake retail websites, fake deals on products. They just steal your billing and payment information when you try to order something. We're going to talk about that in a little bit more. Fake virus alerts, pop-up scams. I keep on mentioning that one, but again, that's important. You know, these fake virus alerts, it has a phone number to call. That's how you know it's fake. You know, it's a scammer trying to trick you. All right, and then there's malicious ads and search results and fake websites. Right, very common scam to purchase those malicious ads and sponsored results. So all important things to be aware of, just as far as browsing online, internet, you know, and the scams that are out there online. You know, besides just email and, you know, fake websites. So dangerous actions to avoid when it comes to online and internet scams. Purchasing products from unknown websites. Right? You don't want to go entering your credit card information, your banking information, payment details into a website you've never used and don't know anybody who used before. You're taking a risk. You try to purchase from reliable vendors and websites that you're familiar with and know are reliable. Calling phone numbers that are offering support, you know, especially the tech support phone numbers. It's a very common scam. They make you think you got a virus on your computer, you get a pop-up, you know, and then you call the number, but it's a scammer. Right, so don't call random numbers popping up, especially ones offering tech support. Trusting sponsored listings in Google search results, right? That's dangerous. You know, now you're aware that scammers can purchase those results, so be careful clicking on search results. Clicking on too good to be true ads on social media, and we're going to talk about these too good to be true offers more later in the live stream. But look, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. Don't trust it. You know, free earbuds worth $100. Don't trust it. You know, and then there's dangerous actions, you know, sending money to strangers online that you've never met. You know, that's referring mainly to romance scams. But dangerous. You know, send money to strangers online. That's a big indicator against scammed. So those are dangerous actions to avoid when it comes to online and internet scams. All very important scam awareness fundamentals. You guys agree over in the chat, right? This is all fundamental stuff. It's important to be aware of all this. You know, I know I'm throwing a lot at you, and that's okay. Yeah, I don't expect you to remember this all just from the first, you know, the first portion of this live stream, but we're really going to drive some more of these details and important things home over the next couple hours. So don't get overwhelmed, and now I'm going to clarify a lot of stuff that we're talking about. The next entry point for scammers, no common entry point. Oh, and by the way, hit that like button. Let me know you're watching. Say hi in the chat. Hit that react buttons. We'll take super thanks. If you want to tip a couple bucks, we'll take super. Oh, and we have memberships enabled now. We enabled memberships on YouTube. So I'm not really offering much special with them. It's just another way for you guys to help support the cause. But I think you get some special emojis and avatars and some little things like that. So we have memberships available now. So check out the membership levels on YouTube, and you know, we'll appreciate the support there. And of course, we have the scamware101.com/donate. We'll gladly accept your donations. And if you donate directly, it takes a lot less of a fee, too. More goes to us. So if you donate through the website, we get more of the donation as well. So we appreciate that. And, yeah, we'll put it back into continuing to spread awareness. So we appreciate it. But, hey, I don't expect financial support. But I would appreciate a like, a subscribe, a follow. It's free to do, and it really helps, you know, spread awareness of what we're doing here and, you know, get our content out there. We're streaming on Facebook. We're streaming on Instagram. We're streaming on YouTube. So if you're in there, say hi, leave a comment. Let me know you're watching. I see some viewers. The viewer count on YouTube's looking pretty good. Looking a little quiet on Instagram, but that's okay. We're going to keep on going. Dave, awesome. Thank you for the super thanks. $5. That's great, man. I appreciate it. Can always count on you, man. Dave's our number one fan here. How's the coffee bug been too? Treating you good, I hope? Yep, and that's a good tip that you mentioned there. I lock all my credit cards and freeze my credit reports until needed. You know, that's a good prevention tip. And also, if you've ever been scammed before, that's definitely something that you should do. Because if you've been scammed before, chances are they're going to try to, you know, use whatever information they got from you again. So it's a good idea to freeze your credit cards. As far as creating new accounts goes, you can still use your credit cards. It's just if somebody tries to create an account, it's theoretically supposed to stop them. So it's a good tip, Dave. Appreciate it. And thanks again for the super thanks. And yeah, let's keep on talking about these scam awareness fundamentals. The common scam entry points. We talked about 4 so far. We got 2 more to go. And that's the next one we're going to talk about is mail scams, snail mail scams, traditional postal service. Right? That's an entry point. And scammers are still using it. They're using it heavily. This is what they did before the internet and email existed, and they didn't go anywhere. They're still doing these scams. Most of these scams you encounter on the internet, the original version was these snail mail and letter versions, postcard versions. So important to be aware of those original scams. Don't get people get comfortable. They're so used to getting the internet scams that they think, I can trust letters, but you have to be skeptical of those too. Some examples of mail scams that they often impersonate: law offices, legal services, your bank, financial institutions. They'll impersonate charities and nonprofit organizations. They'll get a letter asking you to donate, but it's actually a scam. They'll send you a letter impersonating your utility and company, right? Your electricity, water services, your internet providers, your cable providers. They'll send you snail mail. They'll send you actual letters in envelopes, old school way. And they'll have an address to send your check to, but it sends it to a scammer. Or they'll have a website to make a payment to, but it's actually a scammer's website. So you'll think that you're paying your utility bill or making a donation, but you're actually paying a scammer. They'll impersonate popular brands and retail outlets. They'll get these postcards offering you a gift card or offering you a free, product. They'll claim to be like a jewelry store or some other popular brand, but it's a scam. And then there's the IRS and Social Security, government agencies, impersonating government agencies. When you get a real letter from Social Security, on the envelope, they're actually warning about scams outside on the envelope. I'll show you a picture of that later. But that's how serious these impersonation scams are. That Social Security actually put a warning on the outside of their envelope. So anybody gets a letter from Social Security, they get a warning about government impersonation scammers. So yeah, important to be aware of. Scammers are still targeting new victims through traditional mail and the postal service. And also, did you know scammers use AI to compose convincing letters to send victims? Right, so this goes back to the emails, the text messages. You used to be able to spot grammar mistakes, spelling mistakes, but the scammers using AI now. So their emails look more realistic. Their letters sound more convincing. All right. They'll use fake letterhead and impersonate real organizations. They'll have a logo right at the top of the letter that you get. The logo, they'll have contact information. It'll look like a real letter from a real organization or a real bill from a company. All right. And some of these snail mail scams, they'll even include a fake check, in the envelope with the scam letter. And we have an example of that one too. We're going to share later when we start going over the scam examples. So all important points to be aware of when it comes to scams and who they're impersonating, whether it's snail mail letter scam or an email scam. Some common snail mail scams, right? Inheritance scams and sweepstakes scams. We're going to show you an example of an inheritance scam letter later on. But yeah, inheritance scams, fake sweepstakes, they'll impersonate a publisher's clearinghouse. You get a letter claiming that you won the sweepstakes. It's a scam. The mystery shopper check scam. Now we're going to talk about that one a little bit. Free retail gift card activation scam. You get a postcard saying, activate your free gift card, but it's a scam. Secret survey check scam. The same thing as the mystery shopper check scam. The secret survey check scam, important to be aware of. It's when a check, they actually include a check in the envelope with the letter. And then postcard offers, free gifts. They have a QR code on them a lot of times, telling you to scan the QR code, but it takes you to a dangerous website. The QR code scam is kind of brought new life to the traditional letter scam, because now they put QR codes on those letters too. Gives away another easy way for victims, to hook victims. And subscription scams, renewal scams. You get these letters, they look like they're for the service that you might use, and they'll claim your payment failed or your annual subscription needs to be renewed, but it's fake. It's a fake letter, and they're just trying to get you to provide your credit card details, fill it out, send your details back, or to make a payment. Well, snail mail scams, important to be aware of. They ain't go anywhere. They're still targeting people. So Let me know in the chat you received any of those snail mail scams. And we're going to go over some more and show you examples of those in a little bit. And look, dangerous actions to avoid when it comes to these traditional postal service mail scams. All right? Responding by calling phone numbers or sending emails. Right? Just like all the other methods of communication that we're going over, you can't trust the phone numbers that are in these letters. You can't trust the email addresses that are in these letters. Do not engage. Don't call them back. Don't send an email to whatever email address is. Right? It's a scam. Don't scan QR codes, right? Because it'll take it to a harmful website. You get these letters. They have a QR code to scan, but you get taken to a fake website. Depositing unsolicited checks that were included with the letter. Look, nobody sends out checks for free. You're going to deposit that check, and then like 2 or 3 days later, your bank's going to tell you that it bounced, right? And during that time, the scammer's going to try to scam you. They're going to try to get you to purchase gift cards or other things, right? So don't trust checks that arrive, in your mailbox. Be aware if you deposit them, 3 days, 2 days, 3 days, your bank's going to return them and hit you with a fee. All right, so it's dangerous. Don't go depositing unsolicited checks. And then replying with personal information, payment details, financial information. Look, you don't want to reply to these letters with any information. You don't want to fill out the little form and send it back to them. You don't want to call a phone number and give them anything. You don't want to scan a QR code and then enter information. You don't want to engage with these scammers. You don't want to give them anything. You want to cut it off as soon as possible, and you want to recognize these scams when they arrive. All right. So that's traditional mail scams, postal service scams. Be aware of them. Don't fall for them. Any email type scam, it can be pretty much converted to a snail mail scam. Same with text messages. They're all interchangeable. All right. See, Dave says, I have a family member who received a fake check in the mail back in the early 80s. Yeah. Yep. They didn't go nowhere. They're still around. They're still circulating. Let me know in the chats if you're watching, people. We're going to be going for a few more hours. We got some good stuff coming up tonight, this evening. Right now, we're going over some scam awareness fundamentals. This is the first time we're covering this on the live stream, too. We're going to include this in a free ebook soon, and we're also going to have a course based on these fundamentals as well. So lots of exciting stuff coming up soon. But in the meantime, you're getting a sneak peek by tuning into our live stream here and seeing an example of some of the scam awareness fundamentals that we're going to be going over and sharing. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe button, follow. We need all the likes, follows, subscribers we can get. We're streaming live on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Started doing that recently and fixed the some streaming issues we've been having. So make sure to say hi if you're over there on YouTube or over there on Instagram, over there on Facebook. Say hi in the chat, leave a comment, let me know you're watching. Share your stories, and share the live stream because we still have a lot more coming up. So if you go take a minute, hit that share button, message it to some friends, copy the link, send out the link to some friends. If they join, there's still plenty of fresh info coming up over the next few hours for you here. So again, let me know you're watching. Say hi in the chat. Still plenty of time to share it. I'm mostly monitoring the YouTube chat though, so that's your best bet as far as interacting, asking questions, getting answers. So let's talk about this this last method, the scam entry points. This is number 6. We just joined in. We started off with these scam awareness fundamentals, and we were discussing common scam entry points, basically how a scam starts. And we talked about email scams, phone call scams, text message scams. We talked about online and internet scams. We talked about snail mail scams, traditional mail. And this last entry point scam that we're going to talk about for this portion of the live stream is QR code scams. Recently started to be referred to as quishing, which I think sounds silly, but that's what they're calling QR code scams. And thanks to COVID, QR code scams have kind of become more mainstream and common. Everybody knows how to scan QR codes now. But the thing is, those QR codes, they're the same as click on links. You don't want to just click on any random link. It's the same thing with QR codes. You have no idea where that QR code is going to take you. You have to make sure to preview where it's going to go, and be careful as far as which QR code you scan. But you could definitely scan my donate QR code on your screen because that's safe for sure. Or you could skip the QR code altogether and just go to scamaware101.com/donate. But listen, some of these QR code scams, they'll impersonate popular brands and retail outlets. And what I mean by that is you might get a postcard with a free gift offer, and it'll have a QR code on it to scan. I'll say it's a free Apple earbuds or something like that. So they'll impersonate brands and popular retail outlets to get you to scan these QR codes. Online marketplaces, e-commerce websites. Again, you get these offers or flyers, in the mail. Scan the QR code and it'll take you to a scammer's website that impersonates, Amazon or some other e-commerce website. Parking authorities and traffic enforcement. These QR code scams, what's happening is there's fake tickets being left on people's windshields, right? Or letters being sent out claiming that you have to pay a parking ticket or you received a traffic ticket. And they'll have QR codes to scan. Right? But if you scan those QR codes, you get taken to fake websites that steal your information. There really isn't a parking ticket. So that's a common scam we're seeing now with QR codes. Sweepstakes and publisher clearinghouse scams, right? I mentioned that with the snail mail scams. You'll get a letter in the mail. It'll say you won some sweepstakes, you won publishing clearinghouse. It'll say to scan this QR code, right? But it'll take it to a fake website that steals your information. So these QR codes, they brought new life into these original snail mail scams and in-person scams. And then there's the popular mobile apps and trading platforms, right? They'll say scan this QR code to install this app, or scan this QR code to install this trading app, right? You scan the QR code, it takes it to a malicious app that's fake or run by scammers or installs a virus onto your computer. Or you have to be careful scanning QR codes. Only scan them from trusted sources. Now, these scammers, they use QR codes to direct victims to harmful websites. And we're seeing that more and more, right? They'll send postcards and letters containing harmful QR codes. They'll attach malicious QR codes to emails and text messages. In public, scammers will cover up legit QR codes. Like if there's a QR code on a parking meter, they'll cover that QR code with their malicious QR code that takes you to a fake website. So you'll go scan the QR code thinking you're going to pay for parking, and you're actually paying a scammer on a fake website. So we're seeing a lot of that too now with QR codes. Another one, it doesn't get mentioned on this, but the other one is on YouTube videos, right? There's one that impersonates Elon Musk, and it's a video that's on loop, and it says deposit Bitcoin and get twice back, which is a scam, but it has a QR code. It's a scam. So people think they're sending Bitcoin to Elon and it's going to get doubled, but they're actually just scanning a QR code and sending their Bitcoin to a scammer. So lots of clever things being done with QR codes. Just be careful what QR codes you scan. Make sure it wasn't tampered with, and if you could avoid the scanning a QR code altogether, that's the best route. For example, if you want to donate to Scamware 101, but you don't want to trust the QR code, that's fine, because you could go directly to scamware101.com/donate, and we'll take it. You can help support our mission and go directly to that link. Also, staying on the topic of this QR code, here's some common QR code scams to be aware of. Fake product offers, fake retail websites. Right? You scan the QR code, it takes you to these fake offers and websites. Brushing scams and review scams. This one pops up a little bit more during the holidays, and we're starting to get some warnings about this. But you receive a box with no return information, no details, and they have a QR code to scan. But it's a trick. Right? You scan that QR code, they're going to steal your personal information. We mentioned the fake parking ticket scam, the fake traffic ticket scam. They put these realistic-looking parking tickets in your windshield, and they have a QR code to scan to pay it. But it takes you to a fake website, and they steal that payment. Got the prize winner scams, giveaway scams. Again, they'll include a QR code. You won, scan this QR code. Or you got a free prize, scan this QR code. It's a scam. Don't do it. All right, and you always have to be aware of that. You scan a QR code, it could download or install malware and take you somewhere to a website that's harmful. So, again, beware of QR codes. We're seeing them used a lot more these days, offline and online. Right? Dangerous actions to avoid. Scanning unknown QR codes found in public. Right? Scanning QR codes received in mail, postcards, letters. Scanning unsolicited QR codes in an email or a text message. Really, any QR code. You just got to be super careful about which ones you're going to scan. And if you feel like you have to scan it, at least preview where it goes. Make sure it looks legit. And then don't enter personal or financial information. After you scan a barcode. You scan the barcode, it takes you somewhere, and it's trying to ask you for personal details, payment details. Be suspicious, be skeptical, be careful. right? We know scammers are doing this, and it's become more common. So that's all we have to say about QR codes for now. And that's some scam awareness fundamentals, common entry points that scammers use to initiate their scam. And that was a sneak peek of a fundamentals presentation that we're going to be offering soon. I wanted to condense it down to 30 minutes. That was the idea. Is I wanted to do a quick 30-minute webinar, but my test run, this test run I just did, it looks like it took, 7:04 now. We started at, it took over an hour. Oh, well, what do you guys think? Give me some feedback. Let me know, though. We covered so much good stuff in there, and we're going to break it down even more now during the rest of the live stream. We're going to show you some real examples of a lot of things we talked about. Lots of good stuff still coming up here. Let me adjust the agenda schedule. We're going to go over some red flags next, and then we're going to actually start showing you examples of the common scams. That's when it starts getting really good. We're going to show you a grandparent scam, a bunch of examples of fake order scams. So lots of good stuff still coming up this evening on the live stream. Just getting the agenda updated. It's a great time to hit that like and thumbs up button if you haven't yet. Help us spread awareness. We need to get some more followers on Facebook. So if you have Facebook, follow us at facebook.com/scamaware101. Lots more good stuff coming up on this live stream here. Just getting the agenda updated, and then we're going to continue. Yeah, according to the agenda, I'm going until 10:05. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, though, but we'll see. If we get enough viewers in here, enough engagement, enough caffeine, I'll keep going. All right, cool. Yeah, so that was a little sneak peek of some scam awareness fundamentals that we're going to be building out into an ebook and a course and a webinar. So any feedback is appreciated. The feedback's going to be shorten it. Yeah, my feedback is cut it in half. But if you're just joining the live stream, welcome. My name is Jared. I'm with ScamAware 101, and our mission is to spread awareness of common scams that target individuals like you, like your loved ones. It's important to recognize these scams so you can protect yourself. You don't want to realize after you send money to a scammer because it's very hard to recover funds once a scammer gets them from you. So we create videos. We share them on YouTube. The videos are about common scams, ways to identify them, right? Scam warnings and alerts. All good stuff. So make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, Blue Sky. We're on all your favorite social media platforms. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to hit subscribe. Make sure to follow. We need it. We rely on that. And make sure to join our free mailing list. Go to scamaware101.com and hit join mailing list. We'll send you useful scam awareness tips, let you know when we're going live, and keep you in the loop. So join the free mailing list, and we appreciate your support. Scamaware101.com, and while you're there, you could click the links to all the different social media pages we have too. So if you can't find us, our username is Scamaware101 on all the social media platforms. But if you can't find us, we have links here on the homepage too. So again, we do this live stream every week, usually Thursdays, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So thank you for tuning in. We're going to still keep on going for a couple of hours here. Lots of good stuff to come up. But right now, since we've been going already for almost close to an hour and a half, my Scam Awareness 101, my Scamaware 101 travel mug is empty. And I need to stay caffeinated for my viewers here. So we take a 5-minute break. The first 5-minute break of the live stream, we're going to get recaffeinated. You could do the same. Refill your Scamaware 101 coffee mug. We're going to be back in 5 minutes, and we're going to continue with the live stream. And when we continue with that live stream here, we're going to continue with some red flags to help you identify these scams. So again, hit that thumbs up, hit subscribe, say hi in the chat, give me some reactions, let me know you're watching. And we're going to continue in about 5 minutes with the second portion of our live stream, where we start going into real examples of these scams and all the good stuff. So stay tuned. All right. Travel mug is refilled, getting caffeinated, staying wired. Could be going for at least a couple more hours. So the West Coast gets a little treat tonight. See for a little longer. How we all doing out there? Say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. I'm not really paying attention to the viewer count on all the different streams we got going on. So let me know in the chat if you're watching. I'm mainly actively monitoring the YouTube chat, so I'll answer to you quickest over on the YouTube streams. We got a vertical stream going, a widescreen stream going, whichever view you prefer. And then we're streaming on Facebook and Instagram as well, which is good. Getting across more platforms. I see Vicky over in the, well, she was in the live feed on Instagram. Don't know if you're still there, but if you are, good to see you. Thanks for joining. I see some more viewers over on Facebook too. The count's going up. It's strange. I don't see any comments though from anybody. So I don't know if I'm just doing it wrong. I don't really use the Facebook. I don't really know the Facebook live stream yet. So it says there's a bunch of viewers, but I don't see any comments. So if you're viewing, I guess leave a comment and maybe I can figure out why I don't see anything. Or maybe there's a whole conversation going. I just don't know how to tell. Who knows? But whatever the case, say hi, leave a comment, participate in the chat, and let me know you're watching. The more the merrier, and hit that like button. You can help spread awareness. And there's still time to share this live stream right now because we're going for a couple more hours. And, some would say we're actually getting to the best part. So we're going to start going over some red flags to help you identify scams for this second portion of our live stream. Check the chat before we continue here. Dave said you can get scammed by ordering from legitimate cheap sites. I saw an article when someone ordered a set of tools. Instead, he received a poster of the tools. A poster of the tools. Wow. That's rough. I heard something similar. It was during Christmas. Somebody ordered a Christmas ornament for their tree. And the Christmas ornament, the picture made it look like all round and everything. But it was actually, they received a flat picture cut out of a round Christmas ornament. So it's something similar to what you just said, Dave. Yeah, but you have to be careful, right? Always check the reviews. You always know what you're getting. But, when it comes to scams, I guess. Well, tools are pretty expensive. So your buddy, whoever that happened to, I think I might have spent a lot and lost a lot on those tools. But anyway, let's get back into it here. If you're just joining, welcome to the live stream. My name's Jared with Scamware 101. We do this live stream every week to help spread awareness of common scams, usually Thursdays at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So thank you for joining us. Make sure to like and subscribe. You can also join our free mailing list for reminders when we're going live and some updates when we post new content. All useful scam awareness tips, all important things to be aware of so you can protect yourself, protect your loved ones from these scammers. If you want to help out financially, we appreciate anything as far as you'd use the YouTube Super Thanks feature. You want to send a couple bucks that way. We have memberships available now. If you want to subscribe to our YouTube memberships, we have a few different levels available. Not really offering much fancy with them, but it's just a way for you to help out and support us if you want to do it through YouTube. But we also have our scamaware101.com/donate page. And, we get the most from that. Less commission gets taken out. YouTube takes a little bit of chunk when you use YouTube. So if you want to donate directly, we appreciate that too. You go to scamaware101.com and click donate or scan that QR code on your screen. But, we appreciate you anyway, even if you can't help out financially. And, we're happy to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, or share our content with a friend. We appreciate all that because that helps spread awareness too. Now, with that said, we're going to go into some common red flags to help you spot a scam. All right, we actually did a video about these red flags. All the slides that I'm going to bring on my screen are actually in that video too. So later on, if you want, you go find the red flag video on our YouTube channel. You can share it with a loved one or a friend if any of the red flags we're about to talk about, you think they should be aware of. So let's talk about red flag number 1. They direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. Look, scammers love using third-party chat apps. It's easier to communicate with victims in other countries, and it also offers more anonymity for the scammer to hide behind. Right? So a lot of times these scammers, they'll start the scam in a traditional method, like the traditional methods we just talked about. They'll send you an email, or they'll send you a text message, or they'll get you to click a link or call a phone number. Scan a QR code. But once they get the conversation initiated, once they're having a conversation with you, once they're talking to the victim, they'll try to get the victim to continue talking on a third-party chat app like WhatsApp or Telegram. They'll say, hey, let's keep talking on WhatsApp, and they'll try to get you to join WhatsApp. Or they'll say, hey, join this Telegram group, and they'll try to send you a link to a Telegram group. Right? But these are just clever ways that scammers use to try and get you onto these third-party chats. Because it's a lot easier for these scammers to communicate with victims all over the world using a chat app instead of sitting there trying to send text messages, right? And it's also easier for them to hide behind on those chat apps. For example, WhatsApp is encrypted. So that's why WhatsApp has such a hard time preventing these scammers from using the service, because the communication is encrypted, and supposedly WhatsApp, they can't tell if scams are being talked about or anything inside the chat, right? So scammers want you to use these third-party chat apps. It keeps them more anonymous. It's safer for them. It's easier to scam victims all over the world. And some examples where this red flag is part of the playbook, right? There's some examples where there's scams where it's part of the playbook to direct you to WhatsApp or Telegram, right? Romance scams. These scammers create fake dating profiles to lure in new victims, and then any matches on a dating website, they'll ask to continue talking on WhatsApp. Right? Anybody on dating websites, using dating websites, let me know in the chat your experience of any scammers and fake profiles on there. I've heard horror stories all the time. You got wrong number scams. Right? We mentioned these briefly. We're going to be talking about these later on in the live stream too. But the wrong number scams, they start with a text message probing for victims. Right? Then anybody who replies, it directs them to WhatsApp or Telegram, third-party chat app to continue conversation. It's a red flag. Some stranger you're talking to tries to get you to, move over to WhatsApp or Telegram. It'll be suspicious. There's the investment scams. They'll direct the victim to a Telegram channel or a WhatsApp group to pump up an investment or appear more legit. Right? They'll have a whole bunch of bots in the Telegram group, the WhatsApp group, or they'll have other scammers there pretending that there's interest in an investment. Right? So those are all clever tricks they could use, through these third-party chat apps like Telegram and WhatsApp. So that's the first red flag, to be aware of when it comes to dealing with these scammers. If you get to that point where you're actually having a conversation with a scammer or with somebody, they try to get you to continue talking. Third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp, it's a red flag. You're probably dealing with a scammer. All right, so be aware of that. Ideally, you want to recognize these scams before it even gets to the point of them inviting you over to WhatsApp, right? You don't even want to engage with a scam. You want to recognize the scam first, right? But in the case where you get looped into that conversation, if they try to get you over on the Telegram or WhatsApp, it's a red flag. Let me know in chat if you've encountered that. And hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Let me know you're watching. Red flag number 2. This is a big one. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. All those unusual forms of payment are big red flags, right? And scammers love receiving funds in this way, whether it's through gift cards, retail gift cards like Apple gift cards, right, or Nike gift cards, right, or cryptocurrency, or they love receiving a payment this way because it's easier for them to move funds quickly, and it's also harder for victims to recover the money after it's sent. So I don't know if you're still watching over in the chat, Cat, but we mentioned earlier, about recovering funds, and this is where red flag number 2 comes in. When the scammers are requesting payment through gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or they instruct the victim to deposit cash at a Bitcoin ATM, those forms of payment are very hard to recover. And that's why scammers request those forms of payment. They prefer those forms of payment. Because if they trick you into withdrawing cash and purchasing gift cards, your bank's not going to refund you for that. Right? You withdrew cash. That's not the bank's fault. So, banks love to sound like, hey, your money's safe with us, you're insured, this and that. But if you're tricked into withdrawing that cash and you purchased gift cards and then give them to a scammer, the bank's not going to help you. So that's red flag number 2. Right? And some examples where that's part of the playbook, the request these forms of payment. Right? IRS and Social Security scams. Those government impersonation scams that we mentioned earlier. Right? These scammers, they impersonate government agencies, and they ask for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency. Right? So it's important to recognize those are scams. It's a big red flag. Right now, the government agencies like IRS, Social Security, they don't accept cryptocurrency or gift cards as payment. Right? Cryptocurrency might be coming soon, but as of right now, they don't. So that's a big red flag if someone's claiming to be with Social Security, the IRS, and they're asking for you to pay with cryptocurrency or gift cards. Right? Red flag, it's a scam. Don't trust it. Right? Then romance scams. You get these scammers, you think you're in a relationship with this stranger online, who will eventually meet with you, right? But in the meantime, they're saying, hey, send me gift cards and deposit cryptocurrency into this account I set up for both of us, right? But you don't have access to that account. And once you send gift cards or cryptocurrency, You can't reverse it or get it back, right? And the scammer knows that. So even if the romance scam gets cut off and you try to reverse those charges or retrieve the cryptocurrency or gift, you're not going to be able to. All right, so that's why they request these forms of payment. It's always a big red flag. Any mention of gift cards, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin ATMs, telling you to deposit money in a Bitcoin ATM, big red flags, right? And a lot of times it's your last chance to recognize a scam too. And that's important to recognize as well. It's getting to that point where they're instructing you how to make the payment. You're following their instructions. This is your last chance, your last red flag, to really recognize before it's too late. It says red flag number 2, they request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. All suspicious, all red flags. If you're just joining, let me know how you feel about those that red flag there, and if you've ever encountered that. Tell me about unusual forms of payment that you've encountered or a friend fell for. Right now they're requesting silver and gold. These scammers, they instruct you to withdraw cash, purchase silver and gold. And there's been cases where they've scheduled couriers to meet. They've arranged transportation for the victim to go to the ATM and withdraw money. It's pretty wild. So be aware of those unusual forms of payment. Let's talk about red flag number 3. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via text message. So this is a common scam that's more often on marketplace type websites like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, right? Any place where you can buy or sell things. And how this scam works is the scammer impersonates a buyer or seller, and they'll say something like, I just want to confirm your phone number is real. I'm going to send a code to it, right? But it's a scam. If you give that code back to the scammer, you're going to let them do something malicious to you. And what I mean by that is what the scammer is actually trying to do is they might be trying to open an account linked to your phone number, right? Or they might be trying to log into an existing account that's already linked to your phone number. Or they might be trying to reset a password that's associated with one of your accounts that's linked to your phone number, right? They're trying to do something malicious. And if they do that, as a security precaution, you're going to receive a code a lot of times that gets sent to your phone, right? For this exact purpose. It's an opportunity for you to be like, that's not me doing this, right? But if you give that code back to this scammer that's impersonating a buyer or seller, right? If you give this code back to them, you just let them bypass a security feature, right? You did exactly what you weren't supposed to do. You're never supposed to give a code to someone like that. If somebody says that I'm sending a code to your phone, you can't trust that and give them a code. It's a scam. All right, so let's talk about some scams where that's part of the playbook. Keep in mind, you'll be on a phone with a scammer, and as they're gathering information about you, if they try to log into your banking website behind the scenes, then they'll be like, oh, we're sending you a code to confirm something, right? But you provide that code to them, you just give them access to your bank account. Never provide an individual a code they claim that they're sending to your phone, because chances are they're trying to get into one of your services or use a service, and it's dangerous and harmful to you. But some examples again, where it's part of the playbook. Red flag number 3 here. Account login attempts. Providing the code allows the scammer to log in and access your account. What account? Any account, right? It could be your bank account, it could be your Netflix account, it could be anything. But you don't want them having access. Password reset requests. Providing the code resets your password and allows the scammer access to the account, right? Scammer's trying to change your password, you provide that code to them, you just allowed it. No good, right? And there's the Google Voice scams. This is when scammers create fraudulent Google Voice accounts, but they need a phone number to do that with, right? So they use your phone number. And when you reply with the code, you're allowing them to use your phone number to create this fraudulent account. And they'll use that fraudulent Google Voice account to continue with their scams and target other people. Your phone number gets linked to that account. So never reply to an individual that's claimed they're sending a code to your phone. It's a common scam, most common on marketplace sites, but we see other places. All right, that's red flag number 3. And by the way, if you're just joining us, these red flags, we have a video available on our YouTube channel about these red flags, and all the slides that I'm using now are from that video as well. So if you find any of this useful, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Make sure to say that you find it useful in the chat. Let me know. And also, subscribe, and you could share the link to these red flag video with a loved one or a friend who should be aware of it. Yeah, Dave says that that code usually comes with a warning that we're just talking about, right? But people ignore it. And that's true. Those warnings have been getting more and more. They've been getting longer and more specific, and they stand out more. I've been noticing them. They really are making an effort, but people. The whole thing is people think that they're dealing with a bank, so it's like, oh, this warning's fine, but I know I'm dealing with the bank. They don't realize it's a scammer till after. So if someone thinks they're dealing with a trusted person, you can warn them all you want. Red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Look, and we're seeing this a lot more in scams. It's becoming more and more common for scammers to try to access your device or your computer. And the reason why is because it's a gold mine for them. They get onto a victim's device or computer, they could steal logins that were saved. They could steal or encrypt the victim's personal files, pictures, and documents, right? Hold them for ransom. They could attempt to access online banking websites and other financial details on the victim's PC or device. It's dangerous. So scammers love getting onto the victim's device, and they'll have all sorts of fancy stories and tricks to try and get you to give them access to your device. But that's why it's always a red flag. If somebody you don't know, is saying, "Hey, let me connect your device," or I could give you tech support for that virus alert. It's going to be a scam a lot of times. When it comes to letting somebody onto your device or computer, you should have that person reserved in your mind who that is, right? Maybe it's that family member that's good with computers. Maybe it's the local computer shop. Maybe it's the tech support at work, right? You should already know in your mind who you're going to call if there's an issue with your computer. So this way, when you get one of those fake virus alerts, instead of it crossing your mind to even call the fake phone number, right? You get one of those virus alerts. If you're concerned it's real, call your guy, call your person who works on your computer. Don't call strangers. It shouldn't even cross your mind to call a random number and then allowing them onto your device, right? You got your computer person. That's who works on your computer. So these scammers call and they try to get access to your device. No, I have my own computer guy. Tell me what to tell them. All right. So that's red flag number 4. And some examples of where that's part of the playbook. Some scams, where they specifically ask to connect to your device to help with an issue, are tech support scams. Fake virus alerts. You'll get a fake virus alert. It says to call this number for support, but it actually calls a scammer. And they say, sure, I can help you. They impersonate tech support, and they ask to access your device, your device or PC, right? Which is the red flag. Fake order scams, right? They impersonate customer support. They'll assist you with an order that was placed. You were notified of an order. They'll offer to connect your PC to check your accounts. Let me connect your device. You can bring up your account, and I'll look at it. But it's a scam. They're trying to get access to your device. There was no order, all right? And if there was, they wouldn't be trying to access your device. Fake fraudulent activity. This is when the scammer impersonates an agency investigating fraud to gain access to your or a victim's PC. Right? So they reach out to you. They say there's suspicious activity on your bank account. They're investigating fraud, and they'll offer to access your device and check your other accounts for suspicious activity. But if you let them on your device and you start showing them your other accounts, they're just going to start stealing everything you have from all your accounts. So the worst thing you do is let these scammers onto your device and start opening your bank accounts for them. So don't let these scammers on your account. If somebody's trying to connect to your device or computer, there's a big red flag. Don't fall for it. It's red flag number 4. Let's talk about red flag number 5. And this is the last one of the red flags portion here. Red flag number 5. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. Right? It's extremely common for scammers to ask for confidentiality. They don't want you to discuss the situation with other people because the more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam. All right, so it's important to be aware of this red flag. If someone's asking you to keep something secret, why? Why do they care who I tell? All right, because it's a scam. And some examples where it's part of the playbook, the scam playbook, is grandparent scams. We're going to be talking in more detail about this scam in a little bit. But grandparent scams, that's when they say a relative, your son or daughter, grandchild is arrested and needs money for help. Right? They'll claim the relative is embarrassed about the arrest and ask you not to tell anybody. Right? But that's the red flag. That's their trick to ask you to keep it secret. Right? Then there's investment scams. They'll say they have an inside tip and not to tell anybody, or a price is just for you, not to share it. Right? But they're actually just trying to trick you into not telling anybody about the scam. Inheritance scams. You'll get a letter impersonating a law office. regarding a fake inheritance. And the letter will ask for confidentiality, right? But that's all part of the scam. Why do they care if you want to tell somebody you're inheriting money? That's up to you. They shouldn't be asking you to keep it secret or confidential. Right, so it's a big red flag. It's a scam. And fake fraudulent activity. They impersonate the agency, again, investigating fraud, right? And they'll say, keep it confidential, keep it secret. And sometimes they'll say you have to keep it secret or you could harm the investigation. They'll even be a little threatening. You could hurt our investigation and we'll hold you responsible if you tell anybody, right? But that's all part of the threat and the scam. They're just trying to get you to stay quiet and not to, talk to anybody about what's going on. The more people you talk to, the more likely they'll be to point out it's a scam. Right, so that's red flag number 5. The scammer is asking you for confidentiality or secrecy. It's a big red flag. You're dealing with a scammer. Let me know in the chat if you've encountered those scams before, what you think, or know somebody that's fallen for those scams. As we start going through the scam examples later in this live stream, and we read some of the victims' stories later in this live stream, these red flags pop up over and over again. Right, so it's really important to recognize these red flags and be aware of these red flags. Some of them are your last chance to stop the scam, the scam in progress. And you read these victims' stories, the articles about them, and it's like, if they only knew, gift cards, it's a red flag that you're dealing with a scammer, or letting somebody on your device is a red flag. Right? They're trying to get you to talk on WhatsApp or send money with Zelle. These are all red flags, right? So it's important to recognize these common red flags. We have another video coming out soon with 5 more red flags. But until then, let me know in the chat any other red flags that we didn't talk about. Maybe we'll include those on our next video. I want to hear your stories too. Recently, we've started to see scammers using Apple Pay, right, to get victims to deposit money somehow. So that's starting to become a red flag. If you're dealing with a stranger and they're telling you to generate codes with Apple Pay and deposit money, right? All unusual forms of payment should trigger red flags. But if you're just joining, we just discussed 5 red flags that indicate you're dealing with a scammer. Just to summarize real quick what those red flags were. And again, we have a video about these that you could go check out on our YouTube channel later if you missed this portion or want to share it with a loved one. Red flag number 1. They direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. It's a big red flag. It's easier for scammers to deal with their victims around the world, using a third-party chat app like WhatsApp. So be suspicious of requests for you to join Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. There's red flag number 2. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. All those unusual forms of payments, big red flags. It's much harder to recover funds that are sent, in that way. So that's why scammers, prefer payments in those unusual methods. So big red flag when anybody's asking for payment in retail gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, using a Bitcoin ATM. You should set off alarm bells in your head and be suspicious. Red flag number 3. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via a text message. Right? Again, it's a common scam. You see on marketplace websites, usually they're trying to create an account linked to your phone or access an account linked to your phone. If you provide that code to them, you're going to let the scammer do whatever they're trying to do. So if someone claims they're going to send a code to your phone, they're impersonating a buyer or a seller. They claim they want to verify your identity. Be suspicious. It's a scam, and don't provide that code to them. They're probably trying to do something harmful to you. It's red flag number 3. Again, let me know in the chat if you've come across these red flags too, and hit that thumbs up, give us a like if you haven't, hit that heart, react to these red flags as we go through them, and share your stories in the comments. I want to hear from you. Red flag number 4, they ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue, right? You should only let reserved people access your computer. Have your specific people you let do tech support for you, family member, local computer shop, whoever, but don't call random numbers or let strangers access your devices remotely. Once they get onto your computer device, there's too much at risk. It's not good. And the last red flag was they request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. Right? Again, they don't want you to talk to people about what's going on. If you talk to people and consult with friends, you're more likely to be told it's a scam. So they give you all these reasons why you can't tell anybody, why you should keep it confidential or secret. but that's a red flag. It indicates you're dealing with a scammer. So beware. Beware those 5 red flags. They really do make a difference. A lot of them are sometimes your last chance to stop the scam. So check out the video on our YouTube channel, those 5 red flags, and make sure your loved ones are aware. What do you think of that? Leave me a comment in the chat. I want to hear from you. Lots of good stuff still coming up here. This next portion of our live stream, we're going to actually show you examples and discuss common scams. All right, so we covered a lot now. We discussed common entry points for scams. We talked about phone calls, emails, text messages, QR codes, snail mail scams, online and internet scams. We talked a lot about all those different entry points where you should be aware of and where you could stop a scam before it even starts. Right? You don't want to click on links. You don't want to call unknown phone numbers. Right? You don't want to scan random QR codes. Those are all dangerous actions that you want to avoid to stop a scam before it even starts. Right? And we talked a lot about that for the past 2 hours or so far. We also talked about the common red flags to recognize too. So if you do get looped into one of those conversations or end up interacting with a scammer, there's those red flags as a second line of defense for you to recognize. Right? So that's sometimes your second or third and final chance to recognize these scams. So we covered a lot in the first 2 hours of this live stream. But right now we're getting to what some would consider maybe the best part of this live stream, where we're actually going to show you the examples of all these different types of scams. We're actually going to show you 20 different types of scams we're going to cover here. We're talking about phone call scams, text message scams, voicemail scams, snail mail scams. We're going to play recordings of phone calls. Right? We're going to show you screenshots of text message scams. We're going to show you screenshots of email scams. All good examples and things to be aware of. And all these scams are active and currently circulating. So it's all useful information important to be aware of. So you still have time to invite some friends. We'll still be going for at least another hour or two, it looks like. As long as I stay caffeinated, which I should, with my Scamaware 101 travel mug. Make sure to visit our online store, our merchandise store, on scamaware101.com. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you could click gift shop merch link here. But we also have on our YouTube store as well. So go purchase yourself a coffee mug or a travel mug, some stickers. You can put the stickers on anything. Dishwasher safe. Right, the sticker. I have a sticker on this side, and I have the print on this side or whatever. But this sticker's been on there for months now and hasn't come off. So check out our merch store. Helps support our mission by purchasing some of those merch items. We got mouse pads and some other cool things in there. Magnets. And if you're just joining us, make sure to hit that like button, that subscribe button, and that follow button over on YouTube and Instagram. Hit that heart. Give us some reactions in the YouTube chat. YouTube chat is the main chat I'm monitoring here. So I'll reply to people and answer the fastest if you put any questions or comments in YouTube chats. But I am switching over back and forth to the Instagram and Facebook, just seeing what's going on over there. But I might be still a little slow to respond. Right? But hey, if you're watching on Instagram and Facebook, hit that thumbs up and let me know you're watching. Leave a comment anyway, and maybe I'll see it and answer you in time. But again, we're over on YouTube. We got a vertical stream going, a widescreen stream going. So say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. And hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Help us spread awareness. We're getting this content created. We're just trying to get it out there, put something good out there. And you could help by hitting that thumbs up, giving a like, sharing, following. And if you're watching this live stream right now, we still got at least an hour or two of good examples coming up right now. So there's still time to share and let your friends know to start tuning in. It's not too late. Now, let's get to these common scams to start being aware of. The 20 different types of scams we're going to talk about tonight. And the first one is a grandparent scam. So grandparent scams, these are one of those scams that everybody should be pretty frustrated and aggravated with, right? Because they target your grandparents. They target your grandparents, your loved ones, right? If you're a grandparent, they're targeting you, right? And what they're doing is they're using you, the child, the grandson, the granddaughter. They're using them as the bait, right? So they're reaching out to your parents, they're reaching out to your grandparents, they're impersonating you, they're getting your grandparents all scared and worried about you, and then they're trying to clear out your loved one's money, all of their money. Tries to clear out their entire retirement fund, their savings funds. These scammers try to take everything from them, right? And again, they use the younger ones as the bait. They use the granddaughters, the grandsons. They use them as bait to make the older loved one react. So grandparent, that's why it's called the grandparent scam, right? Scammers impersonate a distressed relative claiming to have been arrested and needing financial help. Victims, usually seniors, act quickly to assist their loved ones. The scammers will often impersonate law enforcement, court personnel, and lawyers to extract even more money from the victim. Right? So these grandparent scams, you might be thinking to yourself, I would never fall for that. How do they impersonate a loved one? My granddaughter, I would never fall for somebody impersonating them. I don't know if it was really my granddaughter or not. Don't be so sure. What we have here is a video of one of these grandparent scammers that we're going to play for you in a minute. And just to give you an idea of what we're about to watch here, this is a recording of a scammer in the Dominican Republic, right? And these grandparent scams are a pretty common scam that's being operated out of the Dominican Republic. There's other places too, but that's a hot spot for this type of scam, right? And the scammer that we're about to watch, his webcam was hacked. It was hacked by one of these scam baiters. He goes by name Scam Sandwich. You could go check out his YouTube channel to watch the whole video. So thank you, Scam Sandwich, for hacking into this guy's webcam. But this clip we're about to show you is just a clip of him opening the grandparent scam. And what I mean by opening it is his job is to open the scam. He's an opener. He's the one that calls the grandparent and opens the conversation, initiates the conversation, right? He gets the conversation opened. He opens the scam, and then he hands it off to the closers, who they're the ones that make up all the stories to get information from the victim. All right. So what we're about ready to watch here is a video through this scammer's webcam of him trying to scam a victim, opening the grandparent scam. Right. It's from the Dominican Republic, and this was recorded by a scam baiter. So if you've ever wondered how somebody could fall for a scam that impersonates a loved one, like a granddaughter or whoever, watch this. Pay attention to this clip right here, the first 20 seconds, because that's how fast it happens. He impersonates a loved one for 20 seconds, and it's very convincing. They sound distressed. It could be anybody's loved one. All right, so let's take a listen and watch. And let me know in the chat what you think about this as well.
Oh, Mom, I had a car accident.
Huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Is this Linda?
It's me, Linda.
Where are you?
I got a car accident.
What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
Yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number?
It's the number 2.
2?
The letter B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident. It was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault. While she was driving, she was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh, man.
The woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. Let's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm going to need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, ma'am.
All right, bye.
The next.
Right, so that's a scammer in the Dominican Republic, had his webcam hacked, and that was a recording of him opening the scam, contacting a potential victim and initiating the scam with them. And you can see how he impersonates their loved one. It's just the first 20 seconds of the call, right? And he sounds distressed. He impersonates somebody crying. It could be anybody's daughter, right? And it's real quick, 20 seconds, and then boom, he jumps over to, "Ma'am, I'm a police officer. I have your daughter here," right? So really anybody, it happens so quick, you can't tell if it is or isn't your loved one, right? But the next thing you know, you're talking to the police officer and they're telling you this scary story and how your loved one's in trouble now, and right? So that's how these scammers manipulate and use your emotions. And this is a great example of how these grandparent scammers, impersonate a loved one and trick so many, seniors and older folks who have kids and grandkids. All right. So Dave mentions here in the chat, "I watched the video over again as a refresher. Scam Sandwich confronted him, called him out by name and location. He was so scared that he broke his laptop." Yeah, it's a great video. If you want to go check out the full video of Scam Sandwich against this guy's webcam and confronting him, and it's a great full video. But as far as that clip goes, and awareness, it's important to be aware how how convincing they are when they're impersonating a loved one or claiming to be a relative of yours. And there's some notes about this scam. I have an article here. NJ Federal Court charges 3 additional Dominicans and grandparents scam. Now, I don't know if this news article was referring to this guy or not, but it was referring to these grandparent scammers in the Dominican Republic, just like this guy we watched. And what they say is the conspirators engaged in a long-running grandparent or family in need of bail scam against hundreds of seniors across the United States, including New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. Right, so they're in the Dominican Republic targeting seniors in multiple states. As detailed in court filings, member of the conspiracy, referred to as openers, right, so that's what we just watched was an opener, called elderly victims in the United States and impersonated the victim's children, grandchildren, and other close relatives. Typically, the victim was told that their grandchild had been in a car accident, was arrested in connection with an accident, and needed help. Right, so that's exactly what we just watched here, was this scammer in the Dominican Republic reaching out to these seniors, impersonating a grandchild, claiming they've been in an accident, they need help. Right, and that says, once openers tricked victims into believing their loved ones were in dire trouble, others, working at the call center known as closers, allegedly impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, or court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars in cash to help their loved ones. Right? So just to clarify what's going on there is, after this guy convinces the victim that their loved one needs help, he says, "Stand by, we'll be reaching out to you soon." That's when the closers take over. And the closers are ruthless, right? The key point here is when the closers call, they impersonate defense attorneys and they try to extract as much money as they can from your parents or grandparents, right? Then they impersonate police officers and try to extract more money from your parents or grandparents. Then they impersonate court personnel and try to extract it. They just keep on making new identities and departments, and they just keep making them up until the victim has no more money to give, right? So these grandparent scammers are ruthless. They use their child and grandchildren as bait to target older seniors, some most vulnerable ones, right? So be aware of these grandparent scams and spread awareness of this. Don't let your loved ones fall for this scam. So that's a grandparent scam. Let me know in the comments if you ever encountered this or had somebody call, and try to get you with this type of scam. They're extremely common. In the case of that grandparent scammer that we just watched, Scam Sandwich was able to warn the victim and stopped her from getting scammed. So that is in the video. He was able to reach the victim and notify her before she fell for, before she sent money. So the victim you just listened to, she didn't lose any money, so that was good. But important to be aware of. How you doing out there? Let me know in the chat you're watching. Not paying too much attention to the viewer count, so I don't know how great we're doing, good or bad, but let me know in the chat. Hit that thumbs up, give us a like, subscribe, follow, it helps. All good stuff, all unique, original content that we share with you. Spreading awareness. common scams. You protect yourself and protect your loved ones from becoming a victim. And this next scam we're going to talk about is fake order scams or fake purchase scams. And this one's important to be aware of because we're actually being targeted from all directions by this scam. And what I mean by that is these fake order scams, they're targeting us with text messages, they're targeting us with emails, they're calling us, robocalls, and leaving voicemails, all claiming that a purchase was made or an order was placed under one of our accounts. But that's not true. It's a lie and it's part of a scam. Basically, victims receive a fake notification that an order was made under their account. When the victim calls to dispute the fake order, a scammer impersonates customer support and attempts to steal their information and financial information. Right? And that's how these fake order scams work, is they trick a victim into thinking an order was placed, and they scare them saying, call this number to dispute it. So we're going to share some examples of this, and we have some recordings to share with you, and also a screenshot of a text message that's actively circulating. That's part of these fake order scams, to initiate these fake order scams. So let's start with that text message example. If you get a text message like this, be aware that it's a scam. And you can see this one says, approved Apple notice. We have noticed that your Apple iCloud ID was recently used at Apple Store for $143.95 paid by Apple Pay pre-authorization. Right? It goes on to say something about suspicious activity, yada, yada, yada. And then it says, call this number immediately to cancel this charge. And that's the whole point of the scam. They send you this fake order notification, right? There really wasn't a $143 charge. They send you this notification and they want you to react and call that number. I didn't make that purchase. I better call that number to dispute it and cancel it, right? But if you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. And that's how this fake order notification works. They trick you. They make you think an order was placed and that you have to call them to dispute it. But none of that's true. It's all a trick just to get you onto the phone, right? So if you get this text message, it's a scam. Be aware of it, especially this one claiming to be Apple. Look, they could claim to be anybody. They could claim to be any vendor. They could claim any item was purchased. So you have to be a little bit extra aware of this type of scam, right? So in this example, this text message example, they impersonate Apple. So that's one vendor they impersonate, right? So, but let's take I have two recordings for you, right? This was the text message version, but let's listen to the phone version now. So the phone version of these fake order scams. I have two examples I'm going to play for you. And we just received a comment yesterday, a day before, from somebody on a video we did about these fake order scams. And it shares this same example with you. This Amazon impersonation example we're about to play. But someone commented on this, on the video we did yesterday, and confirmed that they received this exact same voicemail just the other day. So this same recording we're about ready to play for you, it's still actively circulating. It's still important to be aware of as an example of a fake order scam that they're targeting you with a phone call. Right? We looked at the text message, but let's listen to the phone call here. Impersonates Amazon, says you purchased a MacBook Pro. Let's take a listen.
This call is to authorize the payment of $1,499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
So that's one example of a fake order scam phone call, right? The voicemail says that you placed a purchase for a MacBook Pro for $1,495, right? So that's a nice big charge that will wake you up, right? And it says it was purchased under your Amazon account. And it says press 1 to the, let me see, what did it say? Press 1? Let me see.
This call is support representative. Our customer support. Press 1 to speak to our customer support
It says
representative.
press 1 to speak to our customer support representative. Right. So the idea is you were supposed to pick up the phone when this call comes in, right? It's supposed to scare you. Oh no, it's Amazon. And they said I just placed a purchase for $1,400, right? And then it says press 1 to dispute, right? So and that's their goal. They want you to press 1, so you'll be connected to a scammer. So that's one example of a fake order scam phone call that's actively and currently circulating. If you get that call, ignore it. Do not press 1 and do not engage. Let's listen to another example of a fake order scam phone call. This one's actively circulating too. It impersonates Walmart and it says a PlayStation was purchased under your account. All right. So again, these fake order scams, they could claim to be any vendor. They could claim to be any product, right? So you have to be aware of them. Let's listen to this example. And let me know in the chat if you've received and encountered, any of these voicemails or scam examples.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
So that phone call, fake order scam version, it works the same way, right? It says press 1. If you press 1, you'll be connected to a scammer. And it claims that a PlayStation was purchased under your Walmart account, right? So you get that phone call, you get all scared. I didn't make that purchase. PlayStations are expensive, right? And then you press 1 to dispute the order. You think you're being connected to Amazon. You're actually connected to, or you think you're being connected to Walmart or whoever they're impersonating, but you're actually connected to a scammer. Right? And that's how these fake order notifications work. You saw the text message version that I showed you, and the idea was to make you think a purchase on your Apple account was placed. And they try to get you to call a number. We just listened to these 2 phone calls, right, where the purpose is they try to get you to press 1, so they could be connected to a scammer. And they tell you an order was placed, but there was no order placed. There was no charge. It's part of the scam. All right, so if you get phone calls like this, text messages like this, don't engage, don't interact, don't call back the numbers they say. What you could do is log in directly to your account. Don't click any links if it's a text message. Just go directly and log into your account or open up the app on your phone, right? And check that way. Check your Amazon account. There was no purchase, right? Check your Apple account. There was no charge. Check your Walmart account. In the case of the Walmart one, right? There are ways you could check these things without calling, a phone number. Always remember that scammers, they leave fake contact information. They leave fake email addresses, fake phone numbers. They want to trick you into calling them and engaging with them. So I don't fall for it. And then one last example of these fake order scams, because I mentioned we're being targeted from all different angles, right? When it comes to these fake order scams, over the phone, through text message, right? But we're also being targeted through email as well. We get emails all the time, whether they impersonate PayPal, and they'll say that PayPal charges went through, or they'll impersonate Geek Squad, and they'll say invoice for Geek Squad is due. And what happens is they include a phone number to call to dispute it, and the victim thinks that they're calling a real company, but they're actually calling a scammer. And that's what happened to this woman. So this article, it's from last year, about a year ago. All right, and it says a 23-year-old Lincoln woman reported losing $4,100 after falling victim to an identity fraud scam in July. The scam began when an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase. Right, so there's the fake order scam. In her case, she got an email saying an iPhone was purchased. That's the fake order notification. And she called the phone number to dispute it, not realizing that she was calling a scammer. She thought she was calling Apple. Right? So she gets on the phone with the scammer, and then the scammers, they go into their narrative. Right? It evolves into a different scam. And in her case, and a very common scam that it evolves into, is once you call them, once you're tricked by the fake order notification, you call these scammers, they tell you your identity's been stolen, they tell you your money's not safe, and you need to withdraw and transfer your money. Right? So that's the narrative they go with. They're like, oh, you didn't make that purchase? Well, somebody has access to your accounts. You need to move your money and transfer your money to this new safe account we set up for you. Right? But it's a scam. It's a trick. They're actually going to trick the victim into transferring or sending money to them. Right? And in this victim's case, where she got the email and she called the number, they told her her identity was under multiple accounts. They connected her to a person posing as the CIA. Right? So he's probably a closer. Right? And they instructed her to withdraw $3,600 from her bank account, and then directed her to purchase gift cards and send photos and receipts. All right, so there's that red flag we mentioned, the gift cards red flag. So there's multiple things going on here where, if she was aware of these fake order scams, like we're talking about them right now, if she was watching this live stream, she might be aware of this fake order scam and maybe would have never fallen for a scam, right? Or at the very least, if she fell for the fake order portion of it, she might have realized it was a scam when they got to the gift card red flag, right? Because the gift cards are always red flag. Any request to purchase gift cards, it's a big red flag. You're dealing with a scammer, and that's what happened in her case. She just, unfortunately, she wasn't aware of the red flags or this type of scam. So awareness is key. All right, but anyway, she ended up purchasing $4,100 worth of gift cards from Walmart, sending it to these scammers. And again, she thought that she was withdrawing her money, and she thought that she was transferring it and depositing it into a safe account. That's what they told her. She didn't realize that she was getting her money stolen from her. She thought she was talking to banks. She thought that she was talking to the CIA agent. Right? These scammers are convincing. So watch out for this type of scam, fake order notification scams. They start with a text message, a phone call, or an email, claiming you placed an order and then trying to trick you into calling to dispute it. Fake order scams. Or fake purchase scams, sometimes they call them. How are you doing out there? Let me know in the chat. You're watching. Say hi. Hit that thumbs up. Give us a like if you haven't yet. Follow us on all your favorite social media platforms. You can join our free mailing list on scamaware101.com, and we'll send you updates, reminders when we're going live, when we post new content. That's the best way for us to keep in touch with you if we ever lose social media. So join that mailing list, and you can unsubscribe at any time, but we're good. We won't spam you or send you junk. We're good. Also, follow us on our favorite social media. We have links here on our homepage: Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, X, and of course YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. We need all the followers, likes, subscribers that we could get. It'll help us spread awareness about these scams. Just trying to put something good out there. You can help by hitting that like button and following, liking, saying hi in the chat, leaving a comment. We have super thanks enabled over here on YouTube too. So if you want to throw us a couple bucks, and you can use the super thanks feature. We also have memberships enabled now too over on YouTube. So you can sign up for one of our memberships and help support our mission here. And of course, we got the donate link too. Go to scamaware101.com/donate. You scan the QR code on your screen, or we have a link all the way at the bottom here of our website, Donate or Support. It takes you right to our donate page. That's the best way to donate. We get most of the funds that way. We'll take the super thanks on YouTube, but YouTube takes a big chunk. If you donate directly, we get more of it. But we'll take anything we get. And a little bit helps. But we're going to continue going over some more scam examples here. We do this live stream every week. Usually on Thursdays, start at 5:45 p.m. Eastern time. So we're going in about over 2 hours here, close to 2.5 hours so far. We got another good hour or two to go. Who knows if I'll make it or not? Place your bets. Let me know in the chat. I should start a poll if I'll make it through the full presentation. See what the results are. But I am going to have to refill my travel mug in a few minutes here. But let's see if we get through a couple more scams before we take the next break here. Next 5-minute break. In the meantime, hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Next scam we're going to talk about is undeliverable package scams. So we're going to start seeing this one pick up more and more as the end of the year gets closer. These undeliverable package scams, they become more common during the holidays. And the way they work is victims receive fake notifications about an undeliverable package and are asked to click a link to resolve. The link opens a fake website impersonating UPS, FedEx, or USPS. Any personal or financial details provided by the victim are stolen by the scammers. There never was a package, right? So we've been seeing more reports pick up recently, this type of scam. And also, again, it always picks up during the holidays because so many packages are being sent and received. So people fall victim to it a little bit more. But what's important to be aware of is that UPS, FedEx, USPS, they don't send text messages like the ones we're about to view. Because I have a whole bunch of examples I'm going to share with you of these fake text messages you might receive. So here's a more recent one. You can see it came from an email, right? So that's the first red flag. It came from an email address instead of a short code number. But again, UPS, FedEx, they won't even send messages like these. So you get any type of messages like this as a scam. They won't send you package updates unless you specifically request updates on every single individual package, right? You won't just get a random update on a package you weren't aware of. You have to actually go sign up for each individual package. So you're not going to get some random out of blue message about a package that you didn't know about. It's a scam. You could be 100% sure it's a scam. And, you get text messages like these, delete them, do not respond, don't click the links, right? Because how a scam works, they try to get you to click a link that takes you to a fake website. But on the example you can see on my screen here, this one impersonates UPS ground. It says, reschedule your shipment delivery. We attempted to deliver your UPS package on June 20. This has a typo. It's funny. 23rd. Instead of 23rd, they put TH. So that's a little bit of a red flag there. But we're unable to contact you, and delivery cannot be completed. Your package needs to be signed for in person, so please reschedule a delivery by doing the following. Reschedule now. And then it has the link to the fake website. These scammers are pretty clever. Their link, they actually made it say www.ups.com. So at first glance, you think, oh, this actually links to ups.com. But then they have an @ symbol that actually points to the real website, which is some packagee.board.cc, like it's a scam website. But it's a pretty clever trick they use. At first glance, you might think, oh, it really is from UPS. But it's not. It's a scam. That's one example of an undeliverable package scam. Show you another. From USPS, due to invalid address, you have a package that needs to be delivered, but it has been suspended due to incorrect delivery address. If you do not update your address before 24 hours, your package will be returned to sender. Right? And then it has the fake link to click. But it's a scam. If you click that link, it's going to take you to a fake website. It steals your personal details and your payment information. Here's one example. It was an undeliverable package scam. In this example, it's a group text message, and they named it to USPS. Right? So you get this unique looking message. You think it might be from USPS, but it's actually just renamed to USPS by a scammer. Since the package does not have a house number, the package transportation is interrupted. Please update. And it's got the fake link to click. It's just another example of these undeliverable package scams to watch out for. Another example, these next two examples. A text message. It's got the USPS logo. And it's got an HTML attachment. Right? It says, dear customer, your package has arrived at the distribution facility, but we are unable to deliver it due to incomplete address information. Please click on the HTML file above to update your address. Right? We talked about this earlier. Never open an attachment from unsolicited email or text message. And this counts as an unsolicited text message. Right? Because it's a scam. USPS will never send you a message like this, and they won't have an HTML file to open. And by the way, HTML files are very dangerous. So if you ever get an email or text message with those types of attachments, it could have a virus. So don't go opening HTML files that you receive in email. And here's another example, right? And same idea as a previous one, except it's got a PDF file attachment. Right? It still has the USPS logo, still says the same thing about your package has arrived, unable to deliver it, right? But this one says open a PDF file. Right? Again, never open attachments, unsolicited attachments you weren't expecting. But this is a real example of a text message, an undeliverable package text message that impersonates USPS and has an attachment. So all tricky text message tactics that these scammers use to trick you into downloading malware or accessing a fake website. If you did click one of these undeliverable package links, you might be taken to a website that looks like this. It's got the USPS logo. It's pretty convincing. It has their colors, their logo. It even has a fake tracking number. Gives you that whole spiel about we have issues with your shipping address. But any shipping information or payment information you enter is going to get stolen by a scammer. So don't trust any text messages you get about undeliverable packages, whether they're from FedEx, UPS, USPS. It's a scam. They don't send out text messages like these. I do have an interesting story that I always like to share on these live streams. It's from a Wired news article from August last year. USPS text scammers duped his wife, so he hacked their operation. Right? So talking about these undeliverable package scams. In this case, this guy's wife fell for the scam, but he took revenge and he ended up hacking and infiltrating their systems. The criminal organization that was behind these undeliverable package scam, or at least the ones behind that instance of the undeliverable package scam. And he found out some fascinating information, right? First of all, he found out that it was a Chinese language-based group, right? So it was a Chinese group, probably operating out of China, right? And the other thing he discovered was they were sending out up to 100,000 scam text messages per day. So that confirms and gives you an idea of what these scammers are capable of. They have the technology and the capability to send out hundreds of thousands of scam text messages per day globally, and that was just one group, right? That was just one group that was running this scam. How many other groups running other scams or same scams are sending out hundreds of thousands of text messages a day too? So, it was a little fascinating peek at what some of these scammers are capable of. He also discovered that almost 500,000 people, or 500,000 unique credit cards were entered into this undeliverable package scam, into these fake websites that claim to be FedEx, UPS, right? He said that people entered 438,669 unique credit cards, almost 500,000 credit cards, right? So that's why these scammers do this. They're successful, right? They almost got 500,000 credit cards just from this one scam. Many people entered multiple cards each, and he said that 50,000 email addresses were logged, including university email addresses and military or government email addresses. Right, so the victims are across the United States. There's military victims. There's government victims. Almost 500,000 credit cards. Hundreds of thousands of scam text messages being sent every day, and it's being done by a Chinese language operation. Big crime group, and you and your loved ones are the target. But again, this guy at least hacked and infiltrated their systems and found out some useful information for us. So undeliverable package scams. That text message, scam that tells you, undeliverable package and tries to trick you into paying for redelivery. I haven't received one of those text messages recently, but people have been reporting them again to me recently, and we've been seeing more reports of them using scam tracking map and things like that. So be aware of it, especially as the holidays approach. And there's also an email version of this scam as well. I'm just going to show you a quick screenshots of those, and then we'll continue. But here's the email version of this scam that popped up last year, right during the holidays, during Black Friday. Now you can see this one was received November 16th. It impersonates FedEx. It says, "We're sorry, your package appears to be delayed." Right? But this version of the scam offers a free compensation product up to $100 value, right? Which is a scam. FedEx, UPS, they don't offer $100 compensation products if your package doesn't get delivered. A week later, November 22nd, receive this email. Same deal, impersonates UPS, has their logo up top. But it says, we value your time, want to make things right, and it's offering us a free compensation product. Again, it's a scam. FedEx, UPS, they will never send you emails offering you free products as compensation for lost or delayed packages. So this is just an email version of those undeliverable package scams. I showed you a bunch of text messages to be aware of, and here's the email version of that scam, which we see a lot. These email scams, text message scams, they could be adapted one for the other. We usually see an email version and a text version of scams. So be aware of these, whether it's emails or text messages that you receive. Undeliverable package scams, don't trust them. Again, we're going to see more and more of these as the end of the year starts coming and the holidays start approaching. This scam always picks up towards the end of the year. So watch out, stay alert, be aware. Make sure your loved ones are aware. How are we doing out there? Let me know you're watching. Say hi in the chat. All right. See, Dave commented in the over there on the Facebook stream. So I guess the comments work in real time. So that's how that works. It says we got 21 people viewing. Hey, if you're watching over on Facebook, say hi in the comments. Let me know you're watching. Let's get some engagement going. All good stuff here. Share experiences. We want to know what scams you're encountering. Let us know. We want to hear from you. Same thing over on Instagram. If you're watching on Instagram, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. Make sure to hit that heart. Share. Help support our mission of spreading awareness of these scams. These scams all target individuals. They target you. They target your loved ones. There's not many resources out there for individuals. There's plenty for business and employees and companies, but there's not much out there for grandma. Grandma and individuals. Warning them about grandparent scams and impersonate your loved ones and relatives. All right. Undeliverable package scams. All sorts of scams that target individuals. Important to be aware of. Going to talk about a couple more here. Next scam we're going to talk about, which, by the way, if you're just joining, we do this live stream every week, every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern time. We started about 2.5 hours ago. We're going to keep it going for at least another hour or so. So lots of good stuff still coming up. So there's still time. Share this live stream, repost it. It's not too late for others to join. There's lots of good stuff we still have coming up. We're going to cover. So keep watching. Hit that thumbs up. Say hi in the chat. Let us know you're here. Give us a like, a subscribe, a follow. And help us spread awareness about these scams. A lot of scams we're covering, we have YouTube videos for. So a lot of these scams we're talking about, we have videos on our YouTube channel that you could go check out later, share with a loved one. You could also join our free mailing list, scamaware101.com. And hit join mailing list. And while you're there, we have links to all your favorite social media platforms. You could follow us on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, YouTube. We have links all there on our homepage. Got 2 more scams to go through. I got to refill my my Scamware 101 Traveler mug, which we have available in our YouTube online store and also our merch store over on our website. So get your own Scamware 101 coffee mug, Traveler mug, stickers, mouse pads. Help support our mission by buying some merchandise. Appreciate it. Make great gifts to give to your loved ones that keep getting scammed. And you can always help support us financially. Scamaware101.com/donate. We also have a link here at the bottom of our site to donate or support. Scan that QR code on your screen too. It's an option as well. Next scam we're going to talk about is fake retail website scams. This one starts picking up too as the holidays approach. They happen all year round, but they definitely pick up as holidays approach. So be aware of this one. Fake retail websites. Scammers create fake websites to sell products they're never delivered. Victims are lured in by unbeatable deals and lose money once they pay. These scams often target holiday shoppers or those seeking trending items. All right, so you're going to notice some of these same items being reused in the scams we show. One of them is going to be the wireless earbuds. Yeah, it's a hot item, a popular item. So we'll see different scams that use that item as part of the bait. We also recently, we talked about it last week, and we saw a news report this week, a video we shared on our Facebook page about those fake Labubus and counterfeit Labubus, right? I don't know if I'm saying it right, but those are one of those popular toys right now, and scammers know it. So we're seeing a lot of those popping up on websites and fake retail websites trying to sell you these Labubus, whether they sell you a fake one or they even send it at all. But they know it's a hot item to target victims and offer too good to be sounding deals, which is really the key to spotting these fake retail and product scams. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, right? And I'm going to show you some examples here. We have a few examples of these fake retail websites and products to show you. And these examples are actually from the previous scam. We talked about that undeliverable package scam and the email version that offered a compensation product. Well, the fake retail websites and products we're about ready to show you, these are actually the products that undeliverable package scam was linking to. So that scam evolves into a fake retail website, and the examples we're going to show you are some of the fake items that we could have claimed. But you can see here, again, it was during the holidays. They have that fake Black Friday sale banner across the top of the site. And this first example, they're offering wireless headphones valued at $175. Just pay shipping, $8.95. And that's a common scam tactic. They'll say, just pay shipping, and you can get this item worth $175. But it's a trick. Any information you enter, your payment information, you're going to steal it. And you're never going to get the item. Another example from that same scam, right? You see the same fake banner for Black Friday sale across the top. It says a portable heater valued at $175. Just pay shipping, $8.69. But if you enter any information, shipping, payment information, all gets stolen by the scammers. You're never going to get a heater. All right, so these are examples of fake retail websites, fake product scams. And I mentioned earlier, you might end up on one of these websites through an email, whether it's the example I showed with the undeliverable package, or maybe it's just a scam email sent that says, hey, get a free gift, valued customer. Click here for a free gift. sent by. There's a million different ways fake emails can be worded to direct you to these fake retail websites. And then, of course, there's the malicious ads that get purchased on Facebook and social media. Scammers purchase ads just like anybody else. So there's tons of scams. If you click those ads, you'll be taken to these fake retail websites. And sponsored Google listings. Scammers purchase those sponsored listings. So you'll be searching Google, searching the internet. You'll click those links, and they could be taking you to one of these fake retail websites. Because scammers purchase that listing. They purchase those results. They purchase those ads. They sent those emails. And the last example of these fake retail website products. Here's those earbuds that I talked about. Right? Still has that Black Friday banner across the top. But this one says, get your free wireless earbuds valued at $175. Just pay shipping, $869. Right, we saw a lot of scams for wireless earbuds because they were such a hot and popular item. But any shipping information in there, any payment information in there, it's a scam. It's going to get stolen. You're never going to get any of these wireless earbuds. And expect your credit report to take a hit when these scammers start buying stuff with your credit card details. All right, so don't fall for these fake retail website scams. We see them all year round, not just for the holidays. I don't fall for it. How we doing all out there? Say hi in the chat. Hit that thumbs up. We're cranking along here. We're going to go for another hour at least. So plenty of good stuff to come. Make sure to say hi in the chat. Still time to share. Hit like. Thumbs up. I see 26 people supposedly watching on Facebook, but nobody's talking in the chat. So I don't know. Leave a comment. Let me know you're watching. Tell me that you're not a bot. Instagram's a little slow, but that's all good. Main streams are YouTube over here. We've got a vertical one and a wide stream one going. So hopping over to YouTube, that's the chat I'm actively monitoring and replying to. Next scam we're going to talk about, gift card received scams. And this is the digital version of that scam, so the email version. So victims receive an email notification that they received a gift card. When the victim attempts to activate the gift card by clicking a link, malware is installed on their device, or a fake website is opened to steal personal information. Right, so you get an email, it says you received a gift card. Maybe it says it's from a family member, maybe it says it's from an employer, but it's trying to trick you into clicking a link to activate it. Here's an example of what that might look like. In this case, it's a Venmo gift card. It says your company has given you an employee rewards card. Activate your card today. Right, but this is a scam. If you click activate your card, it's going to take you to a fake website. It's going to try to steal your personal details. So in a case like this, if you ever receive a notification or an email that says you received a gift card, reach out to whoever it's supposedly from to confirm first. Right? In this case, since it says it's an employee rewards card, you would reach out to your employer and see if they actually sent you this card. Now, if they did, great, thanks. And now you know you can click the link. Right? But you're going to want to say thanks anyway, right? If it says it's a family member, you're going to want to reach out and say thanks anyway. And your employer, right? So it's a 2-for-1. You reach out to whoever supposedly sent you, this gift card, and confirm that they actually sent it to you and say thanks. So, but don't just trick the link. Don't just trust the link, right? You always have to be suspicious of the links. And this is just another example of a scam and trick that scammers use to try to trick you into clicking links and revealing personal and financial details. So that's a gift card received scam. That's the email version. We're going to show you a snail mail version too of that as we continue with the live stream. All good stuff, right? Let's update the agenda here, moving along. We have a lot more scams to discuss and go over. Just updating the timeline here and agenda to give you an idea how much more we have left. We're not even halfway through common scams yet because we started going over to common scams late into the live stream. So we go through 20 different types of scams. I'll show you examples, and I don't even think we're halfway through yet. So we still have lots of good stuff coming up here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we're almost about halfway through the common scams. Almost there. 9 out of 20 or so. Actually, no, I just counted that wrong, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're only 5 through. Yeah, so we still have a lot more to go, which is good. We have a lot more to cover. So I'm going to stay caffeinated. So we're going to take our second quick 5-minute break here. Get recaffeinated. Let me know what you're drinking tonight, everybody. If you're drinking coffee, let me know what kind of coffee you're drinking. If you're having an after-work beer or cocktail, let me know what you're drinking in the chat, too. If you're not going to share your scam experiences or red flags, at least let me know what your favorite drink is. Bear with me 1 minute. I'm just going to get the hold slide up, and then we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. In the meantime, hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Like, follow, subscribe. It really does help. You know, we rely on that to spread awareness and get engagement and have the algorithm send our stuff out more. All right, so those likes help. Those subscribes help. Reacting, leaving comments, all those little actions, they really do make a big difference and help. And it's free to do that. It's free to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's free to follow, our Facebook and Instagram profiles. It doesn't cost anything to type into chat. I have it open to the public, so you don't even have to be a subscriber or a member to type into chat, but subscriptions still help. So make sure to join our free mailing list, scamaware101.com. We'll remind you when we're going live, changes to the schedule, let you know when we post new scam awareness content and warn you about some new scams that come out. Scamaware101.com, join mailing list. Feel free to hit that super thanks button. We'll take a couple bucks if you want to donate. Scamware101.com/donate as well. Now, time to get recaffeinated, and then we're going to continue with the remainder of the live stream. And we should be uninterrupted at that point once we do the remainder of the live stream. So, did a last 5-minute coffee break. Refill that coffee mug, or make yourself another cocktail. And in 5 minutes, we're going to continue with about 15 more common scams that are important to be aware of, targeting you, targeting loved ones. And yeah, I mean, it's priceless information we're going to be sharing with you. It could save your life savings, retirement fund, could save you from disaster. So stick around. Lots of good stuff coming up. Stay tuned. Still time to share it, repost it, get some more loved ones in here into the live stream, and hit that like button. We'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. Or welcome to myself back. Got the travel mug refilled, recaffeinated. Last refill of the night. Probably won't be getting any sleep, but that's okay. Who needs sleep? The scammers aren't sleeping. Let me know in the chat. We're just joining. Say hi. We're going to continue to live stream here. The rest of the live stream I expect to be uninterrupted. We've been going since 5:45 p.m. Eastern time, so we're getting close to our third hour of the live stream here. So we're cracking away. And we're going to continue covering some more common scams. During the first portion of this live stream, we talked about common entry points. We talked about ways that scammers initiate these scams and target their victims, right? They target them with phone calls. They target them with text messages. They target them with QR codes. They target them with snail mail letters. They target them with, what else? What did I say? Did I say phone calls? I don't know. I forget if I said them all or not. But you get the point. They target them through all these different entryways. We covered them all through our first portion of the live stream. Here, let me get all 6 right here. Phone calls, text messages, emails. All right, then there was QR codes, and online scams. What was the last one? I'm going to open up the slide. Can't get it wrong here. Let's do it. Here we go. In case you're just joining us, we actually kicked off the live stream. The first thing we discussed was scam awareness fundamentals, and we discussed these 6 different common scam entry points. They're the most common scam entry points, and they're the ways that scams get started. Emails, phone calls, text messages, online and internet scams, snail mail scams, traditional scams, and QR code scams. I think I said them all. That's listed. That's the 6, though. I guess I said them all earlier. Whatever the case, you have to always be aware of any unsolicited communication, whether it's an email, phone call, text message, snail mail letter, a random QR code in public, or an email that says to scan a QR code. These are all clever ways that scammers use to kick off that conversation, initiate that scam, reach new victims. Really, they take advantage of any form of communication. So you always have to be alert for unsolicited communications. But really, these are the 6 most common ways. So you have to always keep your guard up. When you're checking your email, you get a phone call from an unknown number, or even if it's a known number. Don't forget, these scammers, they'll call you, they'll impersonate your bank, and they'll actually show the bank's phone number on caller ID. Right? So you can't trust it. You can't trust caller ID. It's just a reminder, if you take anything away from this live stream tonight that you were unaware of, if you didn't realize that scammers can manipulate what the caller ID shows, now you know. Just because your caller ID shows the bank's phone number, that doesn't mean it's the bank. We know that scammers are doing that. They're showing the bank's phone number and they're pretending to be the bank. So you can't trust it. You have to hang up and you got to call your bank directly if you're concerned it's real. But you can't stay on the phone. You can't trust it just because caller ID says it's your bank. All right. But anyway, again, we kicked off the live stream earlier going over these 6 different common ways. We spent a bunch of time talking about common scams that utilize those ways and what to look out for. Then we went over some common scam examples, showed you some fake order scams, played some fake order scam recordings for you. And now we're going to continue with covering some more common scams. We have a lot more coming up with these common scams for you. So let's take a few minutes and talk about snail mail scams. Because snail mail scams, meaning traditional mail, the United States Postal Service, it arrives in your mailbox, a physical piece of paper, an envelope, or a postcard. The snail mail scams, they're still a thing. And look, before the internet existed, before email existed, that's what scammers used. They scammed people through snail mail scams, through letters, postal service. And it's still a thing. They're not going to stop using it. As long as the opportunity to scam people and reach new victims, they're going to keep on using it. So I think we've gotten so used to getting scammed online, whether it's an email or a text message or phone call, right, that a lot of us might assume, well, regular mail is safe or the postal service is safe, but it's really not. Scams were always there, long before the internet, they're still there, even though the internet's just much louder. There's much more scams to get your attention. But the snail mail scams are still there, right? So you need to be aware and watch out for things that arrive in your mailbox, right? And we're going to show you a couple examples of these snail mail scams right now. And I mentioned earlier, actually, one of the last scams we showed you was that fake retail website scam, and it has the earbuds, offering the earbuds just pay for shipping, right? Well, here's another scam, right? And this is part of our snail mail scams we're going to share. But this postcard, there's a postcard. It offers wireless Bluetooth earbuds, and it has a QR code to scan. So you get something like this in the mail, offering you a free product, a free item, but you can't trust it, especially because it has a QR code. But even if it didn't, you have to be suspicious of free offers like this. And notice how I mentioned that the scammers use the popular items, right? So that's why we have two different examples here, two different, completely different scams, right? But they're both offering free wireless Bluetooth earbuds because of a popular item. So, and now again, watch out for the Labubu stuff because that's gonna be a popular item. I just like saying Labubu, Hey Barbara, welcome to the live stream. So that's an example of a postcard you might get. Snail mail scam, arrives in your mailbox, has a free gift offer, and it says to scan a QR code. All right, so it's free gifts, postcard scams, QR code scams. Victims receive a physical postcard in the mail offering a free gift. When the victim attempts to activate the gift card by scanning a QR code, malware is installed on their device, or a fake website is opened to steal personal information. So that's just one example of a snail mail scam, plus the QR codes. You need to be aware of them. We did a whole section earlier when we kicked off this live stream when we talked about those 6 different common entry points for scammers. We spent a decent chunk of time talking about QR code scams because that was one of the ways that scammers initiate scams through malicious QR codes, whether they trick you with a flyer that's just hanging up in public or they give you an email that has a QR code. Right, you gotta be aware of QR code scams. In this case, they brought new life to these traditional mail scams because now these letters that they send out, they can put a barcode on them too to scan. So it kind of brought new life into these, old school scams. So watch out for that. Anything that arrives in your mailbox saying scan this QR code, offering you something, right? Especially some of the free gifts that comes on a postcard. Just be suspicious. So we're going to continue to talk about snail mail scams here. The next one we're going to talk about is inheritance scams. And just because we're showing you the snail mail version of this scam, it's important to be aware. The same type of scam, it could apply to email. We're going to show you an example of a inheritance scam, an actual letter that you would receive in your mailbox. But someone could as easily just send you an email that says the same thing. Right? So inheritance scams. Victims are contacted with claims of a large inheritance from an unknown relative. But to claim it, they must pay fees or provide personal details. These scams exploit curiosity and greed to steal money and identity information. All right. So here's an example of the letter, so you can see it with your own eyes. This one, you'll notice it's dated November 29th, 2024. So it's less than a year old. And it was circulating towards the end of last year. Again, this is a letter that arrived, in an envelope, delivered to the potential targets, the potential victim's mailbox. And the interesting thing about this letter is that where it says dear, it actually had who it was addressed to, their name for dear, and then it put their name there. And then when it lists the name of a deceased relative, about halfway down, it actually inserted the same last name. So whoever's printing these letters and sending them out, they do take the time to make the name of the supposed deceased match the name of whoever this letter is being sent to. So it'll say dear whoever last name, and this for the deceased client, it has the same last name. So there's a little detail that these scammers use to try and be more convincing and earn your trust. So if you receive this letter just because the name of the deceased matches your name, that doesn't mean that you can believe this, anymore. And before we go into this letter a little bit, I just want to say we did a quick Google search when we received this letter. just for some of the text that it said and the name of the fake law firm it has listed here. But tons of people had already posted online and reported that they received this exact same letter, right? And the examples they shared, word for word, it was identical, except the only thing different was it swapped out the two, the deer name and the deceased name to match. But other than that, it was identical. Same letter sent to hundreds and hundreds of people, right? So this is an active snail mail scam that's circulating. It's an inheritance scam. Letterhead impersonates a law office in Canada, has a fake logo up there, up top. And it sounds very professional. So basically the gist is, it says that their client, who passed away, the late Dr. Maria, and then she has the same name as whoever it was addressed to, who shared the same last name with you and was a stockbroker and retired CPA. She was a COVID-19 victim who died about 4 years ago. Since her death, no one has come forward to claim, and all our efforts to locate relatives have proved unsuccessful. Right, so they're telling you this is some long-lost relative, you share the same last name with her, and you're entitled to a $10.8 million inheritance, right? So almost $11 million they're saying that you're entitled to. They say that they ask your consent to be in partnership to claim the policy benefit because you share the same last name with the deceased. And what they're doing is they want, they're offering to process everything on your behalf. And that's 100% risk-free. They say they have all the necessary documentation to expedite the process in a highly professional and confidential manner. I will provide all the relevant documents to substantiate your claim. And it says, this claim requires a high level of confidentiality. So there's those red flags again. He mentions confidentiality twice. Right, so remember earlier when we were talking about common red flags during, I think it was the second portion of our live stream today? One of the red flags we mentioned was requests for confidentiality, requests to keep something secret. That's always a red flag. You're dealing with a scammer when they're actively pushing you to be quiet or keep something a secret. And we see that in this letter where it says they could handle it confidentially, and they require a high level of confidentiality from you. But that's a trick. They just don't want you telling anybody about this because they might point out it's a scam. But anyway, this is a real letter that was received late last year. It's been circulating since, And how this scam works is if you reach out, if you reply to this, if you reach out to this fake law firm, you're talking to a scammer, first of all. But how this works is they're going to try to get fees and taxes from you before providing any inheritance. That's the narrative. So they trick the victim into paying fees and taxes on almost $11 million, right? But then they never get any inheritance or anything. So they're scamming the victim out of fees and taxes they would have paid on this inheritance. So that's how a scam works. And think about the fees and taxes on an $11 million inheritance, right? So if they succeed once, that's a couple $1 million they could probably scam for someone. For taxes on $11 million, you could easily convince someone the taxes and fees are a few $1 million. So that's how this scam works. If you get a letter like this, don't trust it. If you get an email like this or similar, don't trust it. It's just an example of an inheritance scam where they try to trick you into paying fees and taxes. They try to take advantage of your greed and get you all excited. You're going to be rich. Just pay all this money. But they try to blind you with greed, but it's a scam. They're going to take that money, they're going to run. You're not going to get anything. So watch out for these inheritance scams. That was a snail mail example, but I'll watch out for email examples too. How are we doing out there? Go check the other live streams we got going. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. The main chat I'm watching is the YouTube channels. So if you want to ask a question or share a story, I'll respond and I'll see it quicker on the YouTube streams. So go check out the YouTube streams in there. I see a couple people commenting on Facebook though. Hey Patrick, awesome, good. There we go. Someone finally they shared their favorite drink. Patrick says beer. Cool. Which kind of beer? There we go. Now we're getting some engagement. I just gotta ask people what their favorite drinks are. Well, welcome to the live stream, Patrick. Appreciate it. If you're still watching. Looks a little quiet over there on Instagram, but that's okay. We're going to keep on going. I'm just glad the streams are working. I fixed that technical issue we were having the past couple weeks. So that's a good thing. Make sure to subscribe to our free mailing list. Scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. It's the best way to keep in touch. You never know if social media is going to destroy one of your pages. So get you on the mailing list, and at least we could stay in touch if something ever happens. And plus, we'll send you some useful updates. You'll be the first to know when we post new content. Get reminders when we're going live. All useful stuff. So join the free mailing list, scamaware101.com. As always, like, follow, subscribe on social media. More followers, more likes, more helps spread awareness about these scams. Because again, that's our goal here at Scamaware 101, is to spread awareness about these common scams that target individuals. They target individuals, you, your loved ones. And awareness is key. If you get scammed out of your money, a lot of times you never recover the funds. So the next snail mail scam we're going to talk about. These are the mystery shopper or secret survey scam, sometimes it's referred to. But it's basically a mystery shopper scam. We did a video about this a couple months ago. And we received some recent comments on it. So people still confirming they received this same letter, this type of scam. So still actively circulating. And how these secret shopper, mystery shopper, secret survey scams work is you receive a letter in the mail, right? And the letter usually impersonates Walgreens or CVS, in this case. And they say you've been selected as a mystery shopper. You've been assigned a secret survey assignment, right? And included with this letter in the envelope is a check, right? Don't get excited. It's a fake check. It's going to bounce on you. But included with this letter is a check. So you open up the envelope, you pull out a letter, and a check falls out for $2,480, right? So it could be exciting, right? And what the letter says is it basically says it wants you to go, you've been selected as a secret shopper, and your assignment is to deposit that check for $2,400, deposit into your bank account, and then within 12 to 24 hours, go and purchase 4 gift cards from CVS or Walgreens, right? It wants you to purchase 4 retail gift cards. Apple gift cards, Razer Gold gift cards, Nike gift cards, or Steam Wallet gift cards. Right? $500 each, so $2,000 worth of gift cards, and it says you could keep the extra $480 as commission. So the victim gets all excited. You're holding the check in hand. You figure, I'm paid already. Let me go deposit this. You deposit at the bank. You go purchase these gift cards, spend $2,000. You take pictures. You send gift cards to this mystery shopper scheme. You're actually sending them to a scammer. All right, and then what happens is, a day goes by, you think you're sitting pretty, you just made $480, you're thinking, all right, that was easy. But then you get notified your bank after 2 days, and the bank says that check was no good, it bounced, and we're hitting you with a fee for depositing a bad check. So now you're out of $2,000, there was no commission, and the bank's hitting you with a fee. And the scammer got away with $2,000 of gift cards that you paid for. And that's all how this mystery shopper secret survey scam works. We did a video about this, and we shared this example, explained it into more detail. But again, this type of scam, the letter arrives in your mailbox, and it has a check included. And the whole trick is they want you to deposit the check, but then they try to get you within 12 to 24 hours to purchase those gift cards, because eventually they know the clock's ticking. They know eventually the bank's going to notify you the check's bad. But they usually get a 24-hour window at least to get you to purchase those gift cards and scam you. Here's another example of a letter you might receive. Same deal, slightly different, but impersonates Walgreens, CVS. This one included a check for $1,987. Right, so the amount was different, but it tells you to go purchase 3 gift cards, $500 each. What's interesting about the instructions in this letter, even though it's the same scam, that included a check and impersonated Walgreens and CVS, the last letter instructs the victims to either go to Walgreens or CVS. Right, those are the only 2 stores they instruct the victim to go to. But for gift cards, they accept Apple, Razer Gold, Nike, and Steam Wallet gift cards. So there's a few different gift cards they say the person could purchase. Right, in this other letter of the same scam, this scammer only wants Apple gift cards. This one instructs the victim to purchase 3 Apple gift cards, $500 each. So spend $1,500 on Apple gift cards. But instead of just being limited to CVS or Walgreens, this example instructs the victim they could go to Walgreens, Best Buy, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, Family Dollar, Meijer, Kroger, Safeway, Dollar General, Walmart, Speedway, Albertsons, right? There's a whole list of stores that this scammer says, hey, you can go to any one of these and buy $1,500 Apple gift cards. Here's a check, deposit it into your bank, right? But in a day or two, the bank's going to notify you that the check bounced. And if you purchase those gift cards, you're beat. You're out $1,500. There was no commission. And again, bank's going to charge a fee, right? So all around, it's a crappy situation to be in. So don't fall for these mystery shopper, secret survey scams. You know, in these examples, this one's typically arrive in your mail as snail mail scams. They arrive with a check attached. Don't fall for it. Check's not real. It's going to bounce. It's a scam. Let me know if you've encountered any of those secret survey scams. Again, we have people reporting them. We have recent comments left, in our video about secret survey scams. There's been recent comments, people confirming that they recently received these letters. So we know the scam is active. It's still circulating, as are all the scams that we're discussing and the examples we're sharing with you this evening. How we all doing out there? Say hi in the chats. Let me know you're watching. We're streaming on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Let me know how the stream goes for you, but I think we're streaming good. No lag, no issues. So very good. Still got about an hour of scam awareness content to discuss here. We're going to continue going over some common scams to be aware of. Need to be aware of these scams. So hit that thumbs up, give us a like, help support our mission here, just to spread awareness about scams. It's a good thing we're trying to do. It doesn't cost you anything to click a like. It doesn't cost you anything to click subscribe or follow. And, you can help spread awareness about these scams. We're trying to help you. We're trying to help the older folks. We're trying to help the younger folks. We don't want investors, crypto investors losing their money, and we don't want older folks losing their retirement funds. So, awareness is key. Next scam we're going to talk about, we did a video about this scam too. Lots of warnings about this scam as well. Arrest warrant scams, sometimes referred to as jury duty scams. Basically, a victim is contacted by a scammer impersonating law enforcement. The scammer claims an arrest warrant was issued and fines must be paid to resolve it. The scammer then threatens the victim with arrest if fines aren't paid immediately. Right, so it could be scary. You get a phone call, someone's telling you you missed jury duty, we're issuing a warrant for your arrest. We're trying to notify you, but we haven't received a response. You got to pay now. Otherwise, we're going to send deputies there and arrest you immediately. So it could be scary stuff. And the caller ID, we know for a fact, the caller ID shows the sheriff's phone number. Right? These scammers will show the phone number of local law enforcement, the sheriff's office. So it could be scary. People think they're actually talking to local law enforcement. And they'll end up, withdrawing money and paying these scammers. So if you get a phone call claiming you have a warrant out for your arrest, don't give them any money, don't pay them. Just ask where they're from, hang up, and then call back the organization directly if you're concerned it's even real. But, police departments, they usually don't reach out to you by phone regarding warrants. So be aware of this scam, be suspicious. There's nothing wrong with confirming what's actually going on. Whenever you receive a phone call, it's important to stop, tell a person, thanks for letting me know, I'll take care of it, and hang up. All right. And if it's worth looking into, you can look into it. But don't trust phone numbers, don't trust, stories from unsolicited phone calls. There's just too many scams. And these arrest warrant scams, there's lots of warnings about these in the media and from local law enforcement because they don't like being impersonated. These scammers literally impersonate law enforcement, So law enforcement doesn't like it, and they've been trying to warn the public about these arrest warrant and jury duty scams. So don't fall for it. Beware. And let me know in the chat if you ever got targeted with one of those or received a phone call like that. Next scam we're going to talk about. This one's really important to be aware of. Bank impersonation scams. Those scammers impersonate the bank, usually claiming suspicious activity was detected under a victim's account. Victims are then tricked into withdrawing and transferring funds to the scammers impersonating their bank. Also, in this case, keep it in mind, the caller ID might even display the bank's phone number, even though it's a scammer. So, important to be aware of that. Just because the caller ID shows local bank and your bank. The scammer may know your bank to impersonate. Right? So just because it shows your bank's name, your bank's phone number, they claim it's a bank, it's a scammer. It could be a scammer because that's what they do. They manipulate the caller ID. A lot of times they already know your bank due to data breaches and third-party information that they acquired. Now they know about you, right? So you'll get a phone call that looks like your bank. They'll say they're calling from your bank. But it's a scammer. And, in fact, here's a example of a text message scam that impersonates your bank. It says, verify TD Bank card activity. Did you attempt a transaction for $250 at Walgreens? Reply yes if recognized or no if not. Right? But this is a scam. This isn't really from your bank. This is from a scammer. It's just another example of a text message scam. Interesting story that goes along with this text message scam is the person who reported it actually received a phone call immediately before. They didn't answer the phone call, but the caller ID did show TD Bank's number, TD Bank's name, right? And then immediately after she didn't answer the call, she got this text message. So the scammers are persistent. They'll try on the phone, then they'll send you a text message. And a couple of red flags about this text message. First of all, it doesn't specify what account. If this had really been from TD Bank, it would have specified like the last 4 digits of the account or been a little bit more clear what account it was referring to. So that was red flag number 1. Red flag number 2 is it came from an actual phone number instead of a short 5-digit code phone number. So a lot of times, the banks and other organizations, they get these special short codes. So you get a text message from them and it'll only be 5 digits. It won't be an actual phone number. So in this case, if you get a text message, it's supposed to be from your bank, it's rare that it's actually going to show a real phone number. It should show a short 5-digit phone number. So that was red flag number 2. And red flag number 3, which is the capitalization is strange throughout this text. The T in transaction is capitalized for no reason. Right? The N in not is capitalized for no reason. It's just a strange capitalization. Right? And little things like that are red flags that it could be a scam. And in this case, it is. So watch out for these bank impersonation scams. Right? We know they're calling. We know they're showing the caller, the bank's number on caller ID. Right? We know they're sending out text messages claiming to be your bank, and we know that they're sending out emails trying to trick you. You know, impersonating your bank, telling you to there's suspicious activity or to click a link to log into your bank account. There's so many scams that are impersonating your bank, whether it's email, phone calls, text messages. So it's just important to be super alert of any unsolicited communication that claims to be from your bank, because scammers are all over that. And again, a lot of times they know some information about you. They might know your bank already. They might even know the last few digits of your bank account, right? So just because they notice information about you, it's still not good enough to be like, okay, and trust them. You got to hang up no matter what. You got to hang up. Just call your bank back directly. Don't trust links. Don't trust phone numbers. It's a scam. A lot more scams to cover this evening. Let me know you're watching. Let me know you appreciate what we're doing over here. Hit that thumbs up. Say hi in the chat. Leave a comment. Subscribe, follow, like. We need all the likes, followers, subscribers we can get. It really does help. Next scam we're going to talk about are tech support scams. This is an important one to know about. This is an important one to make your loved ones aware about. In most cases, a lot of the older folks are falling for this scam, but still it's important for everybody to be aware of. And how these tech support scams work is victims receive a fake virus alert on their device and are tricked into calling a fake tech support phone number. Right, so you'll be browsing the internet, mind your own business, and boom, you get a warning. It says you're infected with a virus to call a phone number. But that's the scam. If you call that number, it's actually going to connect to a scammer. Right? Real virus alerts won't have phone numbers to call. There's also been cases where scammers will reach out to victims over the phone and they'll say they're calling from Microsoft or I'm calling from tech support. Right? But in a lot of cases, these tech support scams, they're kicked off with fake virus alerts and they trick the victim into calling them. The victim thinks they're calling tech support for help. They're actually calling a scammer. And then once they're on the phone, the scammer gets access to their device, steals personal information, financial information, banking. It's a nasty scam. These scammers go all the way. They try to clear out the victim's bank accounts completely. So once they get the victim hooked, they try to get access to all their bank accounts, try to take all their funds. So watch out for these tech support scams. This is an important one to be aware of, and I'm going to share some examples with you of this one right now, these tech support scams. We're going to spend a little bit of time showing some examples of these. We also have a video that features all these examples. So later on, if you want to go share, This info with a loved one. We have a video about these tech support scams on our YouTube channel. Also, if you're joining us from the West Coast, I know it's still pretty early over there. You just got out of work, maybe finished dinner, eating dinner. If you're watching, say hi. Let me know you're watching from the West Coast. We're going a little later tonight, so you guys get some more awareness content that usually you wouldn't get. And also, I shifted around the order of all the different scams we discussed. So this way, you'd be getting some new scams, too, that we usually would have already covered by the time you guys become available. So if you're around the West Coast, you're just joining, yeah, welcome. We're going to see some new stuff tonight. Lots of good stuff that we usually don't cover around this time. So keep watching, keep tuning in, say hi, let me know you're watching from the West Coast. But back to these tech support scams. So here's a couple of generic examples, right? You might get a pop-up that looks like this. Warning, 5 viruses detected. Call us immediately, and it has a phone number to call. Right away, you know it's a fake virus alert. It's got a phone number to call. That's a red flag that it's fake. Right? If it has a phone number to call, don't trust it. Right? But then they put the list of scary things. Right? They want to scare the victim into calling. They say system crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi lost, infections on your other devices. Right? Well, the trick is, all that's true if you call. Right? But other than that, this is fake. But if you don't call, that's fine. None of these things are going to happen to you. But if you call, you're actually letting the scammer in. So you can't trust these pop-ups. If you see a number to call, that's how a scam works. They want to trick you and scare you into calling that number. Here's another example of a fake pop-up you might get. Fake virus alerts. Just a generic example starting out with. Warning, check your computer now. And they got the number to call. Call this number immediately. And there's a list of scary things that are going to happen if you don't. Data exposed, credit card details, email passwords, Facebook, private photos. Right? And they want to trick you into calling this number. But don't trust it. It's a tech support scam. If you call that number, it's a scammer. They're going to impersonate tech support, but it's not real. There's another generic example. Big red letters, warning, your computer may be infected. To remove viruses, call tech support now, and it has a number to call. It's a scam. Right? And this one, you could see the address bar up top here. So you could tell it's actually just a web page designed to look like a pop-up, or to look like an alert. But it's just a fake web page designed by a scammer. If you call that number, you'll be connected to scammer. Again, the giveaway is it has a number to call. It's fake, as far as these virus alerts go. So those are some generic ones. It's kind of obvious that those ones were, fake. But let me show you some more convincing ones. So this first example, a little more convincing fake virus alert, impersonates McAfee. And again, it's just a fake website, a fake web page that's designed to look like a virus alert. But this one's pretty good. It's got the logo there, McAfee antivirus. It's got the colors schemed down, red. And it says, action required. Your computer's infected. Call McAfee helpline. And it has a number to call. But that's not the McAfee helpline. This is a scam. If you call it, you'll be connected to a scammer, and they'll ask to access your device. They'll say they're going to help with the virus, but they're really tricking you to get access to your device. There's another example. Fake virus alert. This one impersonates Norton by Symantec. Right, threats detected. Call support, and it's got a number to call. System critically infected. If you're not able to click on this button, immediately contact support. What's funny about this fake virus alert is the buttons are designed not to work. So you'll sit there trying to click go or close. They won't work. And then you'll read, if you're not able to click this button, immediately contact support at this number. So it's just a little trick. They're trying to pull you in to call that fake tech support number. But again, if it shows a phone number, it's not a real virus alert. So don't fall for this fake pop-up into threatening language. The system hard drive may fail. Do not close the page until issue is resolved. It's fake. It's all part of scam. There's a spelling error at the bottom here. The word until has 2 L's at the end. So that's a red flag. But again, seeing the phone number, that's the big giveaway. That's how you know 100% it's fake. Don't trust it. Another convincing example is one impersonates Windows Defender. Has the Windows logo, says Microsoft, says contact Windows support. The big scary warning popping up. But again, don't trust it. It's a scam. They're trying to trick you, calling a fake tech support number. And then here's another Windows Defender example. Threats detected. Access to this PC has been blocked for security reasons. It says contact Windows support. It's got the Windows Defender logo, has the Microsoft logo. It says call Windows support toll free. But it's a scam. If you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. They'll impersonate support. They'll offer to help you fix this fake virus, right? But they're actually tricking you into getting access to your device. Now, what's interesting about these tech support scams, and another reason why it's important to be aware of and why so many people fall victim to these scams, is everybody's vulnerable to this type of fake pop-up as long as you have internet access and you're browsing the internet on your device, right? So, for example, it doesn't matter if you're on a Windows desktop computer, right? Or if you're on your iPhone, browsing the internet on your iPhone, or if you're using your Apple computer, right? So it doesn't matter. Desktop, iPhone, Apple device, you're all susceptible to this type of scam. And the reason why is because all it is a fake website pop-up. These fake website pop-ups look like virus alerts. And as long as you're able to browse websites, you could get one of these fake website pop-ups. And just to wrap up this tech support scam topic, there's a couple more examples. And these target Apple, Mac, and Mac users. Right? This one has the Safari logo, big red letters, virus found, your Mac computer has 13 infections. Please call tech support as soon as possible. All right? There's that scary list of things that are going to be at risk. Your credit card, email passwords, Facebook, private photos. This one says your webcam could be turned on by hackers. But it's a scam. It's not real. It's trying to trick the user into calling this fake tech support number. And again, this one specifically targeted Safari users and Apple and Mac users. There's another example of fake virus alert, part of a tech support scam. Again, impersonates Apple Care. It's got the Apple logo there. The fake warning, macOS is infected. Right, please call Apple support. But that's a fake number. It's not really Apple support. If you call it, you'll be connected to a scammer. So don't fall for it. Don't trust it. These are how tech support scams get kicked off. And here's another one. Looks similar to the last one, but has Apple logo there. macOS is infected with spyware and other malicious applications. And it says to call the Apple helpline. It has a number. The scam. Call that phone number. You're connected to a scammer. So you get access to your device. You can try to steal your financial details. You can tell your identity's been stolen. All these scary things if you call that number. But it's a scam. You'll be talking to the scammer. So don't call that number. Don't believe these fake virus pop-ups. If you see a phone number to call, it's a scam. Real virus alerts don't have phone numbers to call. So be aware of that. So it's a tech support scam. Make sure your loved ones are aware of that, especially the older folks out there. They seem to be the ones that fall victim to this most. And again, I talked about it earlier, but as far as letting someone access your device, it's a red flag when someone offers to connect your computer and troubleshoot something, customer support, right? They're not all scams, but we know that scammers, that's their goal, to connect your computer, and what they'll do is they'll say they're customer support. You'll get that fake order notification that we talked about earlier. The fake order notification says to call this phone number to dispute. You don't realize you're calling a scammer. And the scammer says, sure, let me access your device. We'll take a look at your accounts. Let me connect to your computer here and see what's on your screen. But it's a scam. I say through these tech support scams, you get that fake virus alert, tricks you into calling this phone number, right? Your guard is down because you think that you're calling tech support. They tricked you into calling, right? Your guard is down, and they say, sure, I'll help you. Let me connect to your computer. But it's a scammer. And once they're on your computer, they're going to steal your personal details, maybe your files. They're going to try to get into your banking account. They'll install software on your device so they can access it later without your help. So don't fall for these tech support scams. It's always a red flag if someone's trying to connect to your device or computer. Don't trust it. Just joining, welcome to the live stream. We do this live stream every week, usually Thursdays, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So we started about 3.5 hours ago. Probably got about a half hour, maybe an hour left. I'm going to keep on going here. So say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. Hit that thumbs up. Hit like if you haven't yet. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. A lot of these scams we're talking about, we have videos you can share and review. If you want to help out financially, you can hit that super thanks button over on YouTube. We'll gladly take your super thanks. We also have some memberships available on YouTube as well for monthly memberships. So check that out and help support our mission and help spread awareness of these scams. You can also donate directly to scamware101.com/donate. We have a link at the bottom of the site here. It says donate and the QR code on your screen. So help support our mission financially. We appreciate it. But we're happy with your likes, subscriptions, follows. That all helps too. So we appreciate that. Help us spread awareness about these scams. And let's see how many scams we discussed so far this evening. We discussed 20 here on the agenda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so we're almost 3/4 through. So we're getting there. We got about half an hour left, guys. So still time to reshare this live stream. Lots of good info coming up. So send it to your friends. Invite some more people to watch. We're going to be here for another hour. And lots of interesting scam examples still coming up. Important to be aware of. So hit that thumbs up. Give us a like. And let's talk about some more scams here. Road toll scams. This one's an extremely common scam right now. It's mostly spreading through text message. And again, let me know in the chat if you've received one of these text messages. Lots of people have. But basically, these scammers impersonate road toll services like EasyPass, SunPass, Fast Track, and they claim an unpaid toll is due. Victims are usually contacted by text message or email containing a link to pay. However, the link opens a fake website designed to steal personal or financial information entered by the victim. Right? There never was a unpaid toll due. So we started seeing this scam popping up middle last year, right? And it picked up during the holidays, and we expect it to slow down a little bit, but it just got even more common. And these scammers clearly were using AI. There's been so many variations of these unpaid road toll scams. We're going to share some examples with you. But they impersonated so many different agencies, right? SunPass, QuickPass, EasyPass, Drive Easy Maryland, Good to Go, North Texas Tollway, Fast Track, Peach Pass. And this is an outdated graphic. They've impersonated so many other organizations and departments since then. They've started impersonating the DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles. They started impersonating the Department of Transportation, DOT. There's other toll services that I don't have listed here that they started impersonating. Easy Drive Massachusetts is one that they started impersonating for a while. And it's a numbers game, right? So some people that reported this scam to me and receiving one of these text messages asked me, how does this person know I was in Florida? How did the scammer know I was in Massachusetts? Well, the truth is they probably didn't, right? It's really a numbers game. They just send out so many text messages, so many people, right, that say, hey, you owe a Massachusetts toll, that they know a certain percentage of those people probably had been to Massachusetts at some point. Same thing with Florida, right? And especially during the holidays, they know families are traveling more for certain holidays. So we'll see this scam pick up, and it's more likely for victims to have thought, oh, wow, I was in Florida. This must be real because it says SunPass. Or I was visiting family. I must have missed a toll, right? So we need to watch out for this one during the holidays, but it still circulates all year round, and it's extremely common right now. Reports are always coming in about these unpaid toll text messages. Just to give you an idea of what these text messages look like, and we did a video about these like a year ago at this point. But here's one example. Final reminder, toll payment deadline approaching. Your outstanding toll fee is due by March 28th. Failure to pay may result in suspension of vehicle registration. Right? So scary stuff. Financial penalties, damage to your credit score. They use scare tactics to try and get you to click a link and react without thinking. Right? So this is one example of a text message, unpaid toll scam text message. Let's look at another example. There's so many variations. Right? Sometimes they come from numbers inside the U.S., like the example I just showed. Right? You see it came from 440 phone number. But then other times they'll come from outside the U.S. Like this one is, the prefix is +63. Right? So it says Philippines. And this one says, the toll roads notice a toll evasion. You have an unpaid toll bill on your account. To avoid late fees, pay within 12 hours, or late fees will be increased and reported to the DMV. Right, it's got the link to the fake website. They even included the word SunPass in the website URL, just to try and seem more legit. Something worth noticing about this example, too, is at the bottom, there's an instruction. It says, please reply yes and exit the text message and open it again. So that's a common red flag in scam text messages. If it has an instruction to reply yes and reopen the text message, it's a scam. Be suspicious. Basically, what's happening here is, one, scammers want you to reply. They want to know that you received the text message, someone actually saw it, someone read it, someone replied to it, right? And they're going to target you with more scams because you replied. You confirm that you're active, and you confirm that you see what they're sending. So that's reason number one they include this instruction that says reply with yes or Y, right? But the other reason is once you reply, it's going to activate this link. And what I mean by activating it is by default, a lot of times you can't click it, but because it's from an unknown contact. But if you reply, it's got to activate this link. Now, next time you open this text message, like it instructs, the links can be active. You could just click it. So it's a little trick that these scammers are trying to use to make their fake links and fake websites more accessible. So don't reply to these text messages. Scammers want you to reply. If you see an instruction at the end that says, please reply yes and reopen, that's a red flag. It's a scammer. But again, this is an example of a unpaid road toll scam text message. Many variations. Here's another variation. Final warning, unpaid tolls. This one came from +231. I forget which country that's from, but it's outside the U.S. Final warning, unpaid tolls. Failure to pay $3.99 may result in further penalties. It's got the link to the fake website, but it's a scam. So if you click one of these links, it might take it to a fake website that looks like this. A very convincing fake website. This one impersonates the Good to Go. That's Washington State's Good to Go service. That's their toll service. Right? It has their colors, their logo. Very convincing. It looks legit. Right? And then they get you to click the payment button. But any details you enter, any card number, expiration date, security code, it gets stolen by a scammer. So don't fall for these unpaid road toll scams. Don't click on links. Don't trust them. Most road toll services would never send you a text message like this, like these. But if you do, and you're concerned that's real, what you do is go find the agency's real website, first of all. Don't click the link. Don't trust anything you receive in a text message or email. We already know that scammers include fake phone numbers, fake website addresses, right? So you have to go, if you're concerned that this might be a real notification, go and find the agency's website directly and look it up that way. Or check the app on your phone. Like if you already have an Easy Pass app installed or SunPass, whatever the case. But don't trust links. Don't install anything it tells you to download. Right? Don't trust these text message scams. And again, there's so many variations of these unpaid toll scams. You really can't trust any type of message you get. Here's another example. Please pay your toll in Florida by January 22nd, 2025, in order to avoid excessive late fees and potential legal action. They became more threatening over time. The original versions were very straightforward. They said, hey, you have a $3 fee. Click this link to pay before getting charged $70, right? Very basic. But then these start circulating where it's like, pay by this date, and they become threatening, reporting to DMV, this and that. This example has that instruction at the end, that red flag we just discussed. You get a text message, has an instruction at the end, says, please reply Y, and then reopen. Please reply yes, reopen. It's a red flag. It's a red flag. That's a scam text message. So anyway, those are all examples of unpaid road toll scams. This one kind of evolved a little bit too. Now there's different versions being received that they don't necessarily say it's an unpaid toll that's due, but they say you have a traffic ticket due. Right, so it looks exactly the same. It impersonates the same agencies, DMV, but it'll say you have a traffic ticket due, and to click this link. But it works the same way. They're trying to get you to click a link, takes you to a fake website, and it steals your personal and financial details. So don't fall for these fake unpaid road toll text messages, unpaid ticket, traffic ticket, text messages, scams. And if you're concerned that they're real, go and verify on the real website. Don't click links, don't call phone numbers. Be suspicious. Extremely common scam circulating right now, so you'd pretty much be assured. If you get messages about unpaid tolls due and tickets, it's a scam. We're going to keep going here. Still got about 5 more scams to go over here. 5 more common scams, all actively circulating, all important to be aware of. Checking on the Instagram stream here is looking good, still going. Checking on a Facebook stream here, looking good over there, and still going too. Cool. Let me know if you're watching in the Facebook comments. Say hi. Instagram too. We're over on the YouTube streams as well. We got a widescreen and a vertical going. So check us out in the YouTube streams and comment and let us know in the chat that you're watching. We're going to keep on talking about some common scams here because this is what we do. Next scam we're going to talk about is actually, we released a video about this one. It's our most watched video And it's about wrong number text message scams. Hey, Dave. Good to see you're still here. Always count on you, man. Appreciate it. These these wrong number text message scams, how they work is scammers reach new victims by sending text messages to random phone numbers. When someone replies a wrong number, the scammer attempts to continue the conversation and build a trust with the victim. As trust is gained, this type of scam evolves into romance or pig butchering scam that ultimately steals money from the trusting victim. Right? So look, ever wonder why I get so many wrong number text messages? Because it's a scam. This is how scammers, they're testing the number, they're seeing if it's active, if you're going to reply. They're trying to build up a trust with you, and they're just going to say, oh, sorry, I have the wrong number, but you seem nice, let's be friends. Right? They're just going to try to get information about you, they're going to try to find out how old you are and your location. And eventually, they're going to try to steal your money, whether it's through a pig butchering scam or romance scam. But it all starts with a wrong number text message that could seem innocent enough. And that's why it's important to be aware of these wrong number text messages. So let's look at some examples. Oh, and by the way, again, we did a video. And by the way, we did a video about this scam. And it's our most watched video. We're so close to hitting 100,000 views. We're about ready to hit 100K views on our first video, which is about these wrong number scams. Last time I checked yesterday, we just needed like 150 more views. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be our first video to hit 100K. And it's on our YouTube channel. It's about the wrong number scams. And it's about the scam we're about ready to talk about now. So all the examples we're going to share and show you, we also included in that video. And you can check it out and share with friends later if you want. But anyway, let's talk about these wrong number scams. Right? And again, they could start with something as innocent sounding as a text message you randomly receive that says, excuse me, is this Emma? Or it could be a text message that says, hey, Anna, I'm Josie. Or it could just be a text message from an unknown number that says hi. Right? These are all clever wrong number scams. Right? They're just trying to get you to reply. They're trying to get you to say, who is this? Or to say you have a wrong number. Right? They're trying to target you as a new victim. And this is how the conversation could progress. Let me share a few examples with you here. Right? This first example of how wrong number scam might progress starts off with a random message. I'm Margaret. Aren't you Lillian? Person replies, I'm Izzy. Scammer replies, I'm really sorry. I think I made a mistake between your number and Lillian's number. Right? They always have an excuse, whether they put the wrong area code or something when when they're storing a number. They always give you the story. Right? Hope I didn't disturb your good day. The victim replies back, that's okay. At this point, there's no reason to keep the conversation going. Right? It's been established as a wrong number. But because it's a scam, the scammer's going to proceed to ask and pry. They're going to try to get more details from this person, right? So in this example, the scammer continues, thank you for your understanding and patience. You're a kind person. I hope you have a good day today. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age? Right? So now it starts asking about the victim. Specifically, how old are you? Okay. So that's one example of how the conversation could go. And eventually, as it builds trust, they're going to try to scam the victim. Here's another example. Right? It could start with something as innocent sounding as have a cup of coffee together sometime. Right? And the victim replies back, who is this? Right? Well, that was the whole trick. Right? They wanted you to reply back, who is this? Right? The scammer goes into their story. Sorry, wrong number, wrong area code. That was my friend Lauren. Yada yada yada. Right? No, wrong number. No bother. Have a good day. At that point, the conversation should stop. It's been established as a wrong number, but again, it's a wrong number scam. So the scammer's going to keep going. They're going to ask, and in this case, they ask, where are you from? Right? So the last example, they ask age. In this example, they ask where you're from. All right, so you can see how the conversation will progress. A couple more examples to share with you here about wrong number scams. This is an example that starts off with just an unsolicited text message that says hi from unknown number. Right? Reply back, hi, who is this? I'm Karina. Are you David? We met last week at Linda's party. There's the fake story they always have ready to go. And the victim replies back, hi, sorry, I had the wrong number. At that point, conversation should end. It's been established, wrong number. Scammer keeps going. Oh my gosh, I checked, found out I entered the wrong area code. Hope this doesn't bother you. Right? That's okay, no problem. Again, conversation should end. It doesn't. Scammer keeps going. Thank you very much. You're a very friendly and polite person. I hope we could be friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Karina. What can I call you? Right? So now it's trying to ask your name. So, example earlier, asked age, then location. This was asking name. We replied back, Pat, and they replied, you have a beautiful name. I'm from Malaysia, currently living in Los Angeles. Where do you live? So now this one's asking where you live. So you see how this conversation progresses. They try to get information about you, and they use the wrong number as an excuse to initiate this conversation. It's a wrong number text message, and it could be anything. They can start with anything. It's just completely random. So it's important to be aware of this type of scam and tactic. It's just a way to open a conversation with new victims. I got one more example to share with you of these wrong number scams. So sometimes they'll send you a text message, and they might include an image with it. All right, so there's a real example. Sent you a text message. Hi, Byron, I'm Jane. And they included a picture of this woman. All right. Message came in at 1:58 p.m. This was sent to me. I didn't reply. I knew it was a scam. Right. 4 hours on the dot. 4 hours later, 5:58 p.m. Follow-up message. Have you gotten the pictures I sent? Right. So this is a good example of how some of these wrong number scams work. Right. And what I mean by that is they'll send you just a random text message. They'll include a picture, try to give you some kind of incentive to maybe reply back. Right. And then if you don't answer, it's programmed, because you're not dealing with a real, you're dealing with a bot. It's all automatic. 4 hours later, you don't answer, it's programmed to send you the follow-up message. So this isn't even a real person sending you this message. It's getting kicked off by a bot, and it's trying to hook people in. Once it hooks people, once it starts getting replies from victims, then a real scammer will take over. But these wrong number scams, it's just bots. It's a numbers game. They're sending out these text messages to hundreds of thousands of different phone numbers. It's a numbers game. Eventually, some people are going to reply. Another thing that's interesting about this scam, again, it was our most watched video. We're about ready to hit 100K views on it. So help us hit 100K. Go check out that video on our YouTube channel, The Wrong Number Scam. But we received a lot of comments on that scam video. And a lot of the commenters confirmed they received this exact same text message, the exact same image, right? So it's a very common wrong number scam that's floating and around, and a common image that's used in these scams. So don't trust it if you get a text message like this. Wrong number scam, don't reply. It's best not even to reply, because even if you just reply, it's still letting them know you're active. So don't reply. Mark it as junk instead. Delete it. Do not engage with the scammer, and don't fall for it. If you're gonna talk with these wrong number scammers, expect them to try and loop you into a romance scam or a trading scam or crypto scam. There's always something, up their sleeve. So don't trust it. Next common scam we need to talk about: employment scams. And by the way, keep letting me know in the chat if you received these scams, any of the examples we're going to share and talk about. So we're going to talk about some employment scams, but the examples we're going to share are actually text messages. So let's take a look at some of these text messages. A lot of times they'll claim to be from a recruitment firm or a company. A big red flag is at the end of the text message, they'll ask you to call a WhatsApp phone number, like an example on the screen. See, at the end it says, contact us on WhatsApp. The pay and the time is too good to be true, right? They're saying all you have to do is work 30 to 60 minutes per day and you get paid $200 or $1,000 per day. Like, it's all these crazy, unrealistic, salaries. And real recruitment firms aren't going to be sending you text messages like this, especially if you didn't sign up for anything. There's another one that claims to be with Timu Services USA. Seen your background or resume. You've been recommended. If you want a part-time job, that's fine. You want a full-time job, that's fine. We got it all. 60 hours a week, 90 hours a week, 1 day a week, 5 hours a week. Like, it gives you, starting from $50 to $500 a day. Basic salary is $950 for 4 days work. So they're offering you $1,000 a week. But it's a scam. And you can see a lot of these text messages at the top, they're coming in from email addresses too, which is shady as well. A couple more examples here for you. This is just the last example on how it ends. Again, this one ends with WhatsApp again. That's that red flag. And here's another example. This is TikTok Recruitment Center. TikTok. We're hiring 3,000 backup talents. $1 hour per day. with a minimum daily salary of $400. So that's great. You can work 1 hour a day, make $400 for TikTok. It's not real. It's fake. It's a scam. Right? So if you get random text messages like this, don't trust it. Again, this one's telling you to call them back on WhatsApp. Going back to that red flag that we discussed earlier, right? And it's also in our red flag video. When if they try to get you to continue the conversation on WhatsApp and Telegram, it's a scam. You get a text message trying to get you to reach out on WhatsApp, you're probably dealing with a scammer. Again, this one comes from some Chinese-sounding email address, Hotmail address. So those are employment scams. People receive these text messages. And there's a darker side to these employment scams too that is worth mentioning. You hear about these scam compounds in countries like Myanmar, right? And there's actually human trafficking involved. People are being enslaved. They're forced to work at these call centers, because there's some of these countries that they don't have a government in place. They're lawless areas. We can't reach them, and there's no government over there to work with. So these criminal organizations, these human trafficking and real serious, dangerous criminal organizations, they smuggle these people and traffic them to these scamming compounds. They force them to perform these scams all day long. They have quotas to meet, and they punish them if they don't meet the quotas. They take their passports. They don't let them leave the scam compounds. They monitor communications, right? And a lot of these people that get human trafficked into these situations, a lot of them fell for an employment scam. They originally responded to an employment scam. In their case, it offered overseas employment. But it was a scam. But they fell for it. They flew overseas. They thought they were taking a great job offer. Usually they fly them out to a place like Bangkok, right? But then once they arrive, the scammers, they unknowingly traffic them across a border to some place like Myanmar or something, some dangerous place. And once they're trafficked without even realizing it, by the time they realize it's too late. They're already in a country that has no government. They're in the hands of gangs and criminals, and there's nothing they could do. So there's a real dark side to these scammers too, as far as human trafficking goes, forced labor, slavery, and a lot of that starts off with these employment scams that trick people, trick victims. So there's a real dark side. So watch out for these employment scams. They're very common. There's no reason to trust random text messages that you receive offering you employment, right? From companies you never heard from, or heard of. I'm sorry, companies you didn't apply to or send resumes to. They're not going to send you random text messages like these. So be aware. Watch out for the scam. We're getting there. We've got 4 more scams left to talk about. And then we have another portion of live stream we do after we get through all the scams. So usually for like the last 15 minutes of the live stream, we'll bring up the scam tracker map and we'll see what some reports are that are coming in. Some common scam reports and what scams are trending. And that's actually my favorite part of the live stream. Usually we get to it earlier, so we'll see if I'm still halfway coherent by the time we get there soon. But yeah, it'll be fun. We'll check out some recent scam reports. We'll see which ones are trending. So lots of good stuff still coming up. So hit that thumbs up, give us a like, follow, subscribe if you haven't yet. All that stuff helps. All the likes, all the follows, all the subscribers. We need you to follow us on social media like Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky X. It all helps. We expanded our live stream over there, so you could be watching on Facebook, you could be watching on Instagram, watching over here on YouTube. So help us reach some more viewers and get the good word out about these scams. Make sure to check out our merch store. You get Scamaware 101 coffee mug, travel mug, stickers, mouse pads, some fun stuff. There's a Scamaware 101 on it. Helps support our mission too. That's on our YouTube channel store. And also the link down here is gift shop and merch over on our website. In fact, when you click that, and it takes you right to our little online store here. There you go. We got our coffee mugs, water bottles, mouse pads, all good stuff. So check it out. Help support our mission. make great gifts for the loved ones that keep falling for scams. We're offering 20% off of everything right now. So check that out. And scoop up your Scamaware 101 travel mug, coffee cup. I know Dave has one out there. You got the black coffee cup or coffee mug. So you could, it's one of the many ways you can help support Scamaware 101 by buying some merchandise. You can also click that donate button right above it here on our website, or go to scamaware101.com/donate. And we also have super thanks enabled over on YouTube. So if you're watching this video later, hit that thanks button, or if you're watching a live stream now, feel free to hit that thanks button. We'll take anything we can get. Hey, make sure to join our free mailing list. Go to scamware101.com and click join mailing list. It's free to join. We'll send you scam awareness updates, keep you in the loop, let you know when we're going live and when we post new content. Unsubscribe at any time, but we won't abuse the privilege. We'll only notify you of relevant and important things to be aware of. So once you subscribe, I'm pretty confident you won't unsubscribe. So check us out, scamware101.com. It's free. Join mailing list. You know, and also on our website, while we're talking about it, we're trying to build it out into a resource for all-around scam awareness. We're building out our video library, which pretty much just links to our YouTube videos. But we're listing our events here. You can see our upcoming event schedule, the next live streams we have coming up. You can see our weekly live stream listed here. We're also building out a knowledge base with different types of scams listed. Right, you can click on fake order scam, for example, and there's our video that we made and a definition. And we're building out. We got about 60 different scams that we're trying to get built into this knowledge base. Eventually, we have more examples there along with the videos. Educational resources right here, links to useful third-party links, credit reporting agencies, educational resources. So, point is, we're trying to build out our website, and one of the areas is actually the tools and software section of our website. So I want to take a few minutes and go over that section of our site. There's lots of useful links on this page that you should know of and could be helpful, right? So let's start off with the first 4 links we have on the page. It's under data breach lookup tools. All right, we got 4 different links, 4 different services here. They're all reliable, trustworthy services. You could put your email in safely. You could enter your phone number in safely to these 4 different websites. But what they do is they provide you a free report that looks up any data leaks your phone number or email address is associated with. Okay, it's a free report. They might try to sell you identity monitoring after the fact, but you can still get the reports for free. So check out each of these links, enter your email addresses, and the ones that take email addresses, enter your phone number and the one that takes phone number. Some take both, so run a report on your email address and phone number in that case. The idea is these reports are going to tell you what information of yours is out there, what information of yours that scammers already have access to, what information of yours is being sold out there on the dark web, right? You might see account logins. You might see your usernames and passwords listed on these reports that scammers have access to. It's publicly available because of third-party data breaches, right? So, and a lot of times what these scammers do is they use that information they know about you and they'll mix it with their scams to gain your trust. They'll call you up. They'll know your doctor's office because of a data breach. So they'll call you up and they'll impersonate your doctor's office. They'll know exactly who to impersonate, right? Because they have access to your files. So you run these free data breach lookups tools, and it gives you an awareness of what information is out there. It gives you an awareness of what passwords you might need to change. It also gives you an awareness of what scams you might be targeted with. Might be a little scary. You might be scary at what you see. It might come back and say, hey, here's a bunch of passwords that anybody can find out about you. Right, so check it out, see what's going on. Right, use these 4 links. It's safe. They're all on the online tools and software section of our website. Right, click each link, run the reports, and see what information of yours is floating around out there. Update any passwords, change any logins that you see that come up. Next section of our site, we have some affiliate links. We got approved as a Nord affiliate for NordPass and NordPass Premium and NordVPN. Both great pieces of software. We stand behind Nord. I have no problem recommending Nord to anybody. Industry standard, well known, trustworthy, good stuff. So use a password manager. It's important to have separate logins for every account you have, and it's you're never going to remember all those different passwords. It's important to have separate passwords, so when your data gets breached, they can't just use the same password on every account, right? So you use something like NordPass Premium, which is a password manager, and it remembers all your different passwords for you. Special offer, 50% off, 56% off, and 3 extra months. It ends up being like $45, or no, I'm sorry, it ends up being like $35 for 2 years. Something extremely affordable like that. So if you need a password manager, here's a great link. Use it. We get a small cut from your purchase, and you also get a great deal on 2 years of NordPass Premium. The other link we have here is a link to NordVPN. Save 72%, up to 1 year free. It ends up being like $100-something, like $105, something like that. You get like 2 years of NordVPN. And I'm pretty sure it includes NordPass with it. So you even get the password manager with it as well. So if you need a VPN, but considering getting one, use my link, save 72%, get the password manager with it, and we get a little cut, help support our mission. Right, so the links are there for you to use. Then we got a link to Malwarebytes Premium. Save 25% off of Malwarebytes Premium. Well-known antivirus, malware removal software. Very well-known in the industry. You could trust it. If you're looking for real-time protection or against malware, and you've been considering purchasing Malwarebytes Premium, because they also have a free version, but I've been considering Premium. Here's a link. Save 25%. We get a cut. Over here on our online tools and software page, scamware101.com. We also have a couple free links to software here. Malwarebytes Browser Guard, which is a very useful free utility for Malwarebytes. I've been using it for this whole live stream on the browser that you're viewing right now. And it's free. It's a browser extension. They could load into Firefox, Chrome, whatever browser you use. And it blocks a lot of ads and scams. Right, so a lot of times I'll be visiting news websites and it'll say like ads have been blocked, so I know it's working. And in fact, if you have it installed, if you try to click a few of my affiliate links, it actually blocks them. So it does its job, but keep that in mind if you want to use my affiliate links. So Malwarebytes Browser Guard right there. It's free. Click that link, download it, and try it out. We got a link to Malwarebytes Free, which is the free version of Malwarebytes Premium. The difference is Malwarebytes Free, you don't get real-time protection. You have to run the scans on demand. Whereas the premium version, it runs in the background the entire time to get your protection. But the free version is great. If you're getting pop-ups or your computer's running slow, download the free version. Malwarebytes free, and you can run a scan on your computer and remove a lot of threats and pop-ups. It does a great job, and it's well known. So the link's there if you want to use it and see if there's anything bad on your computer. And then if you don't have any antivirus on your computer, if you're just relying on the Windows default antivirus, we do have a link here to some free antivirus, which is a better option than no antivirus. If you already subscribe to antivirus, you're paying for antivirus, you have a premium antivirus service, don't go using this link. You're already good. But if you're just relying on the default Windows, or Windows Defender or Windows antivirus, here's a link to Bitdefender antivirus free, and it's just it's worth having on top of the default antivirus that comes with Windows. Again, don't need to replace your current antivirus if you already pay for one or have a third-party one installed, but here's a free one in case you're just relying on your default antivirus. Has a little bit more protection, gives you some website browsing protection and search result protection, things like that. So the link's there. It's free. If you need some kind of additional antivirus, it's a good option. All here on the online tools and software page of our website. In the last couple sections here, we got the reverse image lookup tools. These are great for romance scams. So especially if you're online dating or meeting people on dating apps, right? You want to use these reverse image lookups. And what I mean by that is when you meet someone on one of these dating sites, right? They send you their pictures. You can run their pictures through these reverse image lookup searches. And what they do is they see if those pictures show up anywhere else. If they show up anywhere else, that indicates the person you're talking to might have stole those pictures. They might not actually be pictures of them, right? They might have stolen from somebody else if they're showing up somewhere else, right? So you could use TinEye reverse image search. We got Bing visual search and Google image search. Check the pictures on all three, and see if find any of those these three websites find those pictures anywhere else. If they do, it's a red flag. Definitely use those if you're online dating or meeting people online. Check their pictures, run those reverse image lookups. Another section we have here on our online tools and software section, we got website safety lookup tools. These are a couple third-party tools that you could use if you want to check on a website. We got Norton Safe Web. It'll tell you if there's any ratings or reviews about a website. We have Google Safe Browsing, right? It'll tell you if Google will tell you if it's been detected as unsafe or dangerous to visit the website. Virus Total, it'll tell you if there's been any malware reports and anything harmful detected about the website. So there are just some useful tools you could use when you're researching a website and to add to your arsenal of tools, security tools, to be used in coordination with your other tools. And then the last section here we have is scam report lookup tools, right? And the two links we have to is the BBB scam tracker tool and the AARP scam tracking map. So these are two tools or services offered by the BBB, AARP, where people report scams to them. So all day long they get scams reported, and we can see where the scams are coming from, what areas being reported from, what types of scams they are. A lot of reports will include details, from the targets, and it's lots of useful information. You can measure what scams are starting to become more common and trending. You could learn some inner workings and details about the scams when the victims report it. So it's a useful tool to learn and see what's going on with scams currently. And like I was saying earlier, usually the last 15 minutes of this live stream, we'll actually check out the AARP scam tracking map, and we'll see what reports are coming in and what scams are worth discussing. So stick around. We're going to be there soon. We got a few more scam examples we're going to share right now. But then after that, we're going to go and check out the scam tracker map. And eventually we'll get this live stream wrapped up. But we got about 30 minutes left at least. 30 or 40 minutes left. So we're going to be, wow, we might be going until about 10:30ish. Let me know in the chat if I should keep going until 10:30ish. You guys will be sticking around if people are interested, or if I'm just talking to myself. I bet you Dave's still there. Could always count on Dave. Did Johnny disappear? John's been a little quiet. He mentioned something about Labubus and then disappeared, so I'm not going to ask about that. But anyway, we're going to keep going with some scam examples here. And again, that was, we just discussed some tools on our online tools and software section. Again, scamware101.com. Check it out on our website. While you're there, make sure to join the free mailing list. Scamware101.com. Click join mailing list. Follow us on your favorite social media. Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, and YouTube. The more likes we get, the more followers, the more subscribers, the better. Help us spread awareness about our content. Help other people recognize these scams. Just getting the agenda updated here. Give you guys an updated timeline. Yeah, so it looks like we're probably going to about 10:30. So I got about half an hour or so left. All right, so next we're going to cover 4 more scams before we jump into that scam tracker map. We're going to talk about Social Security scams. We're going to talk about IRS scams, tax forgiveness scams, and an interesting discount scam that impersonates your internet provider and tries to trick you into purchasing gift cards. So these are some fun and interesting scams to be aware of, especially the Social Security and IRS scams. I'm telling you, every day I get calls for these fake tax forgiveness scams, and people keep reporting them to me as well. So this is a good one to be aware of, and we have some recordings that we're going to play for you too of these scams. So stick around for these last 4 scams, and then we're going to go into scam tracker map. We've got a good 30 minutes or so left. I wasn't expecting to go this late, so I know I said we're going to continue with uninterrupted, but I need a quick 5-minute, and then we're going to come back and we'll finish up this last half hour uninterrupted. So in the meantime, hit that thumbs up button, give us a like. Let me know you're still watching in the chat, or the live streams. Let me see how we're going on Instagram, Facebook. We're still going. I see some viewers on Facebook. Make sure to hit that like, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're still watching. Over on Instagram, still going strong. Say hi, let us know you're watching. All right, we're going to continue in 4 minutes at 10 o'clock. We're going to talk about these wrap up these common scams. So stick around. Let me know you're watching. Talk to you in a couple minutes. All right, everybody. We're going to keep going here. We got about 30 minutes left. Going to go over some more common scams. Then we're going to check out the scam tracker map and see what people are reporting. What scams to be aware of. All right, so if you're just joining, say out in the chat. Let me know you're watching. Hit that thumbs up. Give us a like. Help support our mission. Spread awareness about these scams. My name is Jared with Scamware 101. And our mission is to spread awareness about common scams that target individuals like you and your loved ones. So we've been going since 5:45 p.m. Eastern, right? So we're past 4 hours. It's a pretty long live stream. We might break our record this evening, actually. So thank you to everybody who's watching. We're going to keep going for another 30 minutes or so. But we try to do this live stream every week, spread awareness about common scams. We also post videos on our YouTube channel. So make sure to like and subscribe and share those videos. Follow us on social media. And join our free mailing list. It's on scamware101.com. Hit join mailing list. And we'll send you some scam awareness updates. Keep you posted when we're going live and when we post new content. All good stuff. So scamware101.com. Join mailing list. And again, follow us on social media. We have links to all our social media pages on our homepage here. YouTube, Blue Sky, X, Facebook, Threads, Instagram. We need to get some more followers on Facebook. So help us reach our goal and make sure to visit facebook.com/scamaware101. Hit follow. And we also have some donate options here too for you. If you want to help out financially, we'll take it. You go to scamaware101.com/donate, or you can click the donate button or donate link at the bottom of our page here. It says donate or support. We'll gladly take your donations. Or you can use a super thanks on YouTube as well. We get more of it if you donate directly on our website, but we'll take the super thanks too. It's just YouTube takes a bigger chunk. But we're happy to get whatever we can. can also buy some of our merch. We have it in our YouTube store. We have the link down here to our gift shop and merch page. So you check that out. Get some coffee mugs, mouse pads, travel mugs, stickers, all good stuff. Help support the mission. Now, with that said, let's continue on with the remaining scams we have on our list tonight. Remember, we covered 20 different types of scams on this live stream. So we're going over the last 4 here. Our final 4. And the first one we're going to talk about is going to be Social Security scams. So technically, it's Social Security impersonation scams. Right, and this one's important to be aware of. There's many different types of Social Security impersonation scams. And, scammers impersonate Social Security officials and claim there are problems with the victim's number or benefits. They threaten action unless immediate payment or information is provided. So that's one method that they use. They impersonate Social Security. They reach out to you. They say there's a problem with your benefits. Right. Another method they use, another way to impersonate Social Security, is they'll send fake emails that appear like they're from Social Security, but link to dangerous websites. All right, so you need to watch out for phone calls that claim to be from Social Security. You need to watch for emails that claim to be from Social Security. And you know what? By now, if you've been watching a live stream here, you should realize if you got to worry about emails, you probably got to worry about text messages. So be aware of any unsolicited communications that claim to be from Social Security. And the example, actually, before I share an example with you, I want to point out, here's a picture of an envelope that's from Social Security. It's a real envelope. It was a letter from Social Security. There's the envelope that it came in. It's still sealed, right? But it's a legit envelope from Social Security, and it has a scam alert warning on it, right? So that gives you an idea of how big of a problem it's been for Social Security, that they're putting scam alerts on their envelopes. Every envelope that goes out for Social Security has a big warning. Scam alert. Scammers are pretending to be government employees. They may threaten you and may demand immediate payment to avoid arrest or other legal action. Do not be fooled. Right? So this is actually printed on all the envelopes that are being sent out, containing letters from Social Security. If you receive a suspicious call, hang up. Do not give them money or personal information. Report the scam at oig.ssa.gov. ssa.gov is the Social Security's website. So again, there's a picture of an envelope, from Social Security. There's a big problem. They're warning people about this. On their website, they have warnings about text messages, emails, phone calls. So again, Social Security impersonation scams are a big deal. And the more the media covers certain things with Social Security, like if there's changes happening or talk about changes happening, scammers pay attention to that. They'll use that as an excuse to reach out to new victims. They'll say, we're reaching out to you because a change is happening at Social Security. All right, but it's a scam. So always be suspicious of any kind of communication claiming to be from Social Security. Here's an example of an email scam. Right, the first screenshot I'm going to show you is of the email on your phone. Because when you look at an email on a phone, it's a little harder to determine if it's a scam or not. So looking at this email as if it's on the phone, you can't see the from address unless you click on it, right? Which is annoying about phones, right? So just from looking at it, it says Department of. All right, you can't really tell it's fake without clicking on it, without seeing the email. So it says Department of, right? And then you scroll down, it says, here's your new information. To see your statement, please download the file from this link, right? And the link looks like it's to ssa.gov. Right, and that says, we hope you find your new statement useful and informative. Thank you for using the Social Security Administration's services. And it says, please do not reply to this email. This file works on computers only. Right, so you're looking at it on your phone, and the link looks, like it points to ssa.gov. It's harder to tell that it's a scam email, but it is. It is. If you click Department of, and it shows you the email, you'll tell that's a scam. But again, at first glance, it's harder to tell. But let's take a look at what this email looks like on a computer, where it suddenly becomes a little bit more obvious as a scam. So first of all, now you can see the full name and email address. And instead of just seeing Department of, it says Department of Information Services, and then it says no reply at safaricom.co.ke. So it's not even an American email address. I think that's a Kenyan extension, .co.ke. Right? So right off the bat now from the email, you can tell, wait, this isn't Social Security. Right, so you can tell it's a scam now since you can see the email address. Also, that link that looks like it points to ssa.gov, now since you're looking at a computer, you hover the mouse over it, and it shows you a preview where the link really points. And it doesn't point to SSA.gov. It points to a fake website, some gibberish, random letters and numbers, but it's a scam website. It's not real. It's a fake website, and it was set up by the scammer. Right? So this type of email that you'll get, it has more potential to trick you on a mobile phone, than a computer. But it starts becoming a little bit more obvious on a computer when you check these things. But it's important to be aware that these scammers impersonate Social Security. They're sending out these emails trying to make them look like they're from Social Security. So you can't trust links. We mentioned a few times on this live stream, you can't trust unsolicited links that you didn't request. Always be suspicious where they go and try to hover over it and verify where they go before clicking them. Don't click them at all. If they can be avoided, don't click them at all. Right? In this case, be aware Social Security Administration sends out scam emails and makes scam phone calls. So right off the bat, from that initial communication, whether it's a phone call or an email, you need to have your guard up. Anything impersonating Social Security, the IRS, you have to have your guard up right away. So anyway, that's a real example of an email scam that's impersonating Social Security. Beware email scams, phone call scams, anything claimed to be Social Security. It's a common scam. They've warned us about it, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Warn your loved ones about that as well. Maybe your loved ones that are living off of Social Security. They're easy targets because they get phone calls, and maybe they're living off Social Security. They get scared and react quickly. They think they're actually talking to Social Security. They don't realize it, but they end up losing hundreds of thousands of dollars to these scammers. So again, scam awareness is critical, important. That's key. Next scam we're going to talk about. We've got 3 more left here. IRS and tax season type scams. By now, I usually would have stopped covering these scams, but I keep getting the damn phone calls, and people keep reporting the same phone calls. And last week on this live stream, when we checked out the scam reports, people were still reporting the scam text messages. So I thought that this scam would have slowed down by now. That tax season kind of has long come and gone. But these scams keep on happening. They keep on getting reported. So I'm going to keep on including them on the live stream here and making you aware of them. So let's talk a little bit about tax season scams, specifically tax or IRS impersonation scams. And this is similar to the Social Security scam, impersonation scam we just talked about. They'll target you with emails. They'll target you with phone calls. They'll target you with text messages. So you need to be suspicious of any communication, any unsolicited communication that claims to be from the IRS or is related to taxes. So in this case, IRS impersonation scams. Fraudsters impersonate tax authorities, claiming the victim owes taxes and must pay immediately to avoid penalties or arrest. They often demand payment by untraceable methods. Right, so this is one example. They reach out to the victim and they claim there's a problem and you owe taxes or penalties. Right, there's an issue with your payment plan. So they'll use that narrative to scare a victim, and they'll be able to trick the victim into providing financial details, banking details. They might trick the victim into letting them access their bank accounts, all by impersonating the IRS and claiming there's a issue or that you owe taxes or there's a penalty. Right? So you need to be aware of that kind of narrative and that kind of communication, whether it's phone call, email, claiming there's a problem. Another IRS impersonation scam you need to be aware of are communications claiming you're eligible to receive a payment. So the example on our screen right here is a text message that impersonates Internal Revenue Service. And it says, you're eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. Sorry, let me repeat that. You're eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. Please provide your accurate personal information. We will deposit the amount into your bank account or mail a paper check within 1 to 2 business days. And it has a website address. And they use that same trick we saw a little earlier in some examples, where they start off the website address with www.irs.gov, which is usually the real website, but it continues .subsidy-ion.com. So they try to get sneaky with it. They include the name of the real website, but it really points to a longer fake website. So again, text message impersonating the IRS is claiming you're eligible to receive a payment, but you got to give them your bank account details so they know, how to send it and update it. So that's the scam. That's how you trick you into providing your banking and personal details. They make you think you're getting $1,400. So look, this example on your screen right now was actually provided by the IRS this year. right? It's the actual example of the scam that's circulating. The IRS made it loud and clear that there's no $1,400 economic impact payment. And if there was, they wouldn't be sending text messages to people about it like this. So if you get a text message like this claiming you're eligible for a $1,400 economic impact payment, right? It claims to be from the IRS. Rest assured it's a scam. Delete it, report it as junk, but don't click the link. Don't provide any information. It's a scam, 100% a scam. And as we mentioned earlier, this is a text message version, but when there's a text message version, there's probably an email version. And sure enough, if you look at the IRS's website, a couple years back, they posted a warning about an email scam that was similar to this, except it spread through email. It was an email saying there was an economic impact payment and trying to trick people into clicking the link. So be aware of this text message and be aware of different variations that you might get in the email. And really, rule of thumb when it comes to anyone impersonating or claiming to be the IRS, whether it's text message, email, phone call, it's a red flag, be suspicious. Scammers do impersonate the IRS, and there are scams circulating. So watch out for tax and IRS scams. And let me know in the chat if you get these phone calls. I'm telling you, I get all these stupid phone calls all day long that are fake tax forgiveness scams, which we're going to actually talk about right now. We're going to listen to one of those phone calls. So we just talked about IRS impersonation scams, when the scammer claims to be from the IRS. But there's also another scam you need to watch out for during tax season. And right now, because it's still circulating like crazy right now, are tax forgiveness scams. Right? These scammers offer these fake tax forgiveness services. And there's these robocalls circulating that try and get you to use their fake services. They're going to steal personal information from you. They might claim to provide services and then charge you for nothing. But they're scams. And they always pick up during tax season. And just listening to some of the robocalls and phone calls that they use, there's a lot of red flags and things that indicate they're scams as well. So I got two examples that I'm going to play for you right now. Two phone call examples. All right, so let's listen to the first one of this tax forgiveness scam. All right, and this one's spreading by phone calls.
Hi, this is Lindsay Carter from the Activation Department. Give me a call back at 833-850-2527. Our records indicate you have some back taxes owed. You're now eligible to apply for them to be forgiven with the Zero Tax Balance Program. Any back owed taxes can be enrolled to be forgiven through this program. But we do need to sign up this week. Just give me a call so we can start the process. It's really quick, and I'll keep your file open here. So my number is 833-850-2527. If you've already resolved this, call back and press 2 to be removed. Can't wait to speak with you. 2.
So that's a common example of a tax forgiveness scam. And there's a bunch of red flags I want to point out in that recording. First of all, it's a robocall. It's not a real person. All right. But I got to give the AI credit because this is a great example of how AI is being used to make realistic sounding voices. We mentioned earlier that you used to be able to just detect accents and recognize when someone from another country was calling. But now with AI, they're able to create realistic and friendly sounding voice call messages like that, voicemail messages that they could leave. Right. And even if you can't tell that was, let's say you can't tell that that's AI, which it is, it 100% is. But let's say you couldn't tell it was AI. There was a couple tricks that they used that tell us that it's very misleading. Right? First of all, it says, "Hi, I have a file on my desk," or "I'll keep your file on my desk." Right? Well, again, this isn't a person calling you. This is AI. This is a robocall. It's recording. So there is no file on anybody's desk. This is just recording that's being played to everybody, thousands of people that get called. Right? So right there is misleading and dishonest. You could tell that this robocall, its intention is to make you think it's a real person calling you and leaving this message. Right? I have your file. I'll leave it on my desk. Right? And then they're like, when they open the phone call, the first thing they say is, "Our records indicate you owe back taxes." Again, this is a recording. Right? It's calling and playing for thousands of people. It doesn't know if you owe back taxes or not. There are no records. It's just playing the same thing to everybody. And the reason it says it starts a phone call like that is it wants to scare you. Whether you owe back taxes or not, it doesn't care. It wants to scare you into thinking, "Oh, did I file something wrong, or do I owe more than I thought, or or right. It's meant to scare you into like, oh no, let me see what these people are talking about, right? So it says the same thing no matter what, right? It's not a real person. It's a recording, and they do multiple things to make it seem like it's a real person. It's just very misleading, right? And then the other thing it says is, well, let me play the last portion for you again. There's one last piece of that.
Hi, this is Lindsay Carter from the Activation.
That's right. It starts off by saying, "I'm calling from the activation department." So what does that even mean? They don't leave a real company name or what they really are.
Hi, this is Lindsay Carter from the Activation Department. Give me a call back at 833-850-2527. Our records indicate you have some back taxes owed. You're now eligible to apply for them to be forgiven with the Zero Tax Balance Program. Any back owed taxes can be enrolled to be forgiven through this program. But we do need to sign up this week. Just give me a call so we can start the process. It's really quick.
Yeah, and then the other thing was they say you got to sign up this week. So there's that pressure tactic. They're just trying to force you urgency, right? You owe back taxes. We could help you, but you got to call us back this week, right? So it's a common tactic they use in many other scams, and that's a recording that's of one that's circulating right now, and you need to watch out for similar recordings with different variations, but it's a tax forgiveness scam. I have one other one I'll play for you. This one was funny. This one I answered, but I didn't say anything. And the recording is designed, right, to pause and act like it's a real person. And you'll see what I mean. Like it pauses, it says, "How are you today?" And then it pauses for a couple seconds. And then it continues. Like it's meant to trick a person into thinking it's a real person that's listening. But I didn't say anything. I just recorded it. So it's funny. So when you listen to this, it's important to realize that I didn't answer. Like what you hear is what the voice on the other end heard, or the recording on the other end heard. So listen to this example of a tax forgiveness scam that's also circulating.
Hello?
Hello? I can hear you now. My name is Anthony. I'm actually one of the assistants to the director for the National Tax Relief Program. How you doing? Great. So listen, I've personally been tasked with reaching out to make sure you received information about a brand new federally approved program designed to help people who may be dealing with tax debt. It's called the Tax Dismissal Program. It's something that's helped thousands of people reduce or sometimes even completely eliminate what they owe to the IRS. Can I ask you, do you currently owe any back taxes at the moment? Okay. Do you have any unfiled tax years or any unpaid back balances? Okay, great. Let me get you this updated information. You're just going to hear a brief recording. Okay, so this special program has been recently approved as of June.
That was all a recording, right? But the recording was designed to be misleading, and it would ask questions and then pause, to trick a person. So this way, when they answer, they think a person's actually listening. The whole thing was shady and sketchy, right? So right off the bat, you shouldn't trust something like that. So those are two different recordings, two examples of these tax forgiveness scams that are circulating to be aware of. So anything mentioned tax forgiveness, look, reach out to your own accountant. Again, this goes back to there's no reason to call an untrusted number and use these unsolicited communications that are using shady methods and sketchy too, right? So just reach out to an accountant, reach out to H&R Block, reach out to local accountant, and there's no reason to use these unsolicited phone calls. It's a scam. Tax forgiveness scams, watch out for them. And there's still plenty circulating right now. And then the final scam, and then we're going to check out the scam track map. But like I said, we go over 20 different scams during this live stream. So this last scam that we're going to talk about, I don't know what the official name is. I've been calling them discount scams, but really they're gift card scams that are well, anyway, no, let me just explain how it works instead of trying to give it a name. You get a phone call that impersonates your internet provider. The example that I'm going to play for you impersonates Comcast. So you get a phone call, they're impersonating Comcast, and they say that your promotional pricing expires today and your bill's going to double. Okay, scary stuff. And then they say, call us back at this number to discuss. Right? But it's a scam. None of that's really happening. It's not really Comcast calling. It's a scammer trying to trick you into calling them back. And they're trying to trick you and scare you by saying your bill's going to double. Right? They're saying your 50% discount expires, your bill's going to double today. Call back this number. Right? So that's the point of this type of, that's the initial hook of this type of scam to get you to call. Right? They make you think that your internet bill or your cable bill is going to double. Okay. So let me play a recording of a voicemail you might receive. Now this one impersonates Comcast. This one called me. I don't have Comcast. I knew immediately it was a scam. But if you had Comcast, you might be scared. And just because the example I'm sharing is Comcast, that doesn't mean that there's other scams that are the exact same, except they're using Verizon or Xfinity or whatever provider you might use. So it's important to be aware of this type of scam. If you receive some kind of voicemail that claims to be from your internet provider or cable company and saying that your pricing could be impacted. But anyway, let's listen to an example of what the voicemail sounds like. And this was one that I received that kicks off the scam. And I'll explain it more after we listen to the voicemail. I'll explain how the scam actually works.
Hello, this voicemail is from Comcast Xfinity. Your current 50% discount on your monthly bill will expire by the end of the day. To maintain your reduced rate, call the number on your caller ID immediately. This is your final reminder to act. Call back now. Thank you.
So that's a recording of they're impersonating Comcast. They're saying your promotional pricing is going to expire today. Your bill's going to be doubled by 50%. And that says call back the number. Right, well, first of all, it has a red flag where it says call back the number displayed or on the screen, which is always a red flag, by the way. Someone leaves a voicemail or you hear a recording that says call back number on screen. That's a big red flag. It's a scam. They can't say the number or leave the number for you on the message. It just says call back number on screen. It's a scam. But anyway, I digress. So the way this scam works, you receive that voicemail. They say your bill's going to double. You got to call them, right? And what happens is when you call that number, you're actually calling a scammer, right? Their intention is to trick you into calling a scammer who impersonates Comcast or whoever your provider is. Okay. So right off the bat, it just goes back to don't trust phone numbers left in voicemails from unknown numbers, right? If you really thought that this call was real, go look up Comcast's phone number and call them directly, right? Go look up your internet provider's phone or look at your bill and call the real number directly to ask what's going on. It'll tell you it's a scam. But if you call a number that got left on this voicemail or that was shown on the screen, because they say call a number shown, right? If you call that number, you'll actually be connected to a scammer, right? It's one of those tricks to get you on the phone with a scammer. Then here's what happens next. Once you're on the phone with the scammer, who is impersonating your internet provider, Comcast, says, well, your promotional pricing expires, but we have another promotion going on with Target. So if you go to Target and purchase a $500 gift card and pay for the year with a Target gift card, you keep the promotional pricing, right? So the victim gets tricked into purchasing a $500 gift card, thinking that it's some kind of strange promotion going on with their cable provider, right? They send it to the scammer. The scammer says, okay, great. You'll keep the promotional pricing, right? Scammer leaves with the gift card, and the victim, unknowingly just paid $500 to a scammer, thinking they were paying their cable company. Will they ever notice? Because now their bill stays the same. So they might think, oh, my bill didn't change. Great. That's because of the promotion. So they might not even realize they got scammed out of $500. But that's how it works. And it's a fancy gift card scam, right? And it just goes to show that gift card red flag. Even in unique situations, like as soon as you hear the word gift card, it's a red flag, right? Any kind of payment, and this is a unique one that kind of tricks you into purchasing a gift card. It's like, oh, we have a deal going on with Target. Swing by CVS, purchase a gift card. So watch out for this type of scam. It's basically like a discount gift card scam. And it's a fun one. It's a good one. I thought it was a clever one. So watch out for it. And that concludes the 20 different types of common scams that we cover on our live stream. Usually we finished an hour ago, but we did something different and started with a new segment earlier on a live stream. So we're running a little later, which is fine and dandy. And we went over a lot of good stuff. So that's 20 different types of common scams we cover. You showed you plenty of examples. The text messages, the emails, the phone calls. All good stuff, important to be aware of. And we have one more portion of the live stream that we'd like to do before wrapping it up. So if you're still with me, let me know in the chat. Say hello. If there's anybody on the West Coast joining us late, say hi. I know we usually don't get to see you this late. We're streaming live on Instagram and on Facebook, as well as the YouTube. We got the vertical and widescreen streams on YouTube going. So say hi in any of the comments and the chats, whether it's on Facebook and Instagram. I want to hear from you. Let me know you're watching. And I'm most actively monitoring the YouTube chats. So if you have any questions or comments that you want me to reply to, that's the best way for me to see them and reply to you. So, and now let's spend the next 15 minutes or so, the last 15 minutes of our live stream here, and check out some recent reports that are coming in from the Scam Tracker map on the AARP website. So I think this is so much fun, right? So earlier when we were talking about the online tools and software section of our website, scamaware101.com, we have the online tools and software. Scroll all the way down to the bottom. One of the last links is the AARP scam tracking map. And this is a great resource to get a feel for what types of scams are picking up and being reported throughout the country. So let's click that link. We're waiting for it to load. By the way, while you're on the scamaware101.com website, click join mailing list. And make sure to join our free mailing list. We'll send you scam awareness tips, reminders when we're going live. Let you know when we upload new content. It's free and it's useful. So join mailing list, scamaware101.com. Also, make sure to follow us on your favorite social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, YouTube. The more likes we get, the more follows we get, the more subscribers we get. It helps. So if you haven't clicked that like button yet, hit that thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit subscribe, follow, and leave a comment too. Comments help as well. Just leave us a comment, say hi, let us know what you appreciated, what you've been experiencing, and let us know what we're doing matters. Help encourage us. But anyway, back to the AARP scam tracking map. So I'm going to click Never Allow. So when it pops up, you could view locally. You can let it detect your location. It'll tell you local reports. But I want to view countrywide. So I hit block, and now I'm seeing all the reports throughout the United States. And let's see, the most recent ones are the 13th, which was yesterday. Excellent. So all these reports we're about to discuss and look at came in yesterday to the AARP scam tracking website. So let's look at some of these reports. We'll see if they're the same ones that we already discussed and covered, or we'll see if there's some other ones that we didn't discuss yet or cover that are worth talking about here. Government imposter scam. I've been getting calls from someplace identifying itself as the Tax Resolution Center 2 times a day for months. Right, so we can stop right there. Literally, the second to last scam we just talked about a few minutes ago. We talked about the tax forgiveness scams. Right, and here's the report. Someone reporting it right here. Every day he gets 2 calls a day claiming it's the Tax Resolution Center, and that's an example of these tax forgiveness scams that everybody's receiving different variations of this robocall and phone call, offering tax forgiveness and tax resolution services. So there we go. We're on track with that one. Be aware of it, and watch out for those phone calls impersonating tax resolution services. See, next one reported auto-related scam. I have an unpaid ticket and to pay immediately. Texted. So this person got a text message saying they have an unpaid ticket, tell them to pay immediately, threatens, got notified DMV, suspend vehicle license. Yep. So there's that unpaid ticket scam we talked about earlier. This is one of the scams we covered. We talked about unpaid toll scams and unpaid ticket scams. And basically it's just text messages claiming you have an unpaid traffic ticket or an unpaid toll and to pay immediately. They put threatening language there. They say your license is going to get suspended. They say you're going to get fined. Right, but it's all a scam. It's just they link to a fake website that tries to steal your payment details. So that's the second report we see here coming in. And we covered that scam as well. So 2 for 2. Not bad. Identity theft. Pretended to be Amazon fraud protection. Had all my personal details and said someone was placing fake orders under my name. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to chalk that up to fake order scam because we went over that one earlier and played a recording of an Amazon robocall. They impersonate Amazon, and it claims someone's placing in an order. Right? And in this case, Amazon Fraud Protection claimed someone was placing orders under their name. All right, so that's a fake order scam. And this person was probably tricked into calling that number thinking an order had been placed. So yeah, there we go, 3 for 3. Watch out for these fake scams claiming an order was placed. Especially the ones that impersonate. It's extremely common to get ones that impersonate Amazon, Apple, Geek Squad, Netflix, Xfinity, and any of your cable providers, right? A lot of these places, they're common scams. But anyway, watch out for those fake order scams. Claiming an order was placed on Amazon and trying to get you to call and dispute it. Inheritance scam. They said they had a property they had inherited and needed help with money for various things. All right, so this one looks like an interesting one. We covered inheritance scams, but not this type of one. Let's see what this says. Sometimes they don't give a lot of details, so we might not be able to learn much from this. But it says they said they had a property they had inherited and needed help with money for various things. I thought they were an old friend. It sounds like a scammer impersonated a friend and asked him for money, saying they needed help with property or something. So that's not really an inheritance scam. That's more of like an impersonation scam. Someone creates a fake profile on Facebook and puts your friend's picture, asks you for money, or reaches out to you trying to impersonate a friend asking for money. That's interesting, though. Interesting one. But anyway, let's check out some more reports here. These are all recent scams reported yesterday. We're looking at the ARP scam tracker map. We're just trying to get a feel for what scams are being reported more often, if we covered the common scams, or if there's other ones we should discuss here before we wrap up the live stream. We still got a little bit of time left, so hit that thumbs up, give us a like, make sure to subscribe and follow. We still got a little bit of time here. And again, we do this live stream every week, so make sure to tune in. If you missed most of it this week, we try to do this live stream every week. Usually Thursdays, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We can go for almost 5 hours. In 15 minutes, we're going to hit 5 hours. So I feel like maybe we should just go for the next 15 minutes and hit that 5-hour mark. But anyway, let's keep on looking at these reports. Auto-related scam. Received a text from +63, right, so Philippines, from the Kansas State Department of Vehicles for an outstanding traffic ticket. Yes, there's another example of these text message scams saying you have an unpaid traffic ticket or toll. Identity theft. Keeps texting me from different numbers to send him money in order to wipe pictures of my face from his phone. That's a weird one. I hear about that one. I don't know much about that one, so I'm not going to go into it, but that's interesting. Let me know in the chat or leave a comment if you know anything about that type of scam. Next one, business imposter scam. Said they were Here we go. Said there were charges to my Apple Card that were fraudulent and to call a number, which turned out to be a total scam. So there you go. It's another fake order scam. And one of the examples we showed was that text message that impersonated Apple. Said that a purchase was made using your Apple Pay, right? But then they try to get you to call this fake phone number. And that's the scam part. That's the whole point of scams. They claim an order was placed, which wasn't, and they're trying to trick you to call a number to dispute it. And that's what this person was reporting. He got the one where it said there were charges on their Apple Card and to call a number, but it's a scam. So there we go. We covered that one. Stay alert. That one's still circulating and important to be aware of, as confirmed. A family imposter scam. Sent long message saying I contacted them and a distant family member was in need of money. Weird. Let's skip that one. Gift card scams and fraud. Contacted by a person on TikTok claiming I won a prize for solving a stupid puzzle and then asking me if I had an Apple gift card. Oh, good. Let's see how this one goes. So this is a prize scam, which you talk about, but we don't really have many examples to share. So let's see what this report says. Maybe it gives us some more details we could use. Not really. Contacted by a person on TikTok claiming I want a prize for solving a stupid puzzle and then asking me if I had an Apple gift card, automatically knew something was up. Well, they recognized the red flag. They heard the word gift card, so that's cool. And that's how you should respond when someone contacts you and mentions something like this. I wish they'd give out more details, though, so I really don't know much. But it sounds like someone claiming to be from TikTok said they want a prize or giveaway. And other than that, just mentioned a gift card, so oh well. Wish they gave more details, but a couple red flags right there to be aware of. Tech support scams and fraud. I've gotten several emails from Intuit QuickBooks saying we are sorry to inform you that some information. Get more details. Again, let me know in the chat and comments if you encountered these scams. I've gotten several emails from the Intuit QuickBooks saying we're sorry to inform you that some of the information on your business profile cannot be verified at the moment. Hence, your payment account is temporarily held on all our services. Then it wants you to click on a link to update all your banking info. I did not fall for it, but also got one from PayPal. Okay, so this is a good example of these fake emails. One that I see a lot that gets reported is PayPal. right? Their emails, they're made to look like they're from PayPal, and they say to update your banking information. But it's really a scam. They take you to a fake website, it impersonates PayPal, and tries to steal any banking details you have. And in this case, this person's reporting one that's similar, except it's QuickBooks. So she gets an email impersonating QuickBooks and tries to trick her into providing payment and banking details. So those are two good examples of your typical email phishing scam to be aware of. It's good to know what ones are being impersonated a lot. And PayPal is a common one. QuickBooks too. Sounds like Circulating. So be aware. Be suspicious of any emails that you update payment details and billing details. Don't trust the links. Don't click the links. Go directly to your account and see if there's an issue there. But you can't trust links. Let's check a few more of these reports we have here from people. We're on the ARP scam tracking map, just seeing what scams are being reported recently. A wrong number called me, and we started talking, and they started to teach me how to invest in crypto. Lost $9,000. There you go. This person says wrong number call, which is interesting, because this is a good example of text. This is how wrong number text messages usually go. We talked about wrong number text messages. They apologize. Oh, I'm sorry, I had a wrong number, but you seem nice. Where are you located? How old are you? Eventually, it's going to lead up to, hey, you trust me. Let me tell you about a crypto investment or investment scam, right? So anyway, this one says online relationship. So I guess this one evolved into an online relationship too, which is how these wrong number scams usually go. Text message loops you into a conversation. You start thinking you're talking to somebody, and they trick you into an online relationship scam. It always ends with asking for crypto, whether a relationship or something. They always go for the crypto stuff. So red flags all over. I'm going to chalk this up to wrong number scam that we discussed. So I'm counting it as one. But watch out for these scams, whether it's a call from somebody or a text message from somebody. Wrong number scams are a thing. And again, that video has almost 100K views on our YouTube channel. It's one of our most watched videos. So it's extremely popular, and it's important to be aware of these wrong number scams. Next one, they have my email address. They have my identification from my old address from yours. All right, let's see what else this person says. This sounds interesting. It's in all caps, but I'm not going to scream at you. They have my old address from years ago, but they have the wrong county. They're saying they're debt consolidation debt collector. It's scary because the website is really nice. There are debt collection scams. Definitely. A lot of times they'll say there's a judgment against you, or someone sued you and you lost in court. They'll make up scary stories, and they're collecting a debt. You always got to verify in cases like that. You should be getting tons of notices in the mail if that situation was true. The first time you're hearing about it wouldn't be phone calls. Anyway, be suspicious about those types of scams. We don't have much info on those to share with you, but that's a report that is worth being aware of. No, let's look at one more page of reports here. Again, we're still looking at these are all fresh reports from yesterday that were posted on the ARP scam tracker map. It was public resource. We have it on a link to it on our website, scamaware101.com, under tools and resources. And then all the way at the bottom, we link to one of the many useful links and to the ARP scam tracking map here at the bottom of the page. And while you're there, you can click the donate link all the way here at the bottom. If you want to help us out financially, send us a few bucks, click donate. Go to scamaware101.com/donate if you want to go directly there. You can check out our gift shop. We have a link at the bottom of our site, gift shop and merch link here. You can also see it on our YouTube channel, links to the same store. You can purchase some mugs and mouse pads, help support the mission here. Of course, while you're there, don't forget to join the free mailing list. Scamaware101.com and hit join mailing lists. But anyway, back to Scam Tracker map. We'll probably do like 5 more reports there. I'm trying to go to 10:45 to break our record. Go for 5 hours. Other scam type. I was sent an email supposedly from Atom stating my bill of $89 is due. The account number they gave me did not match. I see they give any other details about this, but one of the first things we discussed earlier is these scammers impersonate your internet provider. Whether it's a phone call or an email. They didn't give us much other details, but you need to be suspicious of communications that claim to be from your internet provider. Hang up, don't reply, don't click links. Instead, log into your account directly and check it. Reach out to your internet provider directly. But you can't just trust links or phone numbers or anything anymore. Gift card scams and fraud. Receive this text. Thank you for order Target e-gift card for $4.97. If you didn't make this order, oh cool. Let's see. This is a good example of fake order scam. When we talked about the fake order scams earlier, I mentioned they are attacking from all directions, and I played you recordings of that scam. I showed you text message versions of that scam. We talked about email versions. So these fake order scams, they can vary. They can impersonate different merchants. They can claim different products were purchased. And again, you're surrounded by them. So here's another example reported by someone. Received this text. Thank you for ordering a Target e-gift card for $97.99. If you didn't make this order, please call us immediately. All right. Yeah, so that's a great example of a fake order scam, and this is a text message version. In this case, they're claiming you purchased a Target e-card, and it says if you didn't make this order, call us immediately. But if you call, you'll be connected to a scammer. That's just a text message version of a scam. Earlier I showed you the Apple one. There's a text message, impersonates Apple and says to call this number. There's just another version of it that, it says Target. This is a scam, fake order scam. Don't fall for those types of notifications. And again, those scammers, those ones are ruthless. You fall for those types of notifications and call a scammer, those scammers are trained to go after all your money. They start telling you, oh, somebody's stolen your identity, and they try to get access to all your bank accounts. They take everything. Savings, retirement, they'll clear it out. A couple more scams here. Government grant scam. They used fake chat messaging from a friend who told me later she never sent it. She does not use the chat. Let's see what this says. They used fake chat messaging from a friend who told me later she never sent it. She does not use chat, although she has Facebook. Okay, so didn't get much details, but it sounds like this person got messaged on Facebook. It was a fake profile that impersonated a friend. She thought it was her friend, and they asked her for money. And since she thought it was her friend, she sent money. So they used a fake profile on Facebook. That's kind of an example of an online and internet scam that we touch on when we mentioned that the scammers impersonate friends and family. This is an example of them impersonating your friends. They'll create fake profiles to your friend's picture. Maybe your friend has their friends list public, so a scammer knows who to message. They just message all their friends saying, "Hey, I'm stranded. Can you send me $100?" Or, So yeah, watch out for those types of scams. You see them a lot on social media. Fake profiles. Let's see what the last scam. Let's report that we'll look at here. Email says reaching out to inform you that a recent transaction was made. This looks like another fake order scam. This might be a good one to wrap up with. Let's see what it says. They have it labeled as debt-related scam, but not really. It's a fake order scam. So it says, email says reaching out to inform you that a recent transaction was initiated on your account, August 12th, 2025. This is brand new. This one came in 2 days ago, and it was reported a day ago. So on August 12th, 2025, for a refurbished 14-inch MacBook Pro totaling $639.69 from Apple, Razorpay. Yeah, so it's a fake order notification. And this one's an email version. We just talked about a text message version, and we talked about this earlier too. We saw phone recordings, but this is the email report. The person received an email saying they purchased a MacBook Pro, which seems to be a common item they claim was purchased. And this says the call to dispute. So that's a good example of fake order scams, the email version. You call that number, you're actually connected to a scammer. So you need to be aware of that scam. Don't fall for it. Right? If you call that number, the scammer's going to try to clear out your bank accounts. Right? These fake order scams are no joke. We released a video about this one, and we always talk about it each week too on our live stream here. So make sure you're aware of that fake order scam. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Check out the video we did on fake order scams. That's on our YouTube channel. Share it with loved ones. Make sure you're aware. And that's a good report to wrap up on here. So those were some recent reports on the ARP scam tracking map. And that's the last thing we usually do to get our live stream wrapped up here. So it's 10:45 on the dot. We started live streaming at 5:45 Eastern today. So that's 5 hours ago. This is the longest live stream we've done so far. So if you've stuck around from the beginning like Dave over here, thank you, man. We appreciate the support. And if you joined us midway through or just joined us now, hey, thanks for joining anyway. Last chance to hit that thumbs up and give us a like if you haven't yet. Whether you're watching on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube, the more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, it helps. The more followers we get, it helps too. So help us spread awareness about these scams. leave a comment, interact in the chat, give us some reactions, and make sure to join our free mailing list on scamaware101.com. Just go there. You see the button here, join mailing list, right on our homepage. Free to join. It's the best way for us to keep you updated and reach out to you with new content and scam tips and also alerts. We sent out an email over the recent holidays, warning about holiday travel scams, those unpaid toll scams. So all relevant things, all things to be aware of, and maybe warn your family about as well. So join the free mailing list, scamaware101.com. Follow us on social media, Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, YouTube. Even if you don't use the accounts, hop on real quick, follow us so we get to follow, and then you never have to use the accounts again. But at least to actually help, the follows and likes still should help, I believe. If you want to donate, help out financially, we always appreciate it. We got the super thanks option there over on YouTube. We got that running on the live stream, or if you're watching the video here after the fact, you can hit that super thanks button and give us a couple bucks too. Show your appreciation. We got the memberships enabled as well on YouTube, so you can subscribe to our monthly memberships. I'm not offering too much fancy with them, just a couple emojis here and there, but it gives you another way to help support our cause and help support our mission of spreading awareness of these scams. So thank you again for tuning in. We do this live stream every week. We're going to be doing it again next Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Same place, live stream on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. Spreading awareness of these scams. So again, thanks again for tuning in. Everybody, have a great weekend. And as always, stay safe. And now, bear with me as it takes me a few minutes to get all these live streams turned off. I appreciate it, everybody. Thanks again for tuning in. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the feedback, too.